Guests are already here and we are going to start the session in another minute. Request all of you to settle down so I can bring them into the room. We would like the house to be in order. Thank you so much. अंग्रेजी में बोल रहा था. All those standing near the door, we have some seats that side. Please do come and settle down. We cannot have anyone standing in the aisle here, please. Once again, may I request all of you to please settle down. All my guests and colleagues on this side of the hall, please come and take your seats. We want everyone to be seated before we bring in our honorable guests. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Vice President of India and our visiting Vice Presidents from Burundi, Gambia, Liberia, Mauritius, and Zimbabwe. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Government of India and the Confederation of Indian Industry, I welcome each one of you to the 19th CII India-Africa Business Conclave inaugural session. To begin the session, I would like to invite Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General, Confederation of Indian Industry, to give his opening remarks.
Respected Shri Jagdeep Dhankarji, the Honorable Vice President of India, the Vice President of the Republic of Burundi, His Excellency Mr. Prosper Bazumbanza, the Honorable Vice President of the Republic of Gambia, His Excellency Mr. Mohamed B.S. Jallow, the Honorable Vice President of the Republic of Liberia, His Excellency Mr. Jeremiah Kopan Kong, the Honorable Vice President of the Republic of Mauritius, His Excellency Marie Cyril Eddy Balzehazon, the Honorable Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, His Excellency Dr. Chiwenga, Honorable ministers, excellencies, ambassadors and high commissioners, Mr. Sanjeev Puri, the president of CII, Mr. Noel Tata, the chairman of the CII Africa Committee of CII and chairman of Tata International, several officials from the government officials from India and our African countries, very distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm good morning and a welcome to all our dignitaries and delegates to the 19th Africa Business Conclave. We are indeed most proud and privileged today to have with us Shri Jagdeep Dhankarji, the Honorable Vice President of India, to be with us today. Earlier, he had described the India and Africa as neighbors across the Indian Ocean. And that spirit was truly reflected in the inclusion of the African Union in the G20 during India's presidency. Honorable Vice President, sir, you have been a real inspiration to all of us, a person who many of us know as a gentleman of immense knowledge, wisdom, values, and dedication to public service. Honorable Vice President, sir, welcome to you once again, and thank you for being our chief guest here today. We are extremely honored to have with us the Vice Presidents from Africa. Excellencies, welcome to India. We greatly appreciate your interest in partnering with India and Indian industry on this forum, and we look forward to some very tangible and strong outcomes during this short visit. Many of our honorable ministers from Africa who are present with us today, welcome Excellencies for traveling to India for this conclave. And I also see many of our ambassadors and high commissioners and friends from the African diplomatic corps in the audience, and also many ambassadors from other countries too. And that really shows the interest that these countries have in relationship with Africa. Welcome to all of you, and we really look forward to deeper interaction during the course of the conclave. Some of us in this hall have had the privilege of being a part of this annual forum for the last many years, for the 19 years, since back in 2005 when this was inaugurated. And we are indeed so glad to see many of you coming back each and every time. As an institution, CII has a long-standing engagement with Africa, strengthening India-Africa business ties. Today, we are privileged to have partnerships with 95 counterpart organizations across 45 countries, facilitating a robust exchange of information, collaboration between our industries. Excellencies, in this conclave, there are 19 different sessions where we will take up diverse dimensions of potential collaborations and cooperations. And we are joined at this forum by 40 senior ministers from 20 African countries, more than 1,000 delegates from Africa. This is really the highest that we have ever had. And as many as 800 Indian delegates representing Indian businesses, plus also other organizations like think tanks and other important institutions. And over 850 business-to-business, B2B meetings have been lined up so that we can really get some good collaborations. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, over the next few days, we are covering large array of subjects designed to enhance collaborations between India's development and economic partnership with Africa, which includes affordable and sustainable mobility, banking partnerships, critical minerals, trilateral partnerships, agriculture and food security, digital economy, and many others. Indeed, we look forward to your deeper engagement, your views, your thoughts as to how the business-to-business relationship can be enhanced as our leaders have engaged themselves into great discussions over the last many years. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Banerjee. And now to set the context for the conclave, I'd like to invite Mr. Noel Tata, Chairman CII Africa Committee and Chairman Tata International Limited, to give his remarks.
Honorable Vice President of India, Mr. Jagdish Dhankar, Excellencies, Mr. Sanjeev Puri, President CII, Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General CII, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and my very warm welcome to the 19th CII India-Africa Business Conclave. It's a great honor that Excellencies, the Vice Presidents of Equatorial Guinea, Mauritius, Burundi, Liberia, the Gambia, and Zimbabwe join us today. The overwhelming participation of heads of state and government, senior ministers, diplomats, and business delegates from India and Africa underscores this conclave's significance as a platform for new ideas and initiatives to strengthen the India-Africa partnership. Over the years, CII has taken significant strides towards enhancing industry connections between India and Africa. The 19th conclave for India-Africa relations is truly a milestone. The CII Africa Committee was formed in the year 2000 and is a dynamic platform that brings together industry leaders, experts, and policymakers from India to discuss issues related to trade, investment, and economic cooperation. Currently, the committee consists of 50 top industry leaders from India. It has been our special focus to foster partnerships between SMEs from both regions. Indian SMEs have been invited to explore opportunities in Africa by partnering with African SMEs. In the banking and finance sector, we've been working to bridge the gap between leading institutions in both regions to ensure seamless financial pipelines for business. Addressing currency-related issues is a top priority. Our goal is to build mutual trust between our financial institutions and expand private sector participation, thereby facilitating the implementation of innovative financial solutions. To address these challenges, we are exploring the concept of rupee trade. Considering the growing relevance of Africa, CII is looking at expanding its presence in the region, and I'm glad to mention that we are opening a regional office in Kenya and have further plans to have a presence in other geographies across the continent. Our goal is to maintain and enhance our partnerships with multilateral frameworks such as the African Continental Free Trade Area. We aim to solidify India's position as a Vishwa Bandhu, a friend of the world, committed to balancing the world's power structure. I look forward to the guidance of the dignitaries to strengthen our economic engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tata. And now I'd like to invite Mr. Sanjeev Puri, President CII and Chairman and Managing Director, ITC Limited, to give his special remarks.
Honorable Vice President of India, Shri Jagdeep Dhankarji, Honorable Vice Presidents of African nations, Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. May I also add my own welcome to all the dignitaries. It's indeed a privilege and an honor to have such a vibrant participation, and I thank all of you for being here with us today. The 19th CII India-Africa Business Conclave signifies more than just economic ties. It embodies a shared commitment for growth, innovation, and mutual prosperity. From integrating the African Union into G20 to champion initiatives like the Global Biofuel Alliance and the Global Initiative on Digital Health, India has been at the forefront of fostering sustainable development. Our joint efforts reflect India's commitment to addressing global challenges alongside our African partners. There is much that our two sides gain from each other through a spirit of partnership that aligns with Honorable Prime Minister's 10 principles for the relationship. The Indian industry is committed to aligning with the Indian government's mantra of appropriate, affordable, and adaptable solutions in line with Africa's needs. Africa's rich resources hold immense promise for supporting the development and promotion of sustainable solutions across the world, and India is keen to partner in this endeavor. The African Continental Free Trade Area opens up many new possibilities for Indian industry in developing regional production networks and participating in African industrial zones. In this context, I have a few suggestions for your consideration. First, as observed by the Honorable Prime Minister's 10 guiding principles, Africa has 60% of the world's arable land but produces just 10% of the output. Therefore, joint ventures in agro-processing and seed technology transfer, as also agri-transformation through digital, offer promising avenues for collaboration, adding to agriculture productivity and enabling food security. Second, India can play a critical role in supporting Africa's healthcare vector and improving human development. Telemedicine projects like India's Pan-Africa e-network have assisted healthcare professionals across the continent. Healthcare infrastructure, capacity building, and drug development are some areas where Indian industry would like to expand its role in Africa. Third, another area of immense importance is infrastructure projects. Indian infrastructure firms are already present across the continent and have plans to further invest in construction with a facilitative public-private partnership system. This can also be viewed as an opportunity to create climate-resilient infrastructure so as to serve local needs in the context of increasing extreme climate events. Fourth, India and Africa can collaborate to spread quality education and digital learning opportunities across the region. This will be critical in the context of Africa's population of nearly 1.4 billion and the opportunity to leverage its demographic dividend over time. CII would like to partner in this initiative through its centers of excellence for capacity building, livelihoods, and skill development. Before I conclude, I would once again like to extend a very warm welcome to all the dignitaries and delegates, and especially to our friends from Africa. I wish you a pleasant stay in India and a very highly productive engagement at the conclave. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Puri. Ladies and gentlemen, I now have the pleasure to invite His Excellency, Mr. Prosper Bazumbanza, Vice President, Republic of Burundi, to address us. Please.
Excellences, Monsieur le Vice-président de la République de l'Inde, le pays hôte qui nous a reçus, Excellences, collègues, Messieurs les vice-présidents des républiques ici présentes, Excellences, Messieurs et Mesdames, tous les participants et tout protocole observé, À l'entame de mes propos, permettez-moi d'exprimer ma profonde gratitude au gouvernement indien pour l'accueil chaleureux qui nous a été réservé avec toute ma délégation depuis notre arrivée dans cette magnifique ville de New Delhi. Je rends également un hommage mérité aux organisateurs de ce grand rendez-vous pour l'excellente organisation de ce 19e conclave qui vient à point nommé. Je me réjouis de prendre part à cet événement en vous présentant d'abord les meilleures salutations de son Excellence, le général-major Evariste Ndayishimiye, président de la République du Burundi, qui m'a chargé de vous transmettre son message. Cet événement offre une opportunité de renforcer les liens entre la République de l'Inde et l'Afrique à travers des initiatives conjointes pour le développement économique de nos pays respectifs. En effet, nos deux continents, asiatiques et africains, partagent une histoire commune de lutte pour l'indépendance et le progrès de nos peuples. Aujourd'hui, nous avons l'opportunité de transformer cette histoire en un partenariat économique gagnant-gagnant visant à améliorer les conditions de vie de nos peuples. Nous sommes convaincus que l'expertise de l'Inde dans les secteurs tels que l'industrie pharmaceutique, la science et la technologie, les technologies de l'information et de la communication, les énergies renouvelables, etc., peut contribuer de façon significative à améliorer la participation des pays africains dans des chaînes de valeur mondiales au-delà de la simple exportation des matières premières. Cela pourrait avoir des implications importantes pour la diversification économique et la création d'emplois sur le continent africain. En effet, à l'ère actuelle de la mondialisation, il est de notre intérêt de multiplier les stratégies pouvant faciliter les échanges commerciaux avec le reste du monde. Dans ce cadre, le Burundi est entièrement engagé dans la mise en œuvre des accords commerciaux régionaux et bilatéraux déjà ratifiés. Au Burundi, le commerce extérieur représente environ 28% du produit intérieur brut de mon pays. À titre d'exemple, le café et l'or représentent les principaux produits d'exportation avec respectivement 25,9% et 25% des exportations totales, suivi par le thé à hauteur de 10,9%, les cigares étant également l'un des principaux produits d'exportation à hauteur de 4,9%, etc. Quant à nos importations, elles sont principalement constituées par le pétrole raffiné, constitué de 23,5% des importations totales, les engrais chimiques à hauteur de 6,3%, les médicaments 3,5%, qui soient les médicaments pour les êtres humains ou pour les animaux, les voitures à raison de 3,1% et le ciment pour 2,7%, et la République de l'Inde fait partie des principaux fournisseurs du Burundi. Cependant, les produits que le Burundi exporte vers l'Inde sont encore peu nombreux. C'est pour cela que je me réjouis de prendre part à ce rendez-vous pour porter la voix de mon pays, le Burundi, une voix désireuse de fructifier davantage les excellentes relations bilatérales et de coopération entre l'Inde et le Burundi à travers l'intensification de nos échanges commerciaux et de nouveaux investissements. Cette voix résonne encore mieux en ce moment où le Burundi est à l'aube de son essor économique, escompté dans la réalisation de sa nouvelle vision du Burundi pays émergent en 2040 et pays développé en 2060. La réalisation de cette institutionnel de notre pays et le soutien des amis et partenaires du Burundi lesquels sont chaleureusement invités à investir au Burundi et accompagner mon pays à travers des partenariats gagnant-gagnant. Le gouvernement a déjà entrepris plusieurs initiatives pour assainir l'environnement des affaires et bien mener le processus de son industrialisation. Ici, je peux citer entre autres le développement des infrastructures d'appui à la production industrielle, comme l'énergie, le transport, les technologies de l'information et de la communication, les TIC, afin de faciliter l'implantation d'industries modernes. L'augmentation des investissements dans l'agriculture en développant les filières et les chaînes de valeur à haute valeur ajoutée. Le renforcement des compétences nécessaires à l'industrialisation, la promotion de l'entrepreneuriat et le soutien au développement des petites et moyennes entreprises industrielles, le renforcement des institutions de contrôle de la qualité afin de promouvoir la compétitivité de nos produits industriels et enfin la création des zones économiques spéciales pour attirer les investissements directs étrangers et booster les exportations, etc. Le Burundi regorge de richesses naturelles, d'un capital humain dynamique et d'un environnement propice pour les investissements. Nos secteurs porteurs de croissance susceptibles de booster les exportations et contribuer à équilibrer la balance commerciale sont à moderniser et industrialiser. Je cite entre autres les secteurs de l'agriculture, les mines, les énergies renouvelables, le tourisme, etc. Nous investissons les investissements dans la transformation moderne des produits agroalimentaires, que ce soit les industries minières modernes, la production des emballages en verre et autres produits connexes, les investissements dans le secteur du textile, de l'habillement, le recyclage des déchets, la production des matériaux de construction comme le ciment, les carreaux, les pierres d'ornement, les céramiques, etc. Il importe aussi de signaler que le Burundi offre un accès privilégié aux vastes marchés régionaux grâce à son appartenance dans différentes communautés régionales. En effet, le Burundi fait partie à part entière de la communauté de l'Afrique de l'Est, le marché commun de la communauté des États de l'Afrique orientale et australe, le COMESA, la communauté économique des pays de l'Afrique centrale, la CEAC, la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine, ZLECAf. Nous sommes donc confiants qu'ensemble, l'Inde et l'Afrique ont la capacité de relever les défis du développement durable, de la création d'emplois et de la lutte contre la pauvreté. Avant de conclure mon propos, j'aimerais réitérer l'engagement du Burundi à promouvoir la coopération, notamment dans les secteurs de l'industrie et du commerce, dans un esprit de confiance mutuelle et de bénéfices partagés. Et ici, je devrais souligner que nous empruntons la voie du partenariat public-privé où toutes les parties prenantes à ce processus font une démarche de gagnant-gagnant et personne de perdant. Et c'est sur ces mots que je vous remercie. Le Seigneur vous bénisse.
Thank you, Excellency. I now have the privilege to invite His Excellency Mr. Mohammed B.S. Jallow, Vice President, Republic of Gambia, to give his special address.
Your Excellency, Sri Jagdeep Dhankar, Vice President of the Republic of India, Your Excellency, Cyril Eddie Boisen, Vice President of Mauritius, Your Excellency Prosper Bazombanza, Vice President of the Republic of Burundi, Your Excellency Jeremiah Kapankung, Vice President of the Republic of Liberia, Your Excellency Retired General Dr. CGN Chiwenga, Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, distinguished guests, esteemed business leaders, government representatives, and friends from across India and Africa. It is a pleasure to share today's event with you. First of all, allow me on behalf of His Excellency President Adama Barrow to extend our heartfelt condolences to the entire government of India on the demise of its Coast Guard Chief, General Rakesh Pal. May his soul rest in perfect peace. I also wish to congratulate His Excellency Prime Minister Modi for successfully winning another tenure in office. It is a great honor to address you at the 19th CII India-Africa Business Conclave. This platform has become a cornerstone of fostering deeper and more meaningful ties between two regions that share not only historical bonds, but also a future filled with immense possibilities. As we gather to discuss the pivotal themes of innovation, sustainability, and economic growth, I am reminded of the unique role that dialogue plays in shaping our future. Our world faces formidable challenges, from climate change and technological disruption to the imperatives of inclusive development. It is through collaboration, knowledge sharing, and strategic partnership that we can harness our collective strengths to address these challenges. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Gambia is committed to promoting an enabling environment for investment, entrepreneurship, and sustainable development. We believe that by working together with our partners in India and around the globe, we can pave the way for more economic opportunities that benefit not only our nations, but the wider international community. As a result, we envision to deepen and strengthen the already existing ties by further exploiting several key initiatives and collaborations between the Gambia and India through this conclave. Therefore, I urge all of us to take this opportunity to explore new ideas, share best practices, and strengthen the ties that bind us. Together, we can develop innovative solutions that drive growth and create a lasting impact. This will be through economic partnerships, promoting trade opportunities by establishing more trade agreements that facilitate bilateral investments. This could involve joint ventures in sectors like agriculture, tourism, healthcare, and technology. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, innovation is not just a luxury, but a necessity for any nation aspiring to be competitive on the global stage. For both India and Africa, innovation represents a pathway to address pressing challenges and unlock new growth opportunities. India's IT and startup ecosystems have revolutionized industries from healthcare to finance, creating solutions that are not only efficient but also scalable. The African continent, too, is witnessing a surge in innovation, with young entrepreneurs leading the change in areas like fintech, agri-tech, and renewable energy. Therefore, partnerships between India and Africa in innovation must be deepened. India can share its expertise in technology, research, and development to help African nations leapfrog national development stages. Further, training and capacity building are essential components of the India-Gambia partnership. Whether it is through the training of foreign service officers, professionals, and entrepreneurs, India is committed to sharing its expertise and knowledge with the Gambia. These efforts are aimed at empowering individuals and institutions in the Gambia to drive their own development and contribute to the country's progress. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, cooperation on healthcare is key to the Gambia, and will explore partnership in healthcare management, telemedicine, and pharmaceuticals to improve health services in the Gambia. This might include training medical professionals and sharing best practices. Furthermore, technological transfer in innovation, information technology, and renewable energy is paramount, as this will enable the Gambia to adopt sustainable practices and enhance its technological infrastructure. Also, the partnership between India and the Gambia in the technology sector is focused on bridging the digital divide and ensuring that both countries can harness the power of the digital economy. This will ensure that the Gambia is well positioned to participate in the global digital economy, creating jobs and opportunities for its young populations. Promoting excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Promoting cultural exchanges to strengthen people-to-people ties will be greatly sought after through art exhibitions, music festivals, and culinary exchanges that celebrate both countries. Moreover, in our drive for food self-sufficiency, we endeavor to institute initiatives aimed at improving agricultural productivity through advanced farming techniques and practices. Therefore, we bank on the expertise and experience of India in the revitalization of this objective. Additionally, we are open to launching collaborative projects in youth empowerment that focus on empowering young entrepreneurs and innovators, helping them gain access to resources and mentorship. However, with all the situations currently in existence in the world at large vis-à-vis the environment and innovation, environmental sustainability is crucial, and collaborating on projects addressing climate change and promoting sustainable development such as afforestation and clean energy initiatives will not only help the Gambia but assist in its sustainable advancement. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to inform you that during the last 12 months, the Gambia Investment and Export Promotion Agency, GAIPA, approved 13 new investment projects of Indian origin, signaling a growing trend of Indian engagement in the Gambian economy. These projects present a total investment opportunity of approximately $15.5 million, creating over 700 direct jobs, typically found in the sectors such as agriculture, light manufacturing industries, breweries, hospitality industry, building materials, steel metal processing, cement, etc. The import substitution trend indicates a promising upward trajectory for Indian investment in the Gambia. Currently, Indian investment lead in industries and are also quickly catching up in other sectors such as agriculture and tourism. In conclusion, I would once again wish on my behalf and that of my distinguished entourage, register our heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to the Indian government and His Excellency Safa Jawara, High Commissioner of the Republic of the Gambia to India, and his able staff of the High Commission for toiling night and day to ensure that this event becomes a success. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Excellency. May I now invite His Excellency, Mr. Jeremiah Pankung, Honorable Vice President, Republic of Liberia, to address us, please.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of India, my colleague, Vice President from Africa, officials and government, officials and members of government of the Indian government, political and business leaders from across Africa, the private sector investors, the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to be here for the 19th India-Africa Business Conclave, which provide a platform for the exchange of business ideas and proposals between investors from Africa and India. Since the African continental free trade era came into full in 2021, African countries have worked very hard to improve inter-Africa trade. African countries have worked very hard to improve inter-Africa trade. As the second largest continent with a combined population of 1.4 billion people, Africa offers one of the largest available markets to boost international trade and investment. Before this business conclave between Africa and India, it's a remarkable journey to strengthen trade relations between two regions. On behalf of Her Excellency Joseph Yuma Boakai Sr., President of the Republic of Liberia, the government and people of Liberia, I commend the Indian government and people for hosting the 18th edition of Africa-India Business Conclave, which has improved bilateral trade between the two regions to about 100 billion. I've come to make Liberia's case at this business conclave and pay homage to the Republic of India. This nation has a rich history and has rapidly evolved as the world's largest and most diverse democracy, and one of the largest economies in the world. India continued to establish itself among the Committee of Nations, playing meaningful roles in the world politics, economy, and security. Today, I am proud of the long-standing diplomatic relationship which continue to exist between India and Liberia over 6 decades. Our two nations have been deeply engaged in international trade and commerce in the last decades. We began a new trade agreement in 2012 when Liberia agreed to India's duty-free tariff preference scheme for least developed countries. Under the scheme, India provided preferential market access for Liberia exports, covering 94% of total tariff lines. To date, our two nations' bilateral trade value is over $325 million. There are many Indian nationals residing in Liberia. The Indian community is mainly engaged in trading, services, and manufacturing venture. ArcelorMittal has been exporting iron ore from Nimba mine since 2011. A key component of President Boakai's vision is to create a conducive environment to encourage trade and investment in Liberia. Our government arrest agenda is critical for transforming the lives of our people. I salute the Indian government for its accomplishment as the world's largest exporter of rice, with an export of about 16.5 million metric tons in 2024. This positions India as a major producer and exporter of rice in the world, and a country which has done exceedingly well in the area of agriculture, health, and manufacturing. Although India is Liberia's main exporter of rice, with an annual cost of about $140 million, I have come to seek knowledge on the skills, expertise, technology India has deployed over the years to have a vibrant agriculture sector. I believe the successes of India in the agriculture sector is worth emulating, and we are prepared to listen and learn the Indian experience. Our goal in Liberia is to shift from rice importation to rice production in the medium and long term, and invest in local farmers by providing capital, skill, technology, and equipment for local production. On July 10th, 2024, President Boakai officially launched the National Agricultural Development Plan, a visionary 6-year blueprint designed to transform Liberia's agricultural sector and achieve self-sufficiency in food production. Our strategy is to leverage on Liberia's abundant agricultural resource and transition our country from dependence on food imports to a state of abundance and self-reliance. Our presence at this business conclave is an affirmation of our government commitment to seek potential investors, specifically in agricultural sector, and to also encourage investment in other sectors which are mutually rewarding. As a government, we have the responsibility to engage our international partners and friends on the opportunities Liberia offers for investments and trade. To achieve socio-economic development, we must create jobs for our citizens. I remain hopeful that this business conclave and the planned meetings will solidify new partnership and offer renewed hope for our people. I once again reaffirm our government commitment to this bilateral friendship and to congratulate the government and people of the Great Republic of India for such a unique continental gathering. I am convinced that this friendship will continue to grow on the strength of our collective understanding that we live in a global community and we ultimately need each other. Before I conclude, I want to introduce to you Liberia and talk to you about Liberia, those of you who don't know about Liberia. Liberia is a country in West Africa, bordering Sierra Leone, Guinea, and La Côte d'Ivoire. Liberia has 7 months of rainfall. Our land are very fertile. Liberia has a coastal line that runs from Sierra Leone to Côte d'Ivoire of 680 kilometer sandy beach. We encourage those of you who want to invest in the tourism sector, please come to Liberia. There are opportunities. We want to encourage those of you involved in roads network to come to Liberia so that we partner, whether it's public-private or private-private, Liberia is open to working with you. Liberia has a sunshine of about 6.5 hours average a day. That enables us a very good area for investment in solar energy and renewable energy. Liberia has a lot of water bodies, which is also good for hydro, which is also a clean energy in our world today. Tourism, Liberia has a lot of waterfall, mountains, beaches, a lot of rich area in tourism. We want to encourage you. Those of you involved in tourism, please come to Liberia. Liberia is open to investment, and we are willing to work with you. I want to thank the Indian government, the people of India. I'd like to say thank you, and God bless India. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I now invite His Excellency Mr. Marie Cyril Eddy Boisson, Vice President, Republic of Mauritius, to address us, please.
Excellency, Honorable Shri Jagdeep Dhankar, Honorable Vice President of the Republic of India. Monsieur Prosper Banza, Vice-Président de la République du Burundi. His Excellency, Mr. Mohamed B.S. Jallow, Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia. His Excellency, Mr. Jeremiah Pan Kong, Honorable Vice President of the Republic of Liberia. His Excellency, Retired General Dr. Chiwanga, Vice President, Republic of Zimbabwe. Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, General Manager, Confederation of Indian Industry. Mr. Noel Tata, Chairman of Tata International Limited. Mr. Sanjeev Puri, President, CII, and Chairman and Managing Director of ITC Limited. Honorable Ministers present here, Head of Delegations, members of Diplomatic Corps, officials from India and Africa, member of the press, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed with immense pleasure that I am attending this important Indian-Africa Business Conclave, and I thank the Confederation of Indian Industry, CII, the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, the Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, for kindly associating Mauritius with this 19th edition of the conclave. Thank you for the warm welcome. At start, I convey the greetings and the good wishes of the President of Mauritius, His Excellency Prithviraj Singh Open, and of the Prime Minister of Mauritius, Honorable Pravin Kumar Jagnnath, to Her Excellency Srimati Draupadi Murmu, President of the Republic of India, and to Shri Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of the Republic of India. The previous editions of the conclave have focused on creating space to work together as equals, enabling the African side to exert agency and leadership while India facilitates. This 19th edition of the conclave, with the theme Creating One Future, will aim to serve further as an instrument for Africa's growth and the role of India-Africa partnership in regional and global value chains integration. The various topics will serve to catalyze partnership among government, institutions, and enterprise of our respective country. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Mauritius and India share a rich history of diplomatic ties, cultural exchanges, and a commitment to fostering economic growth. In fact, diplomatic relations between the two countries were established in 1948, soon after India's independence, with the appointment of a commissioner. The representation was upgraded to High Commission following Mauritius' independence in March 1968. The time-tested and multifaceted relationship between our two countries is based on strong democratic values, mutual respect, and shared vision that transcends geographical boundaries, encompassing economic, bilateral, and cultural ties. The wide-ranging cooperation, technical and financial assistance provided to Mauritius over the years have resulted in the development of many projects which have changed the infrastructural structure of the country. Both countries have numerous investment opportunities to offer. Together, we can forge partnership that transcends borders and propel our economics to new heights. Economically, the two nations have forged robust partnership, and India being a significant investor in Mauritius and vice versa. The bilateral economic cooperation is exemplified by collaborative ventures in sectors such as finance, information technology, mass transport, and renewable energy. Last year, India held the presidency of the G20. It was a great privilege for Mauritius to be invited by India as a guest country to the G20. It was a momentous occasion for the Prime Minister of Mauritius to attend the G20 summit held in this very vibrant city, the New Delhi, in September 2023. We had the privilege of welcoming the President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu, as the chief guest on the occasion of the celebration of the 56th independence of our country on 12 March 2024. This day of historic importance equally symbolizes the Salt March that was started by Mahatma Gandhi. Last month, Dr. Subramanian Jaishankar, the Minister of External Affairs of the Republic of India, visited Mauritius on a two-day official visit. And this was his first foreign official visit in his current term and his second visit to Mauritius as Minister of External Affairs. Dr. Jai Shankar's visit in July this year aimed to strengthen the already excellent relations between Mauritius and India. Discussions were focused on a broad range of areas of mutual benefit, including trade, investments, economic cooperation, infrastructure development, capacity building, space technology, public health, cultural exchanges, and people-to-people connection. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the above are truly vivid illustration of the truly special bond of kingship, brotherhood, and partnership that exists between our two nations. Throughout all these years of collaboration, partnership, and cooperation, both our countries have cemented agreements and frameworks to ensure greater investment, more trade flows, and richer cultural exchanges. The Comprehensive Economic Cooperation Partnership Agreement signed between India and Mauritius on the 1st of April 2021, following negotiation back to 2005, has opened a new era of economic collaboration for bolstering trade and investment flow bilaterally through enhanced and privileged market access. The value of motion export to India rose from $45 million in 2021 to $55 million in 2023, representing an increase of 22%. The agreement, a milestone in the long-standing relationship between the two countries, has paved the way in bridging the economic distance with Africa, where India companies engaged in both industry and services can avail of opportunities on the African continent through value creation in Mauritius. This, in effect, presents a tremendous business opportunity for Indian corporates. Since February 2024, Mauritius has become the first African country to adopt India's Unified Payment Interface UPI system and the first non-Asian country to issue RuPay cards, enabling both Mauritian and Indian tourists and visitors to utilize QR codes, scan mobile-based payment, as well as debit and credit card transactions. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the South African leader and icon Nelson Mandela qualified the India-Africa relation, I quote, a golden thread which has been woven during the long, arduous, and bitter years of struggle against common enemies, racism, imperialism, and colonialism, unquote. India has always championed the right of Africa. It was a strong proponent of anti-apartheid and supporting the fight for freedom and independence and its inclusion in many international organizations, securing a permanent membership of the African Union, AU, to the G20 summit in 2023. It was the hallmark of India's presidency, since this platform has traditionally been dominated by the most powerful countries of the world. Indo-African ties cover culture, education, trade, technical cooperation, agriculture, maritime security, peacekeeping, and professional. There is presently a strong need to focus attention on contemporary needs, chiefly food security and debt sustainability. I believe that Africans' food security and agricultural transformation should be one of the top priorities of India-Africa engagement in the coming year. Ladies and gentlemen, Mauritius is strategically positioned to connect India and Africa in terms of its geographical position and its profound historical culture and political attachment to both India and Africa. As such, it will be a key player and will assume an even more important role in linking India and Africa, accelerating trade and investment, and fostering entrepreneurial ecosystem for greater opportunities of mutual interest. As a regional economic partner, Mauritius is a member of the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, COMESA, the Southern African Development Community, SADC, the Indian Ocean Commission, and the Indian Ocean Rim Association. We have ratified the African Continental Free Trade Area that come into force on the 1st of January 2021 and unite the whole of Africa as a common market and trading platform. The government is implementing pro-African policies to improve the investment climate, reinforcing economic diplomacy, and enlarging market access to consolidate the position of Mauritius as the strategic partner of African states. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am sure that this conclave will contribute to identifying and realizing profitable venues and bring India and Africa closer. I shall conclude with a quote from Prime Minister Modi, addressed at Parliament of Uganda during the state visit there in July 2018. I quote, "If this is to be a century of nations rising together in freedom and equality, if this is to be an age when the light opportunity dawns on all humans, if this is a time when our planet has a more hopeful future, then all of this magnificent continent of Africa must walk in step with the rest of the world. India will work with you and for you," end quote. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I now have the pleasure to invite His Excellency General Dr. CGDN Chiwenga, Vice President, Republic of Zimbabwe, to address us.
Vice President of India, Honorable Janpreet Duncan, other Honorable Vice President here present, Chairman of CII Africa Committee and Chairman Tata International, Mr. Noel Tata, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors and High Commissioners here present, Captains of Industry and Commerce, all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. It is my pleasure to participate in this prestigious forum, the 19th Confederation of Indian Industry Business Conclave. Today we stand at a critical moment in our journey of creating one future. A moment that calls for collaboration, solidarity, unity, and a shared vision for the mutual development of our economies, societies, and partnerships. Let me take this opportunity to express my deep gratefulness and humbleness to the government of the Republic of India for the warm hospitality that has been accorded and extended to us since our arrival in this beautiful and culturally rich city of New Delhi. Allow me to extend my profound appreciation to the organizers of this business conclave, who worked tirelessly to put together such a remarkable gathering. A gathering of people driven by the desire to achieve a common destiny through scaling up Africa-India Growth Partnership. I am delighted to note that the India-Africa Business Conclave will tackle issues of cooperation and development. Sorry, let me take that one again. We'll tackle issues of cooperation and modalities for financing growth, infrastructure development, agricultural and industrial innovation, harnessing of critical minerals, security, advancement of information communication technology, medical and economic integration. These are critical areas which call for our collective attention to strengthen India-Africa cooperation to achieve a shared sustainable economic development for the betterment of our people. Your Excellencies, Africa and India, though distinct in many ways, share common goals and values that serve as a solid foundation for collaboration. Both regions are characterized by vibrant young populations, expanding economies, and an inherent resilience that has guided them through historical and contemporary challenges. As we look towards creating one future, it is clear that by enhancing the synergy between our respective nations and regions, we can achieve unprecedented socio-economic growth. This event, therefore, is a perfect opportunity for Africa and India to forge strong business partnerships guided by the African Union framework of continent-to-continent country strategic partnership and dynamism presented by India and individual African states. Distinguished guests, the African Continental Free Trade Area has brought together Africa's previously fragmented economies into one single market of 1.4 billion people, with a combined GDP of US dollars 2.4 trillion. Africa-emerged markets present a wealth of opportunities for Indian businesses. By investing in and partnering with African enterprises, Indian companies can expand their global footprint. This can be achieved through a combination of India's technological prowess and Africa's rich natural resources, thereby creating unique opportunities for mutual beneficial collaborations. Ladies and gentlemen, coming closer home, Zimbabwe is a peaceful and beautiful country with a population of 16.4 million people. It views this partnership with India as a great investment opportunity due to its strategic location in the Southern African Development Community region. My country is also part to several preferential trading arrangements through Southern Africa Development Community, SADC, and Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, COMESA. The African Tripartite Free Trade Area and the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement all present several opportunities to foreign investors and businesses in the diverse sector value chains. Zimbabwe is endowed with abundant mineral endowments that include iron, lithium, gold, platinum, chrome, coal, just to mention some. and it has a highly skilled and educated populace with considerable manufacturing experience. The country is focused and on course to achieve its aspirations of a rich upper middle income society by 2030. Let me assure you, therefore, that Zimbabwe is open for business and present opportunities in mining, manufacturing, agriculture, tourism, information communication technology, and infrastructure development, among others. We are interested more in investment that add value to our agricultural products and minerals. Investment that expands economic growth and employment opportunities, as well as facilitate technology transfer. Zimbabwe is not only an investor-friendly country, but a competitive investment destination in Africa, and also a country with many natural wonders for your enjoyment. I therefore invite you to Zimbabwe, a world of wonders, and to sample the whole of Africa for investment opportunities. I thank you, Danvad.
Thank you, Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, I now have the pleasure and privilege to invite Shri Jagdeep Dhankar, Honorable Vice President, Republic of India, to give the inaugural address. Sir.
Very good morning and warm greetings to one and all. His Excellency Prosper Bozom Banja, Honorable Vice President of Burundi. His Excellency Mohammad B.S. Jali, Honorable Vice President of Gambia. His Excellency Jeremiah Panku, Honorable Vice President of Liberia. His Excellency Mari Cyril Eddy Bonsenjo, Honorable Vice President of Mauritius. His Excellency Seva Nivrat C.G.D.S. Chiwenga, Honorable Vice President of Zimbabwe. Mr. Sanjeev Puri, President CII and CMD ITC Limited. Mr. Noel Tata, Chairman CII and Chairman Tata International Limited. Distinguished audience, it is indeed a privilege to address this inaugural session of this uniquely representative August gathering from Africa and Bharat, both being 1.4 billion each. I welcome all distinguished dignitaries to Bharat. I extend my warmest greetings to you all and convey the best wishes of the people of India to yours. The theme of this India-Africa Business Conclave, Creating One Future, is deeply embedded in our civilizational ethos and amplified in the motto of India's G20 presidency, which stood for One Earth, One Family, One Future. Excellencies, conclave is an opportunity for us to come together to deliberate on contemporaneously relevant theme and synergize our efforts towards creating a common future for the well-being of all. Creating one future is quintessential to humanity's sustainability, and this challenge can no longer be delayed. with public participation being its hallmark, a path I am confident the deliberations will chart. It is critical for all countries to collectively focus their efforts on combating the greatest threat to humanity, climate change, a ticking bomb, through concerted efforts and mass involvement and optimum utilization of resources, as we no longer can wait, because, friends, we have no other planet to inhabit. Another focus of the 19th CII India-Africa Business Conclave on India-Africa Growth Partnership would surely afford opportunities either side to fully exploit the growth and participatory avenues in varied areas, including building strong financial partnerships, infrastructure transformation, and space sector cooperation, or fostering value chains in agriculture, mining, and food processing sectors, just to refer some. Excellencies, unprecedented growth over the past decade, Bharat, with massive digitization and technological advancements, offers numerous avenues for cooperation and presents opportunities for mutual benefit and shared success. The deep-rooted ties between India and Africa, forged by shared histories, common struggles, and mutual aspirations for a just and progressive future, equitable world order, make this partnership a natural and stronger forever. India has invested over $12.37 billion in 206 infrastructure projects across 43 African countries, impacting lives. India also provides capacity building, training, and educational opportunities, reflecting its commitment to the African Union's priorities, like African Union's focus for this year's Educate an African Fit for the 21st Century. Excellencies, India is Africa's fourth largest trading partner with $85 billion in bilateral trade and $75 billion in investments. The FCTA and India's DFTP scheme offer enormous opportunities for deeper economic integration and mutual development. India, friends, the largest democracy on the planet, most vibrant, and home to 1/6 humanity, has nurtured its bonds with Africa in people-to-people relations, with extension of e-visa facilities to 33 African countries. Diplomatic footprint enhancing in Africa with the opening of 16 new diplomatic missions, taking the total number of Indian missions in the continent to 46, is a pointer of our growth trajectory. Excellencies, during COVID-19, India aided Africa with medical supplies and vaccines. India and Africa have strong defense ties with the Indian military training and third largest UN peacekeeping contributions. India also actively participates in maritime security and has taken initiatives in African region in this direction. Excellencies, India and Africa forge crucial global partnerships to address complex challenges. India's rise and inclusive multilateralism drive progress for the global South. Excellencies, the inclusion of the African Union as a permanent member of G20 alongside European Union, which was already there during our presidency in 2023, is a matter of great pride and a very significant geopolitical development. To further provide a voice to Africa in the UN, we also completely stand behind African Union's Isulvini Consensus and the CII Declaration. Excellencies, we greatly value participation of African countries in the International Solar Alliance, which is headquartered in India, the Global Biofuel Alliance, and the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. Excellencies, India is grateful and thankful to Africa for helping to recreate our biodiversity by providing us with cheetahs and invite African country to join the International Big Cat Alliance. This development enthused the nation and brought emotive connect between Bharat and Africa. Friends, India has leveraged digital technology to revolutionize public services. This has earned global accolades. It has been of the highest order technological world has so far seen. Collaborating this expertise with Africa on initiatives like India is Tech. India's space program offers Africa tech-based solutions to advance towards achieving sustainable development. This is an area that offers enormous avenues, and India in this direction is now one of global leaders. Excellencies, India is naturally aligned with Africa's imperative to reduce its dependence on raw material exports and better integrate its production and trade activities into the global economy. Initiatives in this direction, I'm sure, will surely emerge in innovative fashion out of the deliberations the august presence dignitaries will have here. Friends, Africa's natural resources, and I had the good occasion to listen to each of the honorable vice presidents. Demographic advantage and growing economic integration through the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement make it an attractive destination for investment and partnership. Nothing could be more wholesome and soothing and seamless than generating qualitatively this partnership during the deliberations to take it to the next level. Excellencies, a resurgent Africa and a rising India. Imagine the scenario. Resurgent Africa and rising India can give a strong impetus to South-South cooperation, especially in areas like clean technology, climate-resilient agriculture, maritime security, connectivity, and the blue economy. India looks forward to organizing the India-Africa Forum Summit 4 to provide a more contemporary agenda for cooperation between the two sides. Excellencies, we accord highest assurance that Africa will be at the top of our priorities. We look forward to a mutually beneficial and mutually respectful relationship in the true spirit of being a Vishwabandhu. Distinguished audience, when I lent my ears to the rich discourse by the honorable vice presidents, each of them surcharged me, energized me. They reflected on the potential that is available between the two countries. India, an economy on the upsurge, an economy on the rise. The rise has been exponential and historic in last decade, recognized globally, has much to offer to the world, and in particular Africa. And I'm sure the deliberations here will surely have much to take away and get realized on the ground soon. India and Africa's growth partnership can serve as a catalyst, and I'm confident, optimistic it will serve as a catalyst for accelerated global rebalancing and strengthening of global South, which augurs well for global peace and harmony. While the deliberations will be extremely fruitful, productive, and take us to the next level of development in our journey, let us continue to strengthen the bonds of friendship in varied fashion, enhance our cooperation at all levels, work together in every field for welfare of humanity, and primarily focus being on realization of full potential of the human resource, rich mineral wealth, rich natural resources either side, and convert this partnership, which is already vibrant, into revolutionary, transformative one, so that this part of the globe contributes to global stability, global harmony. I conclude with an observation. Rise of India, growth of India, home to 1/6 of humanity, vibrant democracy, constitutionally structured at all levels, augurs for global stability and peace. India's participation, India's footfall, India's hand-holding, India seeking to work in togetherness is antithetical to expansion. Historically, this nation, Excellencies, has never believed in expansion, and therefore, our partnership, and this partnership, which is structured deeply into history, has the potential to contribute to big global change for the better of humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request everybody to please rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Please be seated. May I request our dignitaries on the dais to please step forward for a photo opportunity, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. For protocol and security issues, you're requested to remain in the hall till all our dignitaries and VVIP guests have left the venue. Please remain seated and please do cooperate. Thank you so much. Even those at this exit will come back and sit down, so please remain seated.
Mohan Energy Corporation Private Limited.
Please remain seated because this is going to take about 15-20 minutes.
Africa has been a
And nobody is going to Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back after lunch. We are slightly delayed in starting our next session because with so many VIPs in town, all our ministers are also very, very busy. However, we plan to start the session now. So request all of you to please settle down and we'll start as soon as our people on the dais have arrived. Thank you.
Go around see our names. Yes.
Hi. Nice to see you. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And this is our special plenary session with the trade ministers from Africa. Mr. Piyush Goyal, the Honorable Minister, will join us soon. But we didn't want to delay the session further, so we are going to start with it right away. And to begin the session, I'd like to invite Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General CII, to give his opening remarks.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. An honor and privilege to welcome some of our most distinguished panel members in form of ministers from our various African countries who are present here at this point in time. The Honorable Minister Excellency, Minister of Commerce and Industry from the Republic of Angola, Excellency, the Minister of Industrial Development, Commerce, Handicrafts, Small and Medium Enterprises of the People's Republic of Burkina Faso, Excellency, our Honorable Minister of Trade and Industry of the Republic of Chad, Excellency, the Honorable Minister of Trade and Industry of the Republic of Malawi, the Excellency, the Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry of the Republic of Niger, and of course, we have Excellency, our Minister for Trade and Industrial Development of the Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar of the United Republic of Tanzania, Mr. Sanjeev Puri and Mr. Noel Tata. We would shortly be joined by Mr. Piyush Goyal, the Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry of India. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a lovely day today and yesterday with so much of high quality inputs from all our delegates, especially from the African countries, and we are indeed so very privileged to have such rich inputs, and we shall take it further. But I just wanted to mention a few points that we have been noting. Excellencies on the dais and Excellencies off the dais, we are very keen that some of the outcomes that we are looking at establishing a trade and investment framework which will facilitate trade, investment and economic cooperation. This is one of the things that we are really focusing on. Of course, one major feature of this conference has been trilateral partnerships and how do we take that forward, and especially in the sectors like agriculture, industrial development, skill development, women empowerment and trade. And third, of course, also how we can really focus together to work on more Indian banks in Africa which can open access to finance. Some of the centers that we have from CII, the CII Center for Excellence on Food and Agriculture, the CII Center for Sustainable Development, and of course our Green Business Center. These three centers that we would like to showcase during the course of our conference here today and tomorrow too, we would like to see how we can, these institutions are of all global connects, and we would like to see how we can further that. And we are looking at also from the CII opening an office in East Africa. We shall be working at that very soon. We are expanding the scope of our North Africa office. And of course, in Zanzibar, we are looking at the Green Business Center, a center for sustainable development, to be enhanced. So we would really like to work with you and get your inputs on all of these subjects, and wanted to just flag some of the areas that we have been noting since this morning and yesterday. So once again, Excellencies, warm welcome back to this hall for which promises to be an excellent and a very enthralling session. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Banerjee. And I'd now like to invite Mr. Noel Tata, Chairman CII Africa Committee and Chairman Tata International Limited, to give his special remarks.
Thank you. Honorable Ministers from Africa, Mr. Sanjeev Puri, President CII, Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General, Confederation of Indian Industry, Excellencies, distinguished dignitaries, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I add my own welcome to the honorable ministers on this dais. We have benefited from your guidance in the past on this platform, and it's an honor that you join us from different regions of Africa. The 19th CII Africa Business Conclave offers an opportunity to deliberate upon common areas and foster a mutually beneficial partnership that can mitigate the impact of global conflicts on the global south. Trade relations between India and Africa have been significant over the years. From 2013-14 to 2023-24, India's total trade with Africa has grown from $67.84 billion to $83.27 billion, with India's exports increasing from $31.22 billion to $45.33 billion. This reflects India's manufacturing potential and showcases the Indian government's constructive and progressive policies such as Make in India, Startup India, production-linked incentive schemes, and many others. India's investments in Africa over the 27-year period from April 1996 to March 2023 cumulatively amounted to US $75.2 billion, suggesting the trust and confidence of Indian investors in the potential of Africa's economy. Further, the African Continental Free Trade Area, launched in 2021, aims to increase the inter-regional trade within the Africa region. India must leverage the opportunities offered by the CFTA and expand areas of collaboration with Africa. Given this backdrop, I would like to chart a few recommendations. First, to facilitate trade of SMEs, CII is collaborating with banking institutions on both sides to expand their presence in Africa through subsidiaries. This initiative aims to bridge the trade finance gap and offer enhanced digital trade finance solutions to SME clients. Africa can leverage India's digital public infrastructure to build a robust financial ecosystem to ensure access to financial services for SMEs. Second, The automobile and automotive components industry is another promising sector. In India, the future of the sector lies in developing the EV market. India's EV market is expected to expand at a compounded annual growth rate of 45% from 2022 to 2030. India and Africa can collaborate in increasing the market size of Africa's EV market by leveraging the vast stock of minerals such as cobalt, granite, and lithium in the African region. Third, mining and critical minerals remain a key to a sustainable future, and Africa is home to a substantial portion of the world's critical minerals. The Government of India can actively seek and establish mineral exploration agreements and critical mineral partnerships with Africa. As an institution, we are deeply committed to expanding our cooperation with Africa. We would continue to align closely with the Indian government and governments of the region in working to meet African needs and contribute to its overall development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tata. And now, to give the special remarks, I'd like to invite Mr. Sanjeev Puri, President CII and Chairman and Managing Director, ITC Limited.
Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, and let me also welcome all of you to this very important session. Let me begin by amplifying the importance of leveraging the Africa Continental Free Trade Area for expanding India-Africa trade. With the abolition of tariffs on 90% trade items, the CFTA is expected to increase intra-regional commerce from the current 17% of all trade in Africa to an estimated 52% in 5 years. Indian industry could play an instrumental role in this intra-Africa trade expansion by establishing operations in some of the 230 special economic zones across Africa. Trade between India and Africa crossed $100 billion in 2023, and the potential to scale up is immense. It is therefore imperative that we take strong steps to establish greater complementarities in the bilateral trade ties. In this context, I have a few suggestions for consideration. One is Africa's resource-rich nations are increasingly focusing on value addition and domestic manufacturing. These are areas where Indian expertise can make a significant impact. Indian companies, with the partnership of African businesses, could proactively identify regional manufacturing networks for addressing local markets as well as global markets. This approach will be in alignment with the Honorable Prime Minister's 10 guiding principles. 2, AFTA is looking at trade facilitation, and competitive cross-border movement of goods will be key to greater intra-continental trade for exports. Indian industry would be happy to partner in technology and capacity building at the borders. 3, Indian industry would like to work with partners in Africa for strengthening competitiveness of vendors across the supply chain. In particular, focus can be on SME sector, which is estimated to constitute nearly 90% of registered businesses and over 60% of employment in Africa. Through joint ventures and working groups with suppliers, Indian industry can build capacity and contribute to livelihood development of small and medium enterprises. 4, the investment climate in African countries is receiving high attention from policymakers. There is a need to bring these positive changes to the attention of Indian investors across the country through targeted delegations. This will help in boosting investment-led trade from India. As African economies continue to unlock vast economic potential, we believe that strategic investors and businesses who are prepared to navigate the dynamic market will find a wealth of opportunities in Africa's rapidly evolving economy. We look forward to insights and guidance from the honorable ministers and dignitaries during this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Puri. And now I have the pleasure to invite His Excellency, Mr. Oliveira, Minister of Industry and Commerce, Republic of Angola, to speak, please.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you very much for this invitation. Since I don't see any reference to Portuguese language, I'm not sure that it's still available. Can you check it for me, please? Okay, thank you very much again. So I will do it in Portuguese. Excelências da presidência desta sessão, meus honoráveis colegas ministros dos países africanos aqui presentes, excelências membros do corpo diplomático e das organizações empresariais presentes nesta conferência, minhas senhoras, meus senhores. Permitam-me, em nome do Governo de Angola, agradecer pelo convite interessado a Sua Excelência a Doutora Esperança da Costa, Vice-Presidente da República de Angola, que, por razões de agenda, não pode pessoalmente atender este convite e enviou-nos em sua representação para participar nesta 19ª Conferência de Negócios Índia-África. Quero aproveitar para saudar a todos os presentes e felicitar a Confederação de Indústrias da Índia pela organização e as individualidades que honradamente prestigiam este magno evento. As relações económicas entre a Índia e a África têm uma longa história fundamentada em laços culturais, comerciais e, desde então, esses laços têm se intensificado, com a Índia emergindo como um parceiro económico crucial para muitos países africanos, dentre os quais destaco o meu país, Angola. Neste contexto e com vista a fortalecer as parcerias entre as regiões, em 2000 a Índia lançou a iniciativa Parceria Índia-África, que visa promover o desenvolvimento mútuo através de investimentos, comércio e cooperação técnica. Desde a sua criação, foram realizadas 18 edições da Conferência de Negócios Índia-África, conhecido como Conclave, sendo que esta 19ª edição, que se desenvolve num contexto económico e geopolítico mundial complexo e desafiante, terá como foco principal a industrialização, fator que entendemos como chave para a diversificação económica e aceleração do desenvolvimento económico e social do nosso continente. Neste processo, as relações bilaterais e multilaterais com a Índia são de importância inestimável, dadas as competências reconhecidas da indústria indiana, muito adequada às condições atuais e limitações tecnológicas do nosso continente africano. Outro sim, não posso deixar de destacar as várias iniciativas da Índia para a África, entre as quais, no domínio do comércio, o regime de preferências tarifárias isentas de direitos da Índia, da sigla inglesa Duty Free Tariff Preference, um esquema tarifário preferencial unilateral e não recíproco, fornecido pelo governo da Índia para os países menos avançados, cujo potencial e benefício ainda está por realizar na sua plenitude pelos nossos países. Vale referir que esta 19ª Conferência ocorre num momento crucial onde a globalização, a transformação digital estão moldando novos paradigmas de desenvolvimento e explorar novas áreas de cooperação, especialmente em setores como tecnologia, energias renováveis e infraestrutura. Excelências, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, As relações entre a Índia e Angola vêm evoluindo e consolidando desde a década dos anos 80, quer a nível governamental através do estabelecimento de iniciativas e acordos bilaterais, como também pelo crescimento do investimento privado de empresas e cidadãos indianos na economia de Angola, refletindo o desejo de compartilhar o crescimento económico e promover o desenvolvimento sustentável. A Índia tornou-se um parceiro económico importante para Angola, dados os seus investimentos financeiros, mas também pela prestação de assistência técnica, formação profissional e colaborando em diversos setores de interesse mútuo, nomeadamente agricultura, indústria, comércio, saúde, petróleo e gás e cooperação técnica. Esta parceria tem sido crucial para o desenvolvimento de Angola e para o fortalecimento das suas capacidades económicas e sociais. Importa destacar que, em concordância com a prioridade da política económica do Governo de Angola, no domínio agrícola e de tecnologias da agroindústria, o nosso país tem disponíveis vastas áreas de terras agrícolas que podem beneficiar da experiência indiana em tecnologias agrícolas sustentáveis e de alta produtividade, o que contribuirá para a nossa segurança alimentar e diversificação económica, promovendo o crescimento económico e bem-estar social nas áreas rurais do nosso país. Relativamente às relações comerciais bilaterais, em 2023, as exportações de Angola atingiram 1,7 mil milhões de dólares, enquanto as importações da Índia totalizaram 1,08 mil milhões de dólares, resultando num superávit da balança comercial que, embora favorável ao nosso país, está fundado essencialmente na exportação de petróleo bruto e seus derivados, o que urge ser alterado por via da diversificação das nossas exportações, com o concurso do setor privado de ambos os países, aumentando também o volume das nossas trocas comerciais, que, como já referimos, se encontra ainda abaixo do seu potencial. Exortamos, pois, o setor empresarial indiano a conhecer o nosso mercado, tendo em atenção as contínuas melhorias introduzidas pelo nosso Governo, que visam facilitar o acesso do investidor privado à atividade económica e o apoio aos projetos orientados para a diversificação da economia. Excelências, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, o Executivo angolano lançou um vasto programa de reformas políticas, económicas e sociais para a melhoria do ambiente de negócios, implementando a simplificação e desburocratização dos procedimentos relacionados com a constituição de empresas e o seu licenciamento para início de atividades económicas. A par disto, promoveu a aprovação de uma nova lei de investimento privado em Angola, concedendo ao investidor privado maior proteção e garantias do Estado, além de liberalizar o investimento sem montantes mínimos ou obrigações que muito oneravam os investidores, estabelecendo assim linhas de atuação concreta para a melhoria do ambiente de negócios. Dentre os vários projetos já em curso, podemos referenciar a operacionalização dos polos de desenvolvimento industrial e dos parques industriais rurais, que são infraestruturas de localização industrial dedicadas à concentração de unidades industriais, onde os empreendedores podem instalar as suas fábricas de grande, média, pequena e micro dimensão e se conectarem com fornecedores de matérias-primas provenientes do mercado nacional ou importadas. Essas infraestruturas de localização industrial têm sido muito procuradas pelos investidores, principalmente os que se dedicam à indústria transformadora, com visão para a conquista dos mercados intra-africanos no contexto da integração económica regional, quer ao nível da Zona de Comércio Livre da África, quer da SADC. No domínio da segurança alimentar e nutricional, o país dispõe de condições naturais favoráveis para o crescimento e o desenvolvimento da economia azul, através da aquicultura marinha e continental, focando no cultivo de espécies aquáticas de valor comercial e nutricional. Este setor é considerado chave para a economia nacional e a nutrição da nossa população. Nesta senda, Angola pode beneficiar da experiência indiana em tecnologia marítima direcionada à produção de alimentos, pois reconhecemos a Índia como uma potência no domínio da produção pesqueira a nível mundial. Excelências, minhas senhoras, meus senhores, honoráveis colegas, não posso concluir a minha intervenção sem destacar a grande relevância das consultas político-diplomáticas e a concertação dos nossos governos relativamente a matérias cruciais na arena internacional, como são a paz, a proteção do ambiente, a reforma do sistema das Nações Unidas, no sentido de dar mais voz e representatividade aos países em desenvolvimento e para as quais a Índia, dado o seu potencial, joga um papel fundamental no equilíbrio necessário nas relações internacionais contemporâneas. Permitam-me, finalmente, recordar que a 19ª Conferência de Negócios entre a Índia e a África não é apenas uma reunião de líderes e investidores, mas também uma oportunidade para reafirmar e expandir parcerias estratégicas que têm o potencial de transformar economias e melhorar a vida em ambos continentes. Para aproveitar ao máximo as oportunidades apresentadas, é fundamental que continuemos a trabalhar em estreita colaboração, buscando soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis com vantagens recíprocas. Muito obrigado. I would like to stress that a version of English will be available for all the presents. Thank you very much and have a nice day.
Sorry,
Ladies and gentlemen, our Minister for Commerce and Industry, Mr. Piyush Goyal, has arrived, and we will continue with our session. I would now like to invite His Excellency, Mr. Sergey Poda, Minister of Commerce, Industrial Development, Handicrafts and SMEs, People's Republic of Burkina Faso, to address us, please.
Merci bien, bonsoir à tous. Monsieur le ministre de l'Industrie et du Commerce de la République de l'Inde, Monsieur les chers collègues ministres des pays de l'Afrique, Mesdames et Messieurs, tout protocole considéré, c'est un réel plaisir et un honneur pour moi de prendre la parole à l'occasion de cette 19e édition du conclave Inde-Afrique. Je voudrais, à l'entame de mon propos, traduire la reconnaissance et la gratitude de son Excellence, Monsieur le Président du Faso, le capitaine Ibrahim Traoré, chef de l'État du Burkina Faso, aux autorités indiennes pour l'honneur qui est fait au Burkina Faso en l'invitant à prendre part à cette rencontre importante entre l'Afrique et l'Inde et pour toutes les commodités d'accueil qui ont été mises à notre disposition depuis notre arrivée. Je saisis aussi cette opportunité pour adresser mes vives salutations à tous mes collègues ministres, à toutes les délégations ici présentes pour cette importante rencontre de renforcement des relations entre l'Afrique et l'Inde. Justement, il s'agit d'un symbole très fort, notre présence ici, qui marque la volonté de nos peuples d'œuvrer pour une coopération mutuellement avantageuse et respectueuse. Ce 19e conclave représente pour la délégation burkinabé une tribune excellente pour non seulement vous présenter les potentialités économiques et les opportunités d'affaires dont dispose notre pays. En parenthèse, n'hésitez donc pas, lors de votre séjour ici, à passer au niveau du stand pays burkinabé qui se trouve dans le hall des expositions pour bénéficier de toutes les informations en matière de possibilités d'affaires et d'investissement dans notre pays. Il s'agit également pour nous de transmettre le salut fraternel de notre vaillant peuple dont l'intérêt pour le raffermissement des relations économiques avec l'Inde est sans cesse croissant, chose qui pourrait constituer sans nul doute un levier important de développement de nos pays respectifs. Le Burkina Faso et l'Inde entretiennent des relations bilatérales séculaires, notamment sur le plan diplomatique et commercial. En particulier depuis la signature en 1995 de l'accord commercial entre le gouvernement du Burkina Faso et celui de la République de l'Inde, et celle du mémorandum d'entente entre les institutions d'appui au secteur privé des deux pays, les échanges commerciaux se sont renforcés, faisant de l'Inde un partenaire commercial parmi ceux de premier choix en Asie. En 2023, les exportations du Burkina Faso vers l'Inde se sont chiffrées à 83 millions de dollars US et concernaient des produits matières premières de l'agriculture, notamment le cajou, les graines oléagineuses, mais aussi des produits du secteur minier tels que l'or. Pendant ce temps, les importations de produits en provenance de l'Inde représentaient 334 millions de dollars US la même année, mais ce déficit de la balance commerciale qui se dégage n'est pas alarmant en soi lorsqu'on tient compte de la structure des produits qui composent les importations en provenance de l'Inde, car constitués essentiellement de biens d'investissement qui viennent soutenir la croissance et le développement dans notre pays, des biens du secteur donc médical et pharmaceutique qui viennent contribuer aussi à la bonne santé et donc à la force de travail de notre population pour la dynamique de croissance. Le dynamisme des relations économiques entre les deux pays se reflète également par la présence d'entreprises indiennes sur le territoire burkinabé qui exercent dans divers domaines, notamment la transformation industrielle des matières premières locales, l'hôtellerie, les bâtiments et travaux publics, les mines et j'en passe. Cette présence d'entreprises indiennes a été favorisée entre autres par notre environnement propice aux affaires, concrétisé par l'adoption d'importantes mesures d'accompagnement spécifiques au profit des investisseurs étrangers. Distingués invités, mesdames et messieurs, malgré ce dynamisme des relations commerciales entre nos deux pays, des secteurs stratégiques économiques que nous jugeons prioritaires ont besoin d'encore plus d'investissement. Ce 19e conclave est donc l'occasion pour moi d'inviter à la réflexion pour le renforcement de la coopération dans le domaine de l'agriculture, notamment le sous-secteur de renforcement de la productivité, mais surtout aussi de la transformation industrielle des produits de l'agriculture, ainsi que les services connexes pour lesquels l'Inde dispose d'une grande expertise en matière de technologie pour améliorer les différentes grandeurs en la matière. Les technologies de l'information et de la communication présentent également un potentiel de collaboration immense, en particulier pour améliorer l'accès à l'éducation et aux services financiers en Afrique. Le domaine pharmaceutique dont je parlais tantôt et des énergies renouvelables peuvent d'une part aider à améliorer l'accès aux soins et aux médicaments essentiels et d'autre part développer des solutions énergétiques durables et abordables. Il appartient donc à nos pays de renforcer les réformes nécessaires pour faciliter le commerce et les investissements à travers, entre autres, la simplification des procédures de tout ordre, procédures douanières, procédures pour la création d'entreprises et l'encouragement des investissements bilatéraux. Mesdames et messieurs, le Burkina Faso a opté de renforcer sa souveraineté et sa résilience, en particulier dans le domaine économique. Et pour ce faire, les acquis déjà engagés grâce à la mutualisation des efforts entre le gouvernement burkinabé, les partenaires et investisseurs, aussi nationaux qu'étrangers, que je salue au passage, seront non seulement consolidés, mais aussi renforcés. Ainsi, dans le secteur de l'agriculture, les investisseurs indiens sont attendus dans la mise en œuvre des projets structurants visant à la modernisation du secteur et le développement des pôles de croissance agricoles et agro-industriels. Dans le secteur de l'élevage, le gouvernement burkinabé envisage le renforcement de la construction de fermes modernes et d'unités de transformation de viande, de cuir, de lait, de production d'aliments pour bétail et volailles. Les besoins en investissement du secteur de l'énergie sont la construction et l'exploitation de centrales solaires, thermiques, l'installation d'unités de production ou d'assemblage de modules photovoltaïques, la réalisation d'ouvrages hydroélectriques. Dans le secteur de la santé, un technopôle pharmaceutique est en cours de réalisation au Burkina Faso afin d'encourager l'installation des unités spécialisées dans la production de médicaments et d'équipements médicaux. En bref, notre pays, aux 274 200 km², est pétri d'opportunités d'investissement, à l'image de son étendue que je viens de citer tantôt, est un pays ouvert à tous les investisseurs sincères, notamment ceux indiens et des autres pays d'Afrique présents ici à ce conclave. Sa position géographique au cœur de l'Afrique de l'Ouest offre un atout stratégique supplémentaire en matière d'expansion dans la région ouest africaine pour tout investisseur. Nos hommes d'affaires sont donc à la recherche de partenaires nouveaux et leur participation importante à ce 19e conclave témoigne de l'intérêt qu'ils portent aux relations commerciales entre nos deux pays et avec tous les autres pays d'Afrique ici présents. Je voudrais donc, avant de terminer mon propos, vous rassurer de la disponibilité du gouvernement à appuyer et à faciliter de façon très spéciale tout projet d'investissement qui serait issu de ces rencontres d'affaires à ce présent conclave. Vive la coopération économique et commerciale respectueuse et mutuellement avantageuse entre nos pays pour le bonheur de nos populations. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Excellency. May I now invite His Excellency Mr. Matthew, Minister of Trade and Industry, Republic of Chad, to address us, please.
Merci, Monsieur le ministre du Commerce et de l'Industrie, de l'Inde, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres représentant les pays, frères représentés ici, Mesdames et Messieurs représentants des institutions et la communauté commerciale à ce conclave, Mesdames et Messieurs les membres de la Confédération des industries de l'Inde, tout protocole observé, Mesdames et Messieurs, je voudrais, au nom de la délégation tchadienne que j'ai l'insi honneur de conduire ici à ce conclave et au nom des plus hautes autorités de la République du Tchad, exprimer ma gratitude aux autorités indiennes et à la Confédération indienne des industries d'avoir bien voulu nous inviter à prendre part à cette grande assise qui souligne l'importance et la solidité du partenariat Inde-Afrique. Je voudrais tout aussi
Au nom de M. Mohamed Idriss Déby Itno, président de la République, chef de l'État et du gouvernement de la République du Tchad, une fois de plus, remercier les plus hautes autorités de la République de l'Inde pour leur vision et leur leadership qui ont conduit au lancement en 2005 de cette grande initiative et à sa pérennisation. Au cours des 18 dernières éditions, il est devenu l'événement pionnier dans la construction de partenariats et le renforcement de l'engagement économique entre les deux régions. Le défi est immense, mais le pari reste incontestablement gagné. Il faut le dire, le conclave India-Afrique est un cadre idéal destiné à promouvoir les échanges et les opportunités d'investissement entre les pays africains et l'Inde. Le Tchad a toujours considéré l'Inde comme un pays qui relève tous les défis en tant que pays qui émerge avec une croissance économique soutenue et figurante. Le monde entier tourne son regard vers l'Inde et son immense croissance pendant les 2 dernières décennies, qui est une grande source d'inspiration pour le gouvernement du Tchad. Je voudrais profiter ici de l'occasion qui s'offre à nous pour rappeler d'une manière succincte les potentialités économiques existantes dans notre pays et les opportunités offertes pour attirer l'investissement étranger direct et faire du Tchad une destination attrayante pour les investisseurs. Mesdames et messieurs, le Tchad se distingue dans la sous-région par ses ressources naturelles abondantes et son potentiel de croissance impressionnant, offrant ainsi des opportunités d'investissement exceptionnelles. Grâce à sa production pétrolière, le Tchad émerge comme un acteur clé du développement énergétique avec des perspectives intéressantes pour les investissements dans les produits connexes à forte valeur ajoutée. De plus, ces richesses minières telles que l'or, l'uranium et le diamant ouvrent de nouvelles avenues pour les investisseurs dans le domaine minier. Le Tchad présente également un potentiel considérable pour moderniser son agriculture et développer son secteur de l'élevage à travers les filières porteuses telles que le coton, l'arachide, le sésame, la spiruline, les bétails et la viande, et tout en offrant des perspectives attrayantes pour les investissements dans ces domaines. Cependant, ces filières sont encore sous-exploitées. En outre, les services en technologie de l'information et de la communication, les projets énergétiques et les infrastructures socio-économiques représentent des secteurs clés où des investissements peuvent générer des rendements significatifs. Dans ce contexte dynamique, le Tchad se positionne comme un marché en pleine expansion, offrant une gamme variée d'opportunités prêtes à être saisies par des investisseurs avisés et visionnaires. Aussi, des secteurs tels que l'agro-industrie offrent des occasions inexploitées à saisir. Concernant les initiatives en faveur des investissements directs étrangers, de nombreuses réformes institutionnelles ont été entreprises par le gouvernement depuis quelques années, et ce pour faciliter et améliorer significativement le climat des affaires. Pour ce faire, des réformes majeures qui ont été implémentées ont permis la mise en place d'une législation fiscale et douanière attractive, notamment par la mise en place d'un protocole d'accord fiscalo-douanier aux investissements
dans le secteur de l'industrie, accordant des garanties et des exonérations exceptionnelles. Dans le but de faire face aux défis auxquels le Tchad est confronté en termes d'infrastructures, le gouvernement a identifié le partenariat public-privé comme un outil efficace et un dispositif clé de soutien de la performance économique. Un régime juridique permettant de garantir, d'encadrer le partenariat public-privé et de promouvoir une nouvelle approche de financement a été mis en place. Cette approche permet aujourd'hui au secteur privé national et international de participer dans les projets d'investissement. En complément de ces réformes, d'autres réformes de simplification des procédures administratives permettant une installation rapide à tout investisseur désirant s'implanter au Tchad à travers l'Agence nationale d'investissement et d'exportation ont été initiées. Concomitamment à ces réformes, le gouvernement a mis en place un cadre institutionnel et réglementaire de création, de développement et de gouvernance des zones économiques spéciales, une agence dédiée à l'accompagnement des potentiels désirant de créer ou de s'installer dans les zones économiques spécialement dénommées Agence d'administration des zones économiques spéciales a été créée. Dans la même dynamique, 3 premières zones économiques spéciales ont été créées en partenariat avec le groupe ARAES, un des sponsors du présent conclave, lesquels visent le développement de la filière bétail-viande et l'agro-industrie. Enfin, des mesures appropriées ont été prises pour faciliter les échanges commerciaux dans le cadre d'une politique commerciale améliorée et soutenue. En outre, le Tchad est le véritable cœur du continent africain. Ainsi, avec l'implémentation de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine, notre pays constitue une réelle opportunité. Dès lors, faire des affaires sur le continent, s'implanter au niveau de son épicentre est la meilleure option pour se rapprocher des différents marchés régionaux et continentaux, notamment en zone CEMAC, dans la communauté CAC et la ZLECAF, en vue de conquérir une clientèle en forte croissance. Mesdames et messieurs, je reste convaincu que les thèmes pertinents retenus pour les différentes sessions prévues durant ces 3 jours, ainsi que les rencontres B2B, permettront à nos opérateurs économiques fortement mobilisés pour ce conclave et partenaires présents de donner un nouvel élan pour une coopération fructueuse, gagnant-gagnant et plus pragmatique. Pour clore mon propos, je puis vous rassurer que le gouvernement de la République du Tchad ne ménagera aucun effort pour nouer et encourager des partenariats durables, créateurs d'emplois, de valeur ajoutée, de richesse au profit d'une coopération bénéfique pour tous. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Excellency. I'd now like to invite His Excellency Mr. Sosten Gwengwe, Minister of Trade and Industry, Republic of Malawi, to address us, please.
Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General of the CII, Mr. Noel Tata, Chairman of the Tata International Limited, Mr. Sanjeev Pure, President of the CII, Minister Goyo, and fellow cabinet ministers here present, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I am honored this evening to join you today in this special plenary session with my colleague, trade ministers. Let me, on the onset, extend my sincere appreciation to the Government of India for the warm hospitality that has been accorded to me and indeed my entire delegation since our arrival. And sincere gratitude should also go to the organizers of this event for the superb facilities that have been presented to us and that give us the opportunity to discuss ways of deepening trade and investment ties between our countries. Malawi can attest to the growing trade and investment relations between our two countries. And India is one of Malawi's major export destinations where a number of commodities, including pigeon peas, soybean, mangoes, macadamia nuts, chilies, groundnuts, and pulses have found their way to the Indian market. Most of these products or commodities are exported in their raw forms, and this scenario reflects an opportunity for investment in value addition processes where Indian investors are invited in. The ministry focus right now is to encourage manufacturing against general trading. Allow me this evening to just share a little story with you. So if and when you visit Malawi, you will discover that 9 out of 10 schools that own a bus, that bus is a Tata bus. And 9 out of 10 religious institutions that have a bus, that bus is definitely a Tata bus. Now, I leave for Malawi in 2 days' time. And if I tell my colleagues back home that the tea that I was drinking in my hotel room is Tata tea, they will frown upon me. Some will even laugh. Malawi exports a lot of raw tea from the mountains of Mulanje, from the highlands of Nkatabe, and I think this is where the problem lies. The question that I should leave this conclave with is, should Africa really continue exporting raw materials, and for how long? Should Africa continue being labeled as the source of raw materials that should be used to industrialize the global north? Should Africa, or can Africa deal with its chronic trade deficit balances if it continues to be an exporter of just raw materials? Africa, Malawi inclusive, imports high-value petroleum products, fertilizers, electronics, and in turn rely on exporting raw tea to balance its books. A plea to the conclave: let us concentrate more on the manufacturing sector in Africa. Because one day, Malawi also dreams of exporting Malawi tea to India, made in Malawi by Tata, and I think that will help develop Africa, that will help industrialize Africa, and I think that partnership is going to be a better partnership because the hand-holding that India will provide will remain in the memories of generations after generations in Africa. Allow me to turn to the challenges, because the theme of this session was to look back at the trading and investment that is happening between India and Africa and where the challenges lie, and suggesting on how we move forward to deal with those challenges. So allow me in a candid manner between friends, Malawi and India, to highlight some of the challenges that this conclave should take away with as we wind up. The first one, I think, was alluded earlier by Angola and has to do with the high tariffs in the preferential tariff schemes for LDCs. Granted that we have a scheme that provides preferential tariffs to countries in the LDCs, but macadamia nuts duty or import duty at 20% is still too high for most LDC countries. Mangoes, the import duty at 28% is still on the higher side if the hand-holding is going to be meaningful for LDC countries. Africa's yields in its vast arable land is the lowest globally. Let us talk more investment in Africa, most especially in its agriculture sector. More technology transfer, because trading is good, but investment and production is better. Allow me to also reiterate the challenge on logistics. Malawi does face logistics challenges, and mostly it's because of it being landlocked. And Malawi being a landlocked or land-linked country, we cannot avoid to discuss issues of trade facilitation, particularly transportation. It is important for Malawi and India to establish predictable trading arrangements with minimal barriers and obstacles which should be dealt with decisively by responsible authorities. And I speak specifically on issues of pigeon peas, which we have had our own engagements privately on how Malawi and India can work together to get as much pigeon peas as possible, even beyond the MOU that we do have currently. Allow me to conclude by stating that India is a very strategic partner for Malawi in all spheres of the economy. And Malawi is committed to strengthening the relationship from time to time in view of the changing global circumstances. Malawi's focus is on ATM, which is agriculture, tourism, and mining. We will not bother you with too much, but we would ask you, investors from India, to simply concentrate on what government has built as its ATM strategy. Let us do agriculture, let us do mining, let us do tourism, because these are the low-hanging fruits and the priorities that government has set to channel investment. Malawi is open for trade and investment, and Malawi, it is one of the most politically stable countries in the region with peace-loving population. It is in Malawi where a court can nullify an election result, order a rerun, a different candidate wins, and business continues undisturbed. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to Malawi. The doors are open, and excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good evening once again. Good evening.
Thank you, Excellency. I now invite His Excellency Mr. Seydou Asman, Minister of Commerce and Industry, Republic of Niger, to please address us.
Monsieur le ministre du Commerce et de l'Industrie de l'Inde, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'entreprise, Mesdames et Messieurs les organisateurs de cette 19e édition du conclave Inde-Afrique, chers participants, Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est avec un grand plaisir que je participe à cet événement annuel de partenariat entre l'Inde et l'Afrique et à cette session spéciale des ministres du Commerce. Je voudrais remercier les autorités indiennes et la Confédération indienne de l'industrie pour l'accueil chaleureux réservé à notre délégation. Je voudrais féliciter les organisateurs de cet événement pour sa parfaite réussite et aussi les remercier pour l'honneur fait à notre pays, le Niger, en m'invitant à faire cette allocution. Mesdames et messieurs, le conclave Inde-Afrique, qui est à sa 19e édition, témoigne l'engagement et la détermination des deux parties à œuvrer dans un climat de solidarité sud-sud afin d'accélérer la mise en valeur des énormes potentialités économiques dont nos pays sont dotés. Ce genre de rencontres servent de plateforme d'échange, de partage, d'expérience et surtout de réflexion sur les partenariats envisagés entre notre continent et l'Inde. Les défis auxquels le monde entier et les pays en développement sont confrontés en particulier font du choix du partenariat et de la coopération les moyens les plus efficaces pour le développement économique de nos pays. Le partenariat entre l'Afrique et l'Inde se distingue comme l'un des plus importants modèles de coopération constructive entre les pays du Sud. La tenue de ce grand événement annuel témoigne encore une fois la vision commune partagée par nos deux régions. Mesdames et messieurs, notre présence à ces conclaves témoigne de la volonté des plus hautes autorités de notre pays, au premier rang desquels le général de brigade Abdraman Chani, président du Conseil national pour la sauvegarde de la patrie, chef de l'État, le Premier ministre, son Excellence Ali Mohamed Zen, a renforcé la coopération entre l'Inde et l'Afrique dans des domaines stratégiques comme le commerce, les investissements et les infrastructures. Comme vous le savez, depuis le 26 juillet 2023, le Niger a pris un tournant décisif de son histoire, celle de l'affirmation de sa souveraineté et de son indépendance économique. Je saisis cette opportunité pour remercier l'ensemble des pays qui nous ont bien compris dans cette démarche, notamment sur la Confédération des États du Sahel, le Mali, le Burkina et des pays zaïmis comme l'Inde et bien d'autres pays. Dans le cadre de la mise en œuvre de la vision, le chef de l'État et le Conseil national pour la sauvegarde de la patrie continuent à mettre en œuvre des réformes visant à améliorer le climat des affaires afin de faciliter davantage l'exercice des activités économiques dans notre pays. Ces réformes porteront notamment sur l'amélioration des cadres juridiques et réglementaires des affaires et la mise en place des mécanismes de financement adaptés. Mesdames et messieurs, les efforts du gouvernement en matière d'amélioration du climat des affaires visent principalement à valoriser les énormes potentialités économiques dont regorge notre pays, principalement dans le domaine de l'agriculture, où il dispose d'une superficie agricole de plus de 43 millions d'hectares avec une superficie cultivable de 19 millions d'hectares, dont 270 000 hectares de terres irrigables dans les zones de l'Irazel, de la vallée du fleuve Niger et de la Koumadougou-Yobé. La production, la transformation et la valorisation industrielle des produits agricoles à fort potentiel, tels que le niébé, le souché, le sésame, l'oignon, le poivron, l'ail, le moringa, etc., constituent des opportunités à saisir. Le secteur de l'élevage présente aussi d'énormes potentialités avec un cheptel estimé à 50 millions de têtes, dont 15 millions de bovins et 30 millions de petits ruminants. Les opportunités à saisir sont notamment en matière de construction des tanneries modernes, des usines d'aliments pour bétail, des infrastructures laitières et d'abattoirs frigorifiques. L'artisanat nigérien riche et diversifié est présent sur l'ensemble du territoire. Il offre des opportunités d'investissement dans le domaine de la production et la commercialisation des produits de la bijouterie, maroquinerie, tissage, broderie traditionnelle, vannerie, sculpture, sur pierre, etc. Dans le domaine pétrolier, le Niger dispose d'une très grande quantité de réserves. L'augmentation de la production de pétrole brut offre des opportunités pour la création d'industries utilisant la matière première pétrochimique et pour la production de l'énergie et de l'engrais à partir du gaz. Le sous-sol nigérien regorge d'importantes réserves d'uranium, charbon, fer, or, phosphate, sel, calcaire, gypse, lithium et d'autres pierres rares. Par ailleurs, tenant compte de l'étendue du territoire, 1 267 000 km², et de sa position géographique, le Niger offre de nombreuses opportunités en matière de développement d'infrastructures de transport. Un vaste pays, sans littoral, 2500 km de distance, d'est à ouest et 1500 du nord au sud. Les secteurs de transport terrestre et ferroviaire ont un rôle majeur à jouer dans le développement économique et social du pays. Enfin, il faut retenir que le Niger fait partie des pays les plus ensoleillés du monde. Il offre alors des potentialités inestimables dans le secteur de l'énergie renouvelable solaire, éolienne et hydraulique. Mesdames et messieurs, vous conviendrez avec moi que de par ses ressources naturelles et ses potentialités d'investissement, le Niger n'est pas un pays pauvre, alors qu'il a été toujours classé dernier du monde par les organismes internationaux de notation. Ces potentialités d'investissement se retrouvent également dans les pays de l'AES, notamment de la Confédération. Et la vision commune des trois pays, c'est de les exploiter dans un esprit de partenariat gagnant-gagnant. Au regard donc de la volonté politique des plus hautes autorités de nos trois pays, Niger, Burkina Faso et Mali, et des énormes potentialités économiques, j'invite l'ensemble des investisseurs ici présents, et particulièrement les Indiens, à venir investir dans nos pays, en Afrique, de manière générale. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Excellency. I now invite His Excellency Mr. Omar Said Shaban, Minister of Trade and Industrial Development, Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar, United Republic of Tanzania, to address us.
Honorable Ministers, fellow ministers from African continent, esteemed delegates, captain of industries and business leaders, delegates, good evening to you all. It is indeed a great honor to be here today representing the beautiful archipelago of Zanzibar in the United Republic of Tanzania at the 19th CII India-Africa Business Conclave. I extend my deepest gratitude to the Confederations of Indian Industry, the Government of India, and our fellow African counterparts for organizing this important forum under the theme, Creating One Future. Indeed, delegates, you will agree with me that much have been said by His Excellency, Right Honorable Jagdeep Dhankar, Indian Vice President, and the fellow African Vice Presidents this morning in their inaugural speech, and my fellows who spoke before me, that the relationship between India and Africa is exemplary, and we can summarize by saying India is all-season friends to African continent. This conclave symbolizes more than just a gathering of nations. It represents a powerful vision of collaborations, innovations, and a mutual prosperity between India and Africa. Today, as we convene here in New Delhi, we are united by our shared aspirations to transform our economies, uplift our people, and create a sustainable future for the generations to come. This conclave and this gathering come at least a year after historical state visit by Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania. And among the deliberations in the joint statement that they made between her and Prime Minister Modi is to enhance more trade volumes between Africa and India. And we see we are putting it into action. Ladies and gentlemen, India and Africa have a long history of friendship and cooperation, rooted in shared values, mutual respect, and common goals. Over the years, this partnership has grown stronger, supported by the spirit of collaboration that transcends geographic boundaries. Our relationship is not merely transactional, but transformational, driven by commitment to harness the potential of our people and resources. Zanzibar, as part of the broader African family, sees immense opportunities in this partnership. India's vast experience in sectors such as information technology, pharmaceutical, and renewable energy is of the particular interest to us. We are keen to learn, adopt, and implement these technologies to enhance our industrial capabilities and improve the quality of our fellow citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, Zanzibar and United Republic at large is undergoing a period of significant transformation, guided by our development vision 2050, and we are committed to diversifying our economy towards promoting industrialization and enhancing our competitiveness on the global perspective. Zanzibar's strategic location, coupled with a growing young population, present enormous opportunities for investment in a wider range of sectors, including tourism, agribusiness, blue economy, manufacturing, and renewable energy. Tourism remains a cornerstone of our economy, and we are actively seeking partnership to enhance the sector's sustainability and resilience. We are particularly interested in developing ecotourism and promoting Zanzibar as a unique destination that offers rich cultural heritage and natural beauty. And of course, India has a great contributions to our cultural demography. The twin engine strategy connects all other productive sectors, such as agriculture and manufacturing, to service to make economic boom and sustainable within the heart of East African region. To be able to tap on these undiscovered opportunities, Zanzibar is looking forward to welcome a huge investment, particularly into the financial sector and value addition targeting abundant resources readily available within the region, ranging from the marine to terrestrial. On that fact, we are open to collaborate with the Indian partners to develop these sectors, focusing on sustainable practices to power the young generation and for the betterment of our two nations. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this conclave, Creating One Future, resonates deeply with the Zanzibar visions for development. We believe that by working together, India and Africa can unlock new opportunities, overcome shared challenges, and build the future that is inclusive, equitable, and prosperous for all. To achieve this, we must continue to deepen our cooperation in areas such as trade, investment, technology transfer, and capacity building in a manner of prioritize the development of our human capital, particularly our youth, who are driving force toward the future we want. I am confident that through our gathering here and the deliberations during this conclave, we will identify actionable strategies to strengthen our partnership and create a future where both India and Africa can benefit in win-win approach. Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot conclude without mentioning our great appreciations and gratitude to Indian authority for their decision to open the first ever overseas campus of the prestigious IIT Madrasa in Zanzibar. This surely reconfirms Indian commitment to empower and transfer highly needed skills into continent. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like now to reiterate Zanzibar's commitment to this partnership, Zanzibar and the United Republic commitment to this partnership, and we are ready to engage, collaborate, and contribute to our shared visions of prosperity and development. Let us seize this opportunity to create one future that is bright, sustainable, and full of promise for all our people. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, I now have the proud privilege to invite Mr. Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister for Commerce and Industry, Government of India, to give his special address.
Thank you very much. Indeed, it's a delight to be a part of the 19th CII India-Africa Business Conclave. And I would like to, at the outset, compliment and congratulate CII, the leadership of CII, and all our friendly countries from across the African continent for their active participation, for their support in making this an annual feature, in making this a grand success. My dear colleague ministers, excellencies, from Angola, Burkina Faso, Chad, Malawi, Niger, and Tanzania. All the friends from across the African continent who have joined us this evening, excellencies, delegates, the President of CII, Mr. Sanjeev Puri, Mr. Noel Tata, Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, captains from industry, Jumbo. It's indeed wonderful to see the brotherhood, the friendship that the people of India and the people of Africa and the several countries in Africa, the businesses between India and Africa, the political leadership of the countries of Africa and India, growing from strength to strength, sharing very deep bonds, looking at ways and means to expand our cooperation. Just like Prime Minister Narendra Modi had said, and I quote, India's engagement with Africa will continue to be guided by 10 principles. The first and foremost principle is Africa will be at the top of our priority. And I'm very sure that the various initiatives taken in this regard, least of all, the initiative by Prime Minister Modi to bring the African Union into the G20 as a full-fledged permanent member, our effort to raise issues of common interest at various multilateral fora like the WTO, protecting the interests of the global south, of less developed countries and developing countries in Africa, the various forms of assistance that we have been able to give from India through the 196 lines of credits, aggregating over $12 billion to over 40 countries, All of these are only the beginning. We have a long way to go. I see tremendous potential in this beautiful relationship. And I am very confident, listening to my colleagues, my friends from different parts of Africa, that truly we are very aligned in our desires, in our ambition, in our aspirations. We all are looking for a better quality of life for the people of our countries. We are all looking to attract greater degree of investments to bring for our people the fruits of increased trade. We are looking to strengthen our economic profile, our growth, and to sum it all up, leading to greater prosperity and a better quality of life for the people of Africa and India. We have had a very good trade record last year, in the year 22-23, where we clocked nearly $100 billion. Our overall investments in Africa are about $47 billion. But again, on both these scores, I think there's so much more we can do together. Recently, at the Global South initiative, where Honorable Prime Minister had spoken about a global development compact between the countries of the Global South, I think leads us to a lot of possibilities and opens the avenues, opens the door to identify areas of mutual interest and expand our bilateral relationship in those particular areas. I was happy that many of the ministers spoke of very specific items. It could be critical minerals, it could be mining, it could be tourism, as you mentioned. Some really big opportunities await us. And each one of us has very fond memories of some of our trips to Africa or your trips to India. And I can never, for example, forget my own time in Kenya when I visited Masai Mara, not only to see the jungle safari, but I also experienced a very brilliant way to connect the capital city with different cities along the way, and to connect Nairobi with Masai Mara through almost a shuttle airline service. And that has left such an indelible mark in my mind that I've always looked at when we can emulate that in India. Therefore, we all can learn a lot from each other. I'm sure there'll be a few success stories in India that can open the doors and the pathways for some of you in your countries. And likewise, we will continue to learn from your experiences. If I may suggest that we should now look at this India-Africa initiative and connect that CII has been so successful in developing in terms of building up actionable agenda and achievable goals or targets, intersay India and different countries, different regions of Africa, and see whether we can set targets to ourselves, long-term, medium-term, short-term, identify specific areas in which we can all proceed, progress, and then benchmark our success stories, our achievements, the outcomes of these targeted efforts, and course correct if we need to, but look at truly tangible outcomes which will bring even further juice as the CII India-Africa Conference enters the third decade next year. sharing our development experiences with each other portends a very bright future for the people of Africa and the people of India. I would like to suggest 6 areas for collaboration and cooperation as a way forward to take this relationship to the next level. First, can we look at doubling our trade? So far, we have only a few African countries who trade with India. In fact, 33 countries do not participate in the DFTP scheme that has been introduced. Can we look at getting more and more countries to enjoy the fruits of this partnership and set a benchmark to double this trade number from 100 billion to 200 billion between Africa and India? I would say we should look at doing that in the next 7 years so that we can at least target a 10% growth every year. Our strengths in agriculture, pharma, textiles, the automobile sector, the renewable energy sector align very well with the needs of Africa, and your strengths in areas like mining, in tourism, in several other agricultural products, in several manufactured goods that are produced in Africa will help us complement each other so that we can share the fruits of an increasing trade and move towards more and more equitable trade between Africa and India, also between each country of Africa and India. Number 2, can we look at information technology? Can we look at the IT sector driving deeper technology penetration in Africa, helping us to take digital public infrastructure developed in India to support your infrastructure development needs, your health needs, your financial inclusion needs, your effort to take benefits to the common man, the last man at the bottom of the pyramid. We employ technology in a big way in the digital world. We employ technology in a big way in our effort to bring transparency in our government processes. We employ technology in a big way to create jobs for the people of India. And I'm sure a technology-driven partnership will further strengthen the bonds between Africa and India. The third would be music to some of the young children and men and women in this room, the entertainment sector. I'm sure there will be potential to take forward the entertainment sector between India and Africa, given our mutual strengths in this sector. In fact, Tanzania's influencer Kili Paul became quite a rave, not only in India but across the world, using Bollywood music. And I'm sure several areas of cooperation could also include sports for taking forward our partnership, our friendship. Fourth, mineral-rich Africa can complement our increasing needs for critical minerals, particularly for the big thrust India is giving for the electric vehicle sector. I'm sure sustainable practices in mining can be an area of collaboration between Africa and India, and value addition of these minerals, both in Africa and India, can be undertaken through joint partnerships and collaborations. Fifth, on food security, India would have several offerings for the African countries. Likewise, we have good demand for oilseeds, for pulses, lentils, and similarly other products which we import in large measure, cotton, rubber, where African countries, if they are already producing, could be a source for India, or we could help you in your plantation sector to develop newer products for export to India. Finally, sixth, the MSME sector, the small and medium enterprises, play a critical role, an increasingly important role, both in Africa and in India. I'm sure we can work together to create more jobs, to help support the MSME and entrepreneurs in this sector in Africa, in India, and help them expand relations with their counterparts in Africa or in India. Of course, I had thought of talking about the startup ecosystem at greater length, but I do believe we could look at engaging with the startup systems in the African countries that have started one and help other African countries in seeding the startup ecosystem in your geography, so that our young men and women, our entrepreneurs, our innovators can help come out with newer ways and solutions to the needs of the common man to help them live a better quality of life. Friends, a resurgent Africa and a rising India can give a very strong impetus to South-South cooperation. We talk about Viksit Bharat, a developed nation, by 2047. India is set on a path to make India a developed country by 2047, when we celebrate 100 years of independence. In a way, it's a wake-up call for all of us developing and less developed countries to aim big, to aspire for big goals, and collectively support each other in our quest for prosperity, in our quest for the well-being of our people. Let us work together for a prosperous Africa. Let us work together for the good future of the people of Africa and India. Thank you very much, ministers, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. May I request all our dignitaries on the dais to please come forward and stand together for a photo opportunity, please. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session will follow soon. Please remain seated and maintain decorum till our dignitaries on the dais have left the room, please. Thank you.
Agricultural potential for global food security. We also have a parallel session running in Jahangir on business opportunities for private sector expansion in Africa. We would be starting soon once the dais is set. Thank you. Hello. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our panelists for this session on Unleashing Africa's Agriculture Potential for Global Food Security. I would like to call Mr. Sanjay Sacheti, Co-Chairman, CII Agricultural Council and Country Head, Olam Agro. I would like to call Mr. Vikas Agarwal, Vice President, Kirloskar Brothers Limited. Mr. Girish Bajaj, Managing Director, Bajaj Process Pack Limited. Mr. R. Sudarshan, Advisor, Exports, Tractors and Farm Equipment Limited. Mr. Priyank Kalra, CEO, International Escorts, Kubota Limited. Mr. Ranjit Singh, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Government of India. Dr. Praveen Kumar Singh, Agricultural Commissioner, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. His Excellency Mr. Samuel, Minister of Agriculture, Republic of Malawi. His Excellence Mr. Musa, Minister of Fisheries and Water Resources, Republic of the Gambia. I request all the delegates kindly take their seats. Now I would like to call Mr. Sanjay Sacheti to take over the session.
Good evening. Honorable ministers from various African countries, esteemed speakers and my fellow panelists, excellencies, distinguished delegates, and ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to this session on Unleashing Africa's Agriculture Potential for Global Food Security. As we know, Africa is a land of opportunities. In the current context, when the global population is likely to go from almost 8 billion people to 9 billion people in a matter of few years, and with climate change and its impact looming large on the planet, we are obviously wondering as to how the demands of global food security, specifically with hunger is still at very high levels across various countries, how will the food security challenge be met? And when we think about it, some of us draw a lot of comfort from the opportunity which Africa offers in this area. Africa, with its very rich endowments purely from an agriculture point of view, from a markets point of view, offers a solution for this problem or this challenge which the mankind is facing. If you look at Africa, it has one of the highest shares of arable land among all continents, almost 2.38 billion hectares, and with very good agricultural endowments, because water resources in many regions of Africa are available aplenty. Land is fertile, not as degraded as it is in so many other countries and continents. It has a wide variety of agroclimatic zones which is capable of growing multiple crops which mankind needs across the world. It is also a very distinguishing feature of Africa that a good part of the population is still sustaining itself on agriculture. So we have today labor available for agriculture, which is a challenge in so many other countries. Agriculture is still contributes almost 30-40% of the continent's GDP. So agriculture is central to the society and the economy of Africa. And that is something which is, again, very conducive for investments to be made in the area of agriculture and the value chain thereafter. We also at the same time see that agricultural productivity, use of fertilizers, use of mechanization, the state of agri-infrastructure in the African countries still has a lot of potential for improvement. And that's a very encouraging feature because that's a future potential which African agriculture offers to the rest of the planet. And that's where I personally feel that various models, models of investment in agriculture per se, investments in the value chain thereafter, which could be in food processing, in various market-oriented business models, which could be Africa for Africa kind of business models, which could be import for Africa and processing and servicing the local markets, those kind of business models, or export-oriented business models with value addition, which are possible in Africa. Coming from a company like Olam, which has made significant investments in Africa, one has seen these kind of business models being rolled out by my company and so many of our competitors, whether local or global, across various countries in Africa, be it in East Africa, West Africa, Central Africa. And one has seen the productivity which this kind of a farm, factory, and corporate linkage unleashes on the agricultural system there. One has seen that, and that is something which has created a lot of value for all the stakeholders, of the agricultural value chain, be it farmers, be it local consumers, be it exporters, be it traders. Everybody has benefited from this. But still, the good news is that there is a lot of potential of further scaling up these business models and trying to improve the productivity and market linkages for a agricultural system which is fairly rich, such as in Africa. I think collaboration between Africa and India also is something which is quite relevant. India has gone through the same phase. We have also gone through a phase where we have invested, where we had to invest consistently in agri-infrastructure, be it roads, be it irrigation, be it in food processing and logistics. So India has progressively invested in all the links in the value chain, and the productivity and the enhancement of livelihoods which that has brought about has been significant. I have with me here on the stage a very rich panel which has experience again across the value chain. There are people from the farm mechanization sector, agri-infrastructure, food processing, also bureaucrats who have rich experience of enhancing the productivity of Indian agricultural system. And then we have the honorable ministers from two African countries, namely Malawi and Gambia, who are also there to share their perspectives on what can make a difference to the agricultural systems in Africa. So I would call upon each of my panel members to come on the podium and share their perspectives on this topic. And at the end of it, we'll see if we have time for some question answers. So I would start with Mr. Vikas Agarwal from Kirloskar Brothers. Over to you, Mr. Vikas.
Thank you, Sanjay ji. And you have set the tone for today's discussion. To me, when we talk about African continent, I would say African continent is blessed with the most fertile land and abundance of water resources. Nowadays, everyone looked upon the African continent as the best business opportunity across the globe. Everybody would like to work in Africa for the reason that they offers us a lot of opportunities. Production of agriculture crop happens to be the prime activity as part of their staple food. Unfortunately, till today, majority of the crop cultivation depends on the rain. And we do, the harvesting for one cycle per year. Having said that, many of the African countries, they are, coming forward for green revolutions. They are coming forward for, food self-sufficiency programs. And it's the right time to explore and try, the new ideas, the new, mechanism to see how, we can go for, 4 to 5 cultivation or harvesting a year. There are many sustainable water solutions are available with which, we can offer such type of mechanism. And here, Kirloskar comes in picture because we offer sustainable solutions for, effective, water handling solutions for irrigation and agriculture, which offers, easy mechanism to see how we can offer a sustainable water solution to the country. We offer our philosophy, AAA philosophy to all the countries, not to Africa, to many other countries, which has given such benefit to all these African countries and the continent. Many countries have used it, and with this, we offer a solution to them. I can give you a few examples, like, Egypt, the Green Revolution in the Egypt, the rice self-sufficiency program in Senegal, food self-sufficiency programs in, Laos, Cambodia, and many other countries are few of the examples. These countries, when we work together with all these countries, today I am very happy to say that these countries, at one point of time, when they were importing the rice, today they are exporting the rice. And this is something we have to learn, we have to, connect across the different African countries to see how we can learn from each other. We can see what good things they are doing across different nations. And, we can take this forward and see how we can be a part of food self-sufficiency program. So the topic which we have chosen today is quite relevant because, as I said, Africa is not, talking about today their own self-sufficiency program, but they are exporting the rice, the food to outside their countries. So this topic is quite relevant. We are taking it forward. We want to be part of such programs where, with our offerings, with the examples which we set to all these nations, can be connected to other nations, and we can, see how we can have such examples across the African continent. So I'm very happy to, share all this with you, and I'm looking forward how we can further work together to many other countries. Thank you.
I'll request Mr. Girish Bajaj to share his perspectives now.
Good afternoon, everyone, and a warm welcome to all the dignitaries and delegates from Africa. Namaste, as we call it in India. My name is Girish Bajaj, and I head one of India's leading engineering EPC companies that focuses on manufacturing and setting up the entire supply value chain infrastructure for food and agriculture. Our mission is to manufacture, design, set up plant and machinery which are conducive for the small and medium enterprises in the developing countries. So I'm proud to say that in the last 36 plus years of our company's incorporation, we've set up more than 1,500 such projects worldwide with 20 country plus footprints in Africa alone. Coming to the topic for today, I'd like to share some of the figures that I feel is relevant to Africa, which sets the tone to this today's session. Agriculture employs about 2/3 of the population of Africa. It contributes between 30 to 60% of countries' GDPs. Say Sierra Leone 60%, Tanzania, Uganda about 24%, and so on. But it only utilizes 6% of the arable land in the continent. And 60% of the uncultivated and arable land is still available for agriculture. Most of the farming that is done is sustenance farming, that is in the small and medium farm holding pattern. And most of these are dependent on rain-fed irrigation. Now, because of these, if you can see, on one side we see such figures, and on the other side, if I may, Africa imports 82% of its food requirement, worth about $78 billion annually. Current market size of the food industry in Africa is set to grow from 280 billion today to 1 trillion by 2035. So you can see that there is a huge potential. Some of my friends from Africa say we have a challenge. I say, no, my friend, you have a huge opportunity, which frankly, very few countries in the world have. And the only thing to go about it is to mechanize, to modernize and transform the entire supply value chain of agriculture. Now, let us see, I'll briefly go through the upstream value chain, as we call it, of agriculture. Now, upstream meaning new varieties of seeds, fertilizers, farm mechanization, pesticides, better irrigation practices. So I'd skip the top 4 because I have some industry experts who are better experts on this. I will come on the irrigation part. Now, as I mentioned earlier, irrigation in Africa is mainly rain-fed. Statistics across the world show us that rain-fed agriculture, the yield is half than when there is irrigation through mechanized. So that means straight away we can double the productivity of irrigation by slowly but gradually shifting from rain-fed to mechanized irrigation systems. And that is where our company comes in. We have developed solar-powered pumping irrigation systems which work entirely on solar. So we do not need grid to run these. Generally speaking, across Africa, even if there is electricity-based pumps installed, it is not used because of high cost of operation and also because of high cost of backup diesel. The solar pumping system eradicates all this. So in a way, there is zero capital expense, running expense. So this is one intervention which I feel India can offer, including our company. Now, I'll focus on the downstream supply chain. Now, when we say downstream supply chain, we refer to post-harvest technologies, once the crops are harvested. Now, this includes transportation, logistics, and storage. Second, it includes cold storages. Third, we also look at in cold storages. So when I talk about storage, there is silos which can be done, which can enable the grains can be stored for up to 8 to 12 months. And that is a model that India has already adapted and successfully used over the decades. So, and second is the cold storage. Now, cold storage is another one technology which, if used across the supply chain infrastructure, can really enhance the shelf life of fresh produce. So I have traveled to Africa extensively, and I've seen that there is a distress selling of fruits and vegetables and other horticulture produce. That is because there is no cold storage. Just to give you an example, if potatoes on fresh, if they're cold stored, there can be a shelf life of 10 months. Sweet potatoes, if stored in under cold storage conditions, can have a shelf life of 4 to 6 months. Similarly, tomatoes can even extend it up to 14 days. Apples can be extended for 6 months to 1 year. So this kind of a shelf life can be increased if there is a cold store supply chain developed. We as a company at Bajaj Process Pack Limited have developed specifically small cold stores, say of 10, 20 and 50 metric ton capacity, which run on biomass, which can run on solar. So in a way, to run these cold stores, we do not need electricity. Give us a hall and give us biomass that has calorific value, and we can run 24/7 cold stores in your country. So that's the kind of model that we have developed. Third, well, I'll come to is an important part, is the primary processing. Here again, specifically in the horticulture produce, in India and rest of the world, we have developed what is known as pack houses. Now this enables the processors to sort, grade, wash, clean and pack fruits based on sizes. Now this could be another thing that can be shared. Secondly, comes to secondary processing. Here again, we can add value to fruits by converting into juices, jams, ketchups, paste, puree. I see pineapples rotting in Africa and yet pineapple juice being imported from Dubai. Now that's a dichotomy we should try and avoid. Last but not final is the milk infrastructure. Here again, many parts of the countries in Africa, I see there is an abundance of milk and yet milk is wasted because there are no chilling facilities available. Our company has developed technologies which can enable chilling of milk using solar. So we set up milk chilling centers, we set up milk storage systems, and we also set up small milk processing facilities which can be very useful for the augmenting the supply chain. So to conclude, I can say that in India, we have come across the same challenges and we've traversed the same path that Africa is doing at the moment, and it would be a very good conjugation of sharing technologies and businesses going forward to strengthen the supply value chain in Africa in time scan. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Bajaj. We'll move on to Mr. Sudarshan from Tractors and Farm Equipment for his perspective.
Good afternoon, everyone. Already the positive sides of Africa has been spoken about. It is endowed with all kind of natural resources. If you take the agricultural exports, Africa is leading in cashew, cocoa, tea, coffee, vanilla, and timber. But the continent produces only 10% of the global output, given that 60% of the globe's uncultivated land lies in Africa. And if you see the imports, my previous speaker was talking about Africa still importing the majority of the food items, especially the cereal and preparations. It has imported about $100 billion worth of food in the recent past. And imagine with the existing population of about 1.51 billion, which is expected to grow to 1.72 billion by 2030 and 2.5 billion by 2050. That's about 66% growth when compared to the current population level, whereas the global population is expected to touch 9.8, which is a growth of 15%. So what does this mean? You need more food. Now currently from the $280 billion requirement of food, by 2030 itself, the food requirement will be $1 trillion. Imagine then what will happen in 2050. Can we say it's not possible? It is possible. The food requirement, the food production has to be increased by 4 times, and animal production by 7 times. But to meet this, there are some challenges. Definitely. No, the topic is like unleashing Africa's agricultural potential for global food security. First, Africa's food security has to be ensured, then automatically it will become the food basket for the entire world. What are the current challenges? I thought the challenges, and then where India can contribute and companies like ours can contribute. The farmlands, the farm sizes are small, very small. About 80% of farms are less than 2 hectares. More than 70% rely on subsistence farming. So the objective has to be like from subsistence farming, we have to go for sustainable farming. If we take care of this majority, 80% of the population, of the farms, then automatically the productivity will come through. And then rain dependency, 95% is still dependent on rain, and irrigation is hardly 5 to 6%. And again, low farm mechanization, only 20% of the agricultural process is mechanized, whereas in India it's about 50%, and it's more in other developing worlds. If we take India, the tractor, which is the prime mover, which is used in agricultural mechanization, we have touched 10 lakhs, 1 million tractors a year, against Africa, which is 10 times geographically bigger, and all the 54 countries put together, the total tractor requirement was hardly 35,000 tractors last year. So there is a big gap. As my predecessor said, there is a good opportunity available for farm mechanization there, where India can play a role. Then low crop yield. If you take cereals, for example, Africa, it's 1.6 tons per hectare, when compared to Indian average of about 3.57 tons per hectare. Similarly, loss of food grains, I'm not going to dwell on that. The lack of integration of crop production and animal husbandry. This is one area where improvement is needed. And there is poor or lesser access to credit. Yes, the farmers may be interested to buy the tractors or the implements and all, but do they have access to funds? This is one challenge. So where India can help, as we all know, India and Africa we share a lot of similarities in culture, in weather conditions, in landscape, in farm sizes, the types of soils, the types of crops produced, everything. And food security has been the key and central theme in all our India-Africa summits. So India can share, like India has had similar issues so many decades ago, and through Green Revolution, with the help of public-private partnership with government's involvement and the bank's involvement, we could overcome that. And from a food import country, we have become self-sufficient, and we have started exporting food. Definitely, we can help, and we are already helping Africa in achieving food self-sufficiency. So in mechanization, definitely we can do. There are many companies, as I said, making 1 million tractors every year. So easily we can supply tractors and the farm implements, the planting, post-harvesting, pre-harvesting machineries, and other equipment. So we can do that. And then high-yielding varieties of seeds that can be one source from India. Then supply of fertilizers, both organic as well as inorganic. Sorry. And knowledge sharing on farm management. So, so we have participated in the Green Revolution. The companies like TAFE can suggest suitable HP tractor, appropriate horsepower. Earlier, we know in Africa, they were dumped with a higher horsepower tractor, which was not required because the farm sizes are small, like in India. So the appropriate HP or the smaller HP will do the job depending upon the size of the holding and type of soil. Similarly, implements, equipment, machinery, and so on. Again, coming to the funding part of it, how the farmers will buy the tractors when they don't have the money. Definitely the government's involvement is there. In many countries, they have started strengthening the financial ecosystem and financial infrastructure. Given that, but till that happens, it takes some years. What we do, we are partnering with some governments where the governments import some bulk tractors and implements and equipment, and that they distribute to the cooperatives. And these cooperatives, get say 10 or 15 tractors and other set of implements. From there, the farmers can rent out, because renting out is affordable for them, paying the rental money. So that will help in farm mechanization. So this is one method, and the custom hiring centers can be formed in association with the governments. That will help the farmers have access to the farm machinery, which is important for mechanization. That helps in productivity improvement. We at TAFE have not restricted ourselves with just selling tractors and implements. We have created JFarm, that's a center of excellence, where we have integrated animal husbandry with farming, both short-term, medium-term, and long-term cropping. That, along with water conservation system, has really helped farmers to come out of the sustainability, subsistence, and they go towards sustainability. Because generally the farmers siblings are not interested anymore to stay in the villages and do the farming. They go to the urban areas and all. But with this kind of integration of animal husbandry and the farming, they get regular income like weekly, monthly, and annual income. So that will help them to come out of the poverty lines, and this helps in sustainability. We also teach them on how to produce their own organic fertilizers and manure. We help in vermicomposting. Then we also teach them how to make the organic pesticides, like neem trees, which are available in plenty in India and Africa. That can be used, and with that we can make pesticides. Like this, with a low cost, how we can help the farmers in improving the productivity. So all these farmers, when they improve the productivity in their own lands, then the summation is like the country itself achieves the productivity increase that leads towards self-sufficiency, and that contributes for the food security of Africa, and that will contribute for the world's food security. So definitely TAFE with its expertise, and of course my other colleagues are there. We all have the expertise, and we are there. We are already partnering with some of the governments and doing all these initiatives. We are willing to do more with more governments also and participate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sudarshan. May I now request Mr. Priyank Kalra from Escorts Kabuta to come and share his thoughts.
Good evening, everybody. 8 billion, that's the population of Earth in just 10 years from now, rising from current 6.7 billion people. And by 2050, more than half of the world's population increase will come from Africa. That year, 1 out of 4 people will be from Africa. The continent will add 1.3 billion people over the next few decades. And that will be the only region in the world which will be still growing after 2050. At the same time, Africa is blessed with the large tracts of arable land, unused arable land, which has got fertile soil and ample water, making it rich for the agri-potential. How do we produce food for this rapidly growing population without significant increase in the land or water resources? That's the biggest challenge at the moment, which Africa needs to decide. How do we transform the continent into world's bread basket? Rapid farm mechanization is the only answer to the problem. Shifting focus from sustainable development above the soil. What I meant by above the soil is, till now, the focus in Africa was below the soil. Taking out minerals, metals, that was the focus. Now we need to bring the focus above the soil. We need to improve our irrigation and productivity. The ecosystem needs to be created to increase the buying capacity of the farmers. And the minimum support price scheme, if can be introduced by the government for buying the crops. Schemes to be introduced for encouraging youths to do the farming. Youths are getting away from farming. So government needs to encourage youth to come back to farming by giving some kind of motivation. Retail finance scheme options are very limited because of the financial ecosystem in Africa. I think that could be the key for increasing the mechanization of agricultural sector. And if the governments can promote agricultural as a business, then people will be interested in going for more agricultural related areas. Irrigation mechanism needs to be upgraded. Upgraded means the use of proper implements, proper tractor horsepower with the requirement as per the land, as per the soil. That will increase the productivity of the crops. Providing the logistic support. This is one of the most crucial thing in the agricultural sector, that the logistic support is required. Otherwise, the crops will just get spoiled and the farmers will not be interested in going into this sector. Providing quality seeds and fertilizers at a subsidized rate to the farmers. Extending the training and the skill development for using the tractors, implements, and other precision farming equipments. At Escorts Kubota Limited, which is leader in the farm mechanization, we understand the unique needs of Africa. Over 10,000 tractors are already working across the continent, from Tanzania to Sudan to Burkina Faso, powered by proven world-class engines and transmissions. And we are there to offer high performance, durability, and higher lifting capacity. So at Escorts Kubota, we are keen to provide the complete solution. We want to partner with our distributors, with the governments in Africa for the complete solution. We are not there for just selling the tractors and go away. We want to give the proper solution with the service and spare parts support and the training which is required on the ground, so as to have the effective utilization of the equipments which are being sold to farmers over there. Escorts Kubota Limited has been present in African market for over 15 years now, and our dominance in the African market continues with the presence in 26 African countries. Africa adds to the global arena of Escorts, with Farm Truck being present in 65 countries, including US, Europe, West Asia, and Southeast Asia. Being a leading engineering conglomerate operating in high-growth areas such as agri-machinery, construction and material handling equipment, railway equipment, and auto equipments, we are there to support in all these fields in Africa. Our heritage of partnering with the governments gives us the skill to create an umbrella of services for the farmers. We specialize in providing end-to-end crop solutions, starting from soil testing, agricultural mechanization, irrigation solutions, threshing, harvesting, up to the post-harvesting and packaging. We want to partner with the governments and the individuals who are interested in doing agribusiness and promoting the concept of food sufficiency in the country. At Escorts Kubota Limited, we are ready to bring the green revolution in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Priyank. May I now call upon His Excellency Mr. Musa S. Jammeh, Minister of Fisheries and Water Resources from the Republic of Gambia, to share his thoughts and perspectives on the subject.
Good afternoon to everybody. Thank you very much for your attention. Mr. Chairman, I would kindly allow me to extend my warm greetings from the head of state of the Gambia, His Excellency President Adama Barrow, as well thank the authorities of this great country for the warm welcome we received since on our arrival in this country. I'm pleased to address you today on the state of the Gambia's fisheries sector, a vital pillar of our economy and significant source of livelihood for our people. The Gambia, blessed with 80 kilometers of coastal line and an exclusive economic zone extending 200 nautical miles, has a rich and diverse marine environment that supports a thriving fisheries sector. Our fisheries sector is composed of three main types: artisanal fishing, industrial, and aquaculture. The artisanal fishery, characterized by low capital investment and labor incentive activities, operates both in our marine and river environments, focusing primarily on a small scale for national consumption, that is for the river. The industrial fishery, on the other hand, requires high capital investment and confined to the marine area between 9 to 12 nautical miles. Meanwhile, our aquaculture sector, though currently operating at a very low level of technology, is poised for capacity enhancement and development through ongoing research and technology initiatives. The diversity of our marine life is a testament to the riches of our waters, which over 500 different pelagic and demersal fish species recorded. The fisheries sector plays a crucial role in our national economy, contributing 12% to our GDP and providing direct and indirect employment to over 200,000 Gambians. In 2023 alone, the artisanal fisheries produced 59,498.65 tons of fish, while the industrial sector contributed to 23,272.26 tons. Under the European Union agreement, which currently we are operating, a total of 19 vessels operated in our waters, with catches amounting to 32.7 tons. However, challenges remain, particularly in our landing facilities and also processing plant facilities, which are currently not up to standard. This has resulted 60% of our lancing vessels landing in Dakar, Senegal. Addressing these challenges is a priority, and we seek to fully harness the potential of our fisheries sector for the benefit of the Gambians. We therefore seek for possible collaboration with private investors in the sector in establishing fisheries, ports, and processing facilities. We are committed to sustainable management and development of our fisheries, ensuring that it continues to contribute to the well-being of the people and the economic growth of our nation. Since the forum is for agriculture, I am also responsible for water portfolio in the Gambia, which has something to do with agriculture. I want to also inform this audience that we have a lot of fresh water, both river and underground. And we also have the land, and we are encouraging private investors, be national, be foreign direct investment, to participate in our country. Currently, our investment policy is is being reviewed to be able to attract more foreign direct investments into our country, particularly in the area of the fisheries as well. We are looking at our policy and even at our laws to be able to accommodate and encourage private individuals to come and invest in the country. As I stand here, we have many Indian companies who have been engaged in merchandise products, merchandise in the country, but now have decided to diversify in agriculture and in terms of vegetable production, and also they have so many banana plantations as a result of the fresh water that we have in our country. With these few remarks, thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We are grateful for your presence and thank you for your thoughts on the subject. Now I would like to call upon Mr. Ranjit Singh, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing, Government of India, to come on stage and share his perspectives.
Good evening all. His Excellency, the Minister of Fisheries, Water Sources, Minister of Agriculture, Republic of Malawi, my fellow panelists, the chairperson for the panel, the Excellencies, Ambassadors, High Commissioners for various missions from Africa who are there, and ladies and gentlemen, very good evening to you all. At the outset, I'll say that it's a real pleasure for me to be standing amongst you this evening, and I thank the CII for giving me this opportunity to be in front of you and sharing my thoughts on food processing and how we can take these collaboration further. I also would like to congratulate the CII, Confederation of Indian Industry, and the counterpart agencies from African continent for organizing this 19th India-Africa Business Conclave. I realize that this is the most significant partnership in the, if I may say, in the world now in this 21st century, especially taking the concept of South-South collaboration further. For the sake of, though it is repetition, but I would like to say once again that Africa is blessed to have the resources, the natural resources that it has been endowed with the fertile land, lots of water that is suitable for agricultural land, and hardworking people, which can take the entire continent further. And I also would like to mention that some decades back, India was also in a state where we also started with the agriculture from a very basic stage. Over a period of few decades, through our policies, putting in a lot of efforts for research, collaborations, international collaborations, we have been able to develop our sector to a stage where we are either, in most of the agricultural crops, either we are the #1 producers or at #2 of various agricultural crops. We started off after independence where we were short of food grains. Now we are the net exporters, thus ensuring food security not only for the country, it's a big population, but also for a world at large. With this, when I look for collaboration and between our two continents, the opportunities look unlimited. I have the experience and pleasure of traveling to a few countries in Africa, and I saw for myself how there is good resources which can be put to use and which can be used to grow more food, grow other crops, then value add, and then not only provide food for the world, but also bring prosperity to the people in the continent. India, from producing raw, now we are focusing on adding more value to the agricultural produce. And the gross value added from agriculture sector in the Indian economy is around 18% at the current prices. Our emphasis representing the Ministry of Food Processing Industries, is basically to add more value to the agricultural produce, and that is the way forward if we want to improve the status of farmers wherever they are. I mean, farmer is a farmer, whether it's in India or any other place. And our land holdings are small. Most of the farmers, they are small. We very we can correlate this between the two continents, I mean, between India as well as Africa. So, Government of India has taken many initiatives how to bring scales of economy to those farmers. So, one of the very pertinent initiative has been to organize farmers into the farmer-producer organizations, FPOs or the farmer-producer companies. That initiative is yielding rich dividends, and I'm sure my senior colleague from Ministry of Agriculture will throw more light on that initiative. Agriculture, though we are producing a lot, but the value addition, the part of agriculture produce that goes to the value addition is still below the levels where we would like that to be. The value addition overall produce, it's just around 10% of the total produce that is going for value addition. Rest is going for the raw consumption to the raw markets, or even we are exporting some raw agricultural produce, which for any given economy it's not a very ideal situation. We should add value wherever it is produced. So to improve that, I would like to share the Indian experience, especially by my ministry, where we are focusing on initiating, we're supporting the private businesses to get into the value addition through flagship programs at national level, and we support all shades of the companies, all sectors of the business environment, starting from the micro enterprises, household enterprises, to even the biggest ones. And the flagship program is the Pradhan Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana, that is the Prime Minister's Sampada Yojana, it's an abbreviation. So where we are providing support for establishment of cold chains. One of my fellow panelists mentioned about the significance of cold stores, because it adds the time value to the produce so that it can be stored and it can be sold at a later time when the prices are better, than the conditions are better, so it adds time value to the produce and reduces wastage. So wastage of fresh produce is another huge issue that we need to control, because whatever goes waste is lost to the economy at a bigger level and to the individual farmer at the individual level. If 15% of fruits and vegetables go waste, I mean, just multiplied by value, that value is just getting lost. If that value can be captured either through immediate processing or through taking that into a proper value chain where we can store it for some time and then process it and then goes to the consumer markets, that will be very helpful. Another thing, given the landscape, the distributed production system and the small scale farmers, another initiative that is very important is like promotion of agro-processing clusters that India has been doing through, again, the same scheme, where we have identified the production clusters for different crops, and targeted interventions are being made by supporting establishment of primary processing units, secondary processing units, providing cold chains, providing support for establishing cold stores, cold chains, as well as the referred vehicles. In one of the components, I would like to say that we provide entire farm to fork support, which includes establishing the primary level infrastructure at the farm level, then the aggregations to cold stores, primary processing, secondary processing, and then even the retail chains. So these are the experiences why I am sharing is these are the experiences which are easily replicable from India to African continent. Also, what India has achieved is largely because of the investments that went into the research and development of agriculture sector, food processing sector. That provides us with a huge opportunity for collaboration. And I'm very happy to share that in the Ministry of Food Processing Industries, we have two institutes of national importance. That's what we call as National Institutes of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management. So these are very unique concepts where we do the research in the food processing, food technologies, into the food processing machineries. As at the same time, we also provide training, management training, as well as entrepreneurship support. There are incubation, we provide incubation for the startups in this sector also, both at Kundli, that is Haryana, and Thanjavur. So there's a huge scope for establishing collaborations between the African research institutes, training institutes in this sector of food processing, as well as the Indian institutes, where that experience sharing and knowledge sharing is highly beneficial for both the sides. It provides both the sides good learning from each other, experience sharing. Another thing I would like to emphasize is that African and agriculture products, they will never compete because of the complementarities and the seasonal variance that we have. So the big players on either side, either Indian companies or the African companies, they can invest on creating in the supply chain so that there is short supply of raw materials throughout the year for running the processing units. There's a huge opportunity that we can explore. With this, another thing that I would like, as a representative of Ministry of Food Processing Industry, there is a huge opportunity to showcase the latest, whatever been the latest developments in the food processing sectors. The Ministry of Food Processing Industries organizes a flagship global event which goes by the name World Food India. So I'm very happy to state that the third edition of the World Food India is being organized from 19th of September to 22nd of September this year at the Bharat Mandapam. I would like to invite all of you to kindly be there, be it private businesses, be it government delegations. It provides a huge opportunity for collaborations, for B2B interactions, for G2G interaction, for G2B interactions. We organize the reverse buyer-seller meets, as well as there will be different pavilions for displaying different technologies. So that's how we can cross-learn, we can share our ideas as well. So with these remarks, I would once again thank the CII and congratulate them. And I close my remarks here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ranjit Singh, for very comprehensively sharing the transformative work which the Ministry of Food Processing has been doing in India. I'm sure there are lessons which can be drawn from the work which is being done by your ministry, by other developing emerging economies with similar terrain, with similar characteristics. So congratulations for that, for all the work. Moving on to Dr. Praveen Kumar Singh, our Agriculture Commissioner from the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. Sir, we look forward to hearing you.
So, namaskar, good evening to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellencies on the dais, and other dignitaries, fellows from the industry and different countries, government officials. So, once again, good evening to all. Now, friends, it gives me immense pleasure to share that the India-Africa partnership is robust and has significantly contributed to ensuring food security and nutrition for a large population. In the fiscal year 23-24, India's bilateral trade with Africa reached an impressive $82 billion. So that's huge. And then in this, our Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare has further strengthened these ties by signing 12 MOUs during this last 1.5 years and with African nations including Tanzania, Zambia, Mozambique, Malawi, Botswana, South Africa, Madagascar, Kenya, Egypt, Sudan, Uganda, and Rwanda to enhance cooperation in agriculture and allied sectors. So these MOUs encompass key areas including agricultural research, livestock, animal husbandry, food processing, seed development, horticulture, and agriculture trade and investments. So friends, further if we see that if we see the growth of agriculture in India or anywhere in the world, it has it depends on a central dogma kind of condition that whatever nature provides to us, we build our civilization around that. So our agriculture develops and build up around that. We have rice, different rice varieties are coming up as per the demand of the community or the society or the what kind of requirements are there for that particular area. Someone requires pulao kind of rice, basmati rice, someone requires non-basmati rice. So that kind of, so everybody has a natural say connect with the agriculture, a lot of connect of nature with the agriculture, and I hope that you are enjoying the best part of the season, that is best part of the year, that is monsoon season, where these raindrops are coming like elixirs. That is all these are, it is nourishing our agriculture from thousands of years. And whatever we are developing, we are doing, and these things, it is all skill based. Agriculture was basically skill based subject, and here we in India are ready to provide you the skills which we learned through years and years of agriculture in Indian communities. So for that, yes, we have a very robust education and skill development centers like ICR institutes and agriculture universities, where already there are collaborations and students are coming from Africa for such kind of educational programs. But now we are focusing on customized kind of education and skill development and training programs. So that can be a major forward-looking kind of thing which we can focus in the future. Again, the transfer of technology. A lot of research on agriculture based, whether it is varietal development, it is precision agronomy, or other kind of cultivation practices, watershed management, and so many research is going on for last many years. And the technology is in the form of ready-to-use kind of technologies are coming out of those research. So those can be transferred to the need-based places wherever it is required in Africa. But for that, there is a need to have a digital resource mapping of the whole African nation. So countries, what kind of resources you have, how much it is hilly terrain, how much it is smallholders farmers, it is say water rich areas, water deficit areas. So all that kind of things need to be digitized, and then we can have customized technology solutions for all those. So that can be a place, that can be an area where India can support a lot, because we have a lot of scientific developments and technological developments in digital resource mapping. We in India are developing, say, at village level, we are going in for climate smart or climate resilient agriculture kind of things we are planning now. So those technologies can be transferred easily. Again, we have a very common resource of which nature has provided us, and we build upon our, not our civilization, but our bodies and health on those, that is millets. That is the Sri Anna, what we call is. So 8 or 10 millets, which are very common. And last year we celebrated that International Year of Millet. And then next year South Africa is going to host G20. So this collaboration, I hope, will grow further. And so many millet varieties, millet research. Already some institutes are working on millet in Africa countries. So this again have a lot of collaborative efforts can be made on both the sides. You have resources for millets, we also have resources for millets, and now the need is to bring all those resources together and then move ahead with new and high-yielding varieties, more climate-resilient varieties, and healthy varieties. Then again, we have our agriculture and your agriculture. Again, it's something like 20,000-year-old experiences are there with farmers. And with rapid this modernization of agriculture, all these experiences we are losing those. That is the indigenous technical knowledge. With what was the connect with each and every variety, each and every genetic resource, whatever was there, the farmers knew that this is good in this. Now that in scientific term, that is the kind of gene mining or something, what we are telling, genome mapping or something. Everything is going on. But farmers knew is practical utility. So let us share that knowledge. We can gather those things, digitize all those knowledge, and then we can exchange. And then that will involve, definitely it will involve farmer exchange program also. Farmers from your country, farmers from our country can have some farmer exchange kind of thing. So these are the issues where we can move further. And I can give a lot of other areas, focus areas like mechanization and all those, which already from friends from Kubota and the companies, they have spoken. So a lot of works are going on. Krishi decision, that is agriculture decision support systems, national pest surveillance and reporting systems. So those things we are working on, and we can share this knowledge with you. And we have a very good connect with our farmers through digital payment mode. Our one of the major schemes, PM Kisan Samman Nidhi, we are transferring something, every year we are transferring like 60,000 crores of rupees through just one click of button to more than 11 crore farmers. So these are the support systems which we can again share with the African countries wherever it is needed, and we can collaborate further also. So thank you all for calling me and sharing these points, whatever I would like to share. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Singh. Really delighted to know the kind of collaboration which is already happening between various African countries and India, and the potential for further enhancing that collaboration. I'm sure this would be transformative for both sides as we go along. And now is the time to move on to Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Mr. Samuel Kawale from Republic of Malawi. Sir, we very keenly wait for your thoughts. Keen to hear you. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to express our gratitude for inviting us to come and be part of this important event. My colleagues and I from the Republic of Malawi are beneficiaries of some of the products and services and cooperation between the government of India. In 2008, we did get a line of credit of about $180 million so that we can access different services in the agriculture sector specifically. We also benefited through the same line of credit, investment in mechanization as we're trying to improve productivity in the country. Now, when we're invited to be part of this discussion today, I kind of put us a little bit under pressure because as we're talking about Africa being a breadbasket for the world, Malawi is part of that group of countries to produce and feed the nation. And that's not a small thing. But we took up the challenge as the Minister of Agriculture in Malawi to make sure that we play a role to feed the country. But it hasn't been very easy because a couple of things have been happening that have been setting us back in several ways, and particularly climate change. Climate change has impacted us heavily over the past couple of years. 2 years ago, we had one of the worst cyclones that devastated a third of our country, reduced productivity. And as we are talking right now, we are coming from another effect of climate change, which is dry spell, El Nino, which also devastated 23 out of 28 districts in the country, reducing productivity 2 or 3 years in a row. Now, when we talk about feeding the nation, we are feeding the world, we are also being set back. But we haven't sat back and just allowed the forces of nature make us lose hope. As a country, we decided to do something about it and to pick ourselves up and fulfill our mandate of feeding our own country, our people, as well as feed the whole world. And that's why we decided to take this opportunity to thank you to allow us to give a little bit of some of the steps that we are taking to make sure that we'll fulfill this call, and at the same time provide an opportunity for my colleagues who are sitting in front here also to understand what opportunities that we have in the agriculture sector to continue doing what they are already doing in other countries in Africa and do something similar in Malawi. First of all, because climate change is real and there's nothing we can do to stop it in just a blink of an eye, we decided to invest heavily in irrigation. Now, first of all, you have to understand that as a country of Malawi, similar to other countries in Africa, we have a lot of rivers and lakes that provide water all year round. We strongly believe that we can feed our country, we can feed other countries and the world by investing heavily in irrigation. And I was very happy that we discussed with my friend. They are producing a lot of solar pumps that are used in other countries to make sure that we are producing. We don't want to produce just using rain-fed, but all year round using irrigation. And we have a lot of sun in Africa, so we can produce pretty much all year round. And that's what we are investing heavily. And secondly, for us to feed the country, but also to feed the world, we strongly believe that access to what we would call patience financing, as well as affordable financing, is very important. I was hoping that we could have some financing institutions also to talk about the investment in the agriculture sector, because no farmer can invest in agriculture if they don't have access to affordable financing as well as patient financing. Because we all know agriculture, you need to be very patient if you're going to be productive and successful. But as a country, as a Minister of Agriculture, we are doing what we can to help our farmers have access to financing, which is also very patient. And we are calling upon all those who are in that space to look at the opportunities that we have, because 80% of the population of 20 million people are involved in agriculture. So for those who are in the financing sector, those opportunities are there. Not only that, we also believe that apart from irrigation and access to affordable patient financing, the biggest problem we have in Malawi, which is similar to most countries in Africa, is the issue of soil health. Our soil is very poor. The pH levels are out of this world. The carbon content in our soils is very bad. That's why we are also encouraging our farmers to invest and start using organic fertilizer so that we can produce more by making our soils more healthier, as well as the fertilizer and the putting of lime to control the pH levels. So we are geared to make sure that we are supporting our farmers to feed the country as well as to feed the world by taking care of our soil. It's very important. Now, mechanization is something that we can't run away from. And that's why we envy India so much, because you are investing heavily, or you have invested heavily in mechanization, where you have come up with technology to help smallholder farmers to throw away hand tools and go into mechanization, which increases productivity. And we know that we cannot feed the country of Malawi and we cannot feed the world if we do not invest in mechanization. And that is a space that we need to be filled up in Malawi, because of a lot of farmers who are ready to have access to different technologies to help them to increase productivity. Apart from that, one thing that we don't talk a lot about, and I'm very happy that one of my colleagues talked about it, is post-harvest losses. We are able to produce sometimes a lot, but because we don't have the storage facilities, the cooling facilities, the processing facilities, what we have produced goes to waste. So we need to make sure that we manage post-harvest losses, as well as start value additioning processing plants and companies to make sure that what we produce doesn't go to waste. So I'm very happy that we're having this discussion, because in Malawi we produce so much. Before we came here, I was discussing with my colleague to say that Malawi is the country that is the number 2 sweet potato producing country in the world. But most of the sweet potato goes to waste. I know India is the number 1 producer of mangoes. Malawi is not very far back, but most of our mangoes go to waste, simply because of post-harvest losses, as well as lack of access to value addition companies and storages. So we can feed the country, we can feed the world if we also invest heavily in these kind of investments. And lastly, because a lot of our farmers are geared to fill in that space, they've understood the importance of making sure that the world has enough food. Most of the farmers are ready to go and produce, but what is lacking at the moment is access to markets. Now, that is a big incentive to any farmer. You always want to produce if there's a market. So we are training our farmers to keep talking with the off-takers who can tell us exactly what they need, the quantities, the volumes, the qualities, so that they can produce for a specific market. But when you talk about the Africa's potential to feed the world, the potential is there. Only if we can look at the 5 or 6 things that I've talked about, because that ability for us to feed the nation is there, we can play a part to end hunger in this country. I thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for sharing the scenario, the prevailing scenario as far as agriculture is concerned in your country, and what are the potential areas of participation, business participation, investment, and collaboration. Thank you so much for your perspectives. With this, I would like to bring this session to an end. I think it has been, we had some very comprehensive discussion around what is the opportunity which Africa offers, what is it which participants, practitioners are already doing in that country. So you have seen people from Indian corporate sector outlining what their companies have been doing and how they are making a difference to African agriculture. And also our senior government functionaries talked about not only the existing collaboration, but also the potential for future collaboration which exists between India and Africa. Two geographies with similar backgrounds in terms of a smallholder farmer systems, and also similar agricultural systems. And the need for cross-learning and also collaboration there. So with this, I would like to especially thank the Honorable Minister for his gracious presence and thoughts, and also to our senior government functionaries, Dr. Singh and Mr. Ranjit Singh, for sharing their perspectives, some very rich experiences which they have in the area of agriculture and food processing. And also thanks to my corporate colleagues for sharing their operating experience in Africa and what their respective companies are doing there. Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much, sir. I would request all the panelists to come forward for the photo opportunity. Thank you so much. We are moving on to the next session on leveraging regional production networks to enhance global value chains. We also have a parallel session running in Jahangir Hall. That's the country session on Gambia. To please come on the dais. Ismail Nabe, Minister of Planning and International Cooperation, Republic of Guinea. His Excellency Ms. Kabre, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Regional Cooperation, People, Republic of Burkina Faso. His Excellency Kwaku, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, Republic of Ghana. I would like to call our moderator for the session, Mr. Harshvardhan Shringla, former Foreign Secretary of India, Government of India, and advisor Shapoorji Pallonji, Ms. Ladoja, who's MD, CEO, Lagos Free Zone, Mr. Nikhil Gandhi, Executive Director and Chief Business Officer, Arise IIP, Ms. Aisha Rimi, Chief Executive Officer, Nigeria Investment Promotion Commission, Mr. Mansoor bin Musallam, Secretary General, Organization of Southern Cooperation, and His Excellency Mr. Hussam Heba, Chief Executive Officer, General Authority for Investment and Free Zones. Now, I would like to hand over this session to Mr. Harshvardhan Shringla and take the session forward, sir.
Namaskar and good evening to all our invitees today. The session this evening is leveraging regional production networks to enhance global value chains. And for that, we have a very diverse but very competent panel consisting of members who have had vast experience in the subject that we're dealing with. I will just very briefly, I think there was an introduction that has been made, but just to put things in context, we have with us Mrs. Adesuwa Ladoja, who is the CEO and MD of the Lagos Free Zone, right here. We have Mr. Nikhil Gandhi, who is the Executive Director and Chief Business Officer of ARISE, right here at this end. We have Ms. Aisha Rimi, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the Nigeria Investment Promotion Commission, who is second from the end there. We have Mr. Mansoor bin Musallam, Secretary General of the Organization of Southern Cooperation. His Excellency Mr. Hussam Haiba, Chief Executive Officer of the General Authority for Investment in Free Zones of Egypt, who is second from the left. His Excellency Mr. Kwaku Ampratuum Sarpong, Honorable Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration of the Republic of Ghana, the third from the left. Her Excellency Ms. Kabre Kabore Began Yasnan Stella, excuse my pronunciation, ma'am, who is fourth from the right side, and His Excellency Mr. Ismail Nabe, Minister of Planning and International Cooperation, Republic of Guinea, who will also deliver the keynote address at the end of our panelists. Now, it has been a long day, and I know that we are coming to the end of that day, so we will try and make this as concise and as brief as possible in what we have to say. I'll just present the subject briefly and then ask our panelists to intervene either sitting where they are or from the podium. I'll leave the choice to you. Essentially, I think we all know that over the last 2 decades, world trade and production have increasingly been organized through and around global value chains. And global value chains can play a very important role in any economy to enhance economic development, to enhance competitiveness, and also to create sustainable paths for development of both Africa and India. It's also, studies have also revealed that a 1% increase in global value chain participation could result in over 1% increase in per capita incomes in any country. So global value chains are very critical. Now, African countries exhibit high forward participation in global value chains. In other words, Africa is quite advanced when it comes to global value chains, selling intermediate products for that other countries process further. And these, of course, are very, very important for any developing countries because they create the basis for new industry, but also they produce goods intended for the export market. And there are sectors such as textiles, clothing, transportation equipment, and smaller manufacturing industries that are very prominently contributing to global value chains in Africa. But the sense is that they could be better integrated with backward linkages to enable import substitution and to strengthen regional capacities. In other words, you've got global value chains to which Africa is contributing, but these global value chains don't have adequate backward linkages, and this is perhaps something that our panelists could also speak about. And of course, the other point that I wanted to make is that small and medium enterprises are the backbone of industry in Africa. 80% of industry consists of small and medium enterprises, and their participation in global value chains, I think, becomes very, very important. There is the Asian paradigm in which SMEs have been very prominent in contributing to value chains. They have improved process capability and product quality. and of course, high levels of intra-industry trade through regional production networks have helped these economies integrate into the global value chain. So I think there is a certain paradigm that already exists through which SMEs contribute to global value chains, but they're already also linked to local regional production networks. Indian companies also have a lot of experience in that regard because they have been part of supply chains both regionally and globally, and especially expanding in areas such as textiles and machinery, electronics, electronic components, and automobiles. These are certain areas that are very, very good examples. And we have to see how these regional production networks models can be replicated in Africa as well, especially in areas like agriculture, pharmaceuticals, automobiles, and textiles. So I think essentially Africa's share in regional production networks is only 2.7%, and basically these are linked to global value chains. So the linkage between regional production networks and global value chains is very low. And how do we enhance it? And of course, what India can do in this regard, I think that's an important factor. We can intensify our support in providing extensive logistics and integrating information technology solutions across production network partners in Africa. We can contribute in building infrastructure, sustainable infrastructure, implement cost-saving businesses and production models. So Africa is home to the world's 20 fastest growing economies. It needs greater global participation, and India as a dependable partner is committed to working with Africa in achieving global participation through its regional production networks integrating into global value chains. So I'll just leave that as the context for our discussion, and I will now request our eminent panelists to take the floor. May I start with inviting Mrs. Adesua Ladoja to share her thoughts with us. Thank you.
Good evening, esteemed dignitaries, co-panelists, CEOs from India's vibrant business communities, and indeed all of the audience here. Thank you for staying on with us. My name is Adesua, and I'm the CEO at Lagos Free Zone. Lagos Free Zone is an 850-hectare port-based industrial zone based in Nigeria, which is promoted by Tolaram, a Singaporean conglomerate with heritage of India. It is one of the largest conglomerates in Africa, with Nigeria being our home for over 50 years. As Tolaram, we have unlocked sustained growth in manufacturing and infrastructure sector. And I want to take this opportunity to present our view on regional production networks through the lenses of India-Nigerian relationship, which will be further amplified by the Executive Secretary CEO of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission. Nigeria, India have shared a long-standing B2B and people-to-people relationships, with the bilateral trade touching a peak of $15 billion a couple of years ago that this happened, and a strong Indian diaspora of over 50,000 Indians who are working and living in Nigeria, all over the country. However, if we look at the quality of trade closer, you will find that exports from India to Nigeria contribute to less than 1% of India's global exports. And that underscores the importance, the significant opportunity for Indian businesses to grow further in Nigeria. Today, in the world that is redefining global supply chains for resilience, we are seeing a shift away from vulnerable supply lines towards a model of agility and proximity. Therefore, we see local presence as a critical and defining pillar of our success in Nigeria. And through the Lagos Free Zone ecosystem, we have now enabled over 30 companies, including the famous Tata International and many others, to be in the Nigerian market. And all this with minimal risk and maximum access. It has never been less risky for you to run your pilot projects, or as the Chinese wisdom goes, cross the river while filling the stones. Another important feature of developing a critical local presence is the soft capital of networks and relationships. And that is where we, as Lagos Free Zone, can provide a soft landing gateway for you to set up the most efficient route to market your business. Investing in Nigeria isn't simply about tapping into a market. It is about forging a long-term partnership, and we provide all the ingredients at Lagos Free Zone under one banner for that partnership to flourish within and beyond Nigeria into other African markets, the US, and also the EU. We are under the ambit of the Nigerian Export Processing Zone Authority, who is ably represented here by his Managing Director, Dr. Olufemi. I know we have a room full of cricket-loving people, so I want you to picture with me for a minute why I summarize my core message, that the rubber needs to meet the road. Essentially, the stadium is ready, the match is on, the team at Lagos Free Zone, which is populated by Nigerian and Indian, is primed for your success. So we invite you, the batsmen and batswomen, to walk onto the pitch, to play, and to win. Come and join us in Nigeria. Thank you for your attention.
Very grateful thanks to Her Excellency Mrs. Ladoja for providing that perspective on the Lagos Free Zone and the India-Nigeria economic partnership. I'm sure many of our investors are looking at the possibility of increasing our exports to Nigeria from beyond that 1% of our global share. Thank you, ma'am. I would now like to invite Mr. Nikhil Gandhi, Executive Director and Chief Business Officer of Arise IIP, to deliver his remarks. Thank you. Yeah, you can do it from here.
Distinguished guests, members of the dais, Your Excellencies, thank you very much, CII, for having me here. I represent a company called Arise. We're in infrastructure, in ports. We develop SEZs in hardcore infrastructure in terms of roads, railway lines, airports, and so on and so forth. We've been invested in Africa for over 14 years. And our presence is in over 16 countries. We have developed 4 operational special economic zones, and we are in the process of developing another 10 as we speak. Very recently, we've ventured into Nigeria. You can see my good friends, Dr. Olumi here, represents NEBS. And something that we have over the last 14 years is the initiatives taken by this predominantly by the Indian counterparts as well as the Chinese. And I think what we have is to ensure that there is adequate infrastructure, there is adequate support in terms of finding the right opportunity, as well as there is adequate funding available for companies to set up manufacturing. Now, we are in the way we have designed the footprint for Africa is to have a co-opted initiative of resurgent growth and shared progress. So I think the way we have to look at the regional production, when what we are discussing here, is to ensure there is unified. There are multiple different communities of trade operating within Africa. There are 54 different countries operating involved. I think there is need for unification. That is one. 2 is there is also talk of having unified trade and currency for trade, which is important to develop the trade and the value chains that we have within the continent. And 3, and most importantly, is to create awareness about your opportunities. There are many perceptions that shroud the African continent, and I think what we have taken upon ourselves is to not just build awareness, but also push, especially the Indian continent to bring about change and grab the opportunities that are available in the African continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nikhilji, for your remarks based on experience. And I think SEZs are a very important medium to actually access global value chains, and creating SEZs in Africa is a very important part of what our discussion is all about today. Let me now invite Her Excellency Mrs. Asha Rimi, CEO of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, to make her remarks. Thank you.
Namaste, everyone. You are a very privileged crowd because they saved the best for last. And as a result of this, there's going to be a raffle draw at the end of this, and there's a ticket. All expenses paid trip to the Maldives. See, I made you smile. So thank you, everybody, for staying this long and for being here this evening. My name is Aisha Rimi. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission. And who are we? We are the government agency, the investment promotion agency in Nigeria that sets up to promote, facilitate, and assist investors coming into the country, and also, very importantly, those investors that are already in the country. But looking at the topic today, I think I will speak not just as a Nigerian, but I'll speak as an African. By virtue of my position as the head of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, I also have the privilege and honor of chairing what is known as IPOWAS. IPOWAS is the Investment Promotion Agencies for West African States. And under the auspices of ECOWAS, which is the Economic Community of West African States, the sole mission of this is to promote investment opportunities and facilitate cross-border investments within West Africa. So under this, and what people don't realize, was there's something called the ECOWAS Trade Liberalization Scheme, ETLS. So under that, which is the precursor to the AFCFTA, which was mentioned much earlier today by some of the speakers, we promote tariff-free trade of goods originating from member states. There's an elimination of customs duties and taxes within the region. This scheme has been instrumental in removing trade barriers, enhancing market access, reducing business costs, and fostering regional industrialization and economic growth. It is a vital component of our strategy to enhance regional value chains and integrate our economies more effectively. So with the launch of the AFCFTA, which is a continental game changer, it's a landmark agreement, for those who don't know, signed by 54 out of the 55 African countries, African Union member states. 47 countries have ratified it so far. And again, it aims to create a single continental market for goods and services, promoting intra-African trade and economic integration. Nigeria, being a leading economy in Africa, is central to this initiative. Did somebody choke? Please clap for me. Thank you. It's central to this initiative, and our involvement is crucial in leveraging regional production networks, which can definitely serve to enhance global value chains. So although like I said, I'm Nigerian, but I speak as an African, I want to reaffirm on behalf of my African family our collective commitment to to supporting and facilitating investments that align with these regional and continental agreements to promote production networks, global value chains, by leveraging these opportunities provided by not just IPOWAS, but the AFCFTA. And all of these serve to drive sustainable growth and development across Africa. So, however, if Nigeria is your preferred destination, I would kindly ask that you speak to us, the NIPC. We are the gateway to the country, and Nigeria is, of course, the gateway to the rest of the continent. You can invest in Nigeria directly through the the customs side or through the SEZs, the special economic zones, as have been spoken about by Mrs. Ladoja, MD of NEPSA, is here as well, and take advantage of what we like to call our demographic dividend, which is about 220 million people, all very highly educated, vibrant youth population, available to be upskilled, reskilled, and with an abundance of land, minerals, and everything under the ground and above ground to make your investment succeed. So thank you very much for listening to us. Have a good evening.
I want to thank Aisha Rimi for speaking not just on behalf of Nigeria, but for the entire African continent, and informing us about some of the measures that are contributing to intra-African trade, as well as a single market within Africa. I will now request Mr. Mansoor bin Musallam, Secretary General of the Organization of Southern Cooperation, to deliver his remarks. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me perhaps to start by reassuring you that despite a reputation that I have gained with much effort over the past few years as an interminable speaker, I will be as concise as possible for a number of reasons. The first is I'm still slightly disoriented, having arrived at dawn from Latin America. And of course, as well, because I recognize the limitations that I have as Secretary General of the OSCE. As you can imagine, to lead an intergovernmental organization, you have to be extremely bad at business. And of course, the third of the reasons is that our chair was very kind in his transmission of the message that we needed to be shorter than 5 minutes. And even though as a good Arab, it takes me 5 minutes to say hello, I will try to be concise. And therefore, just a very few points I'd like to share. On a very generalist perspective, from the perspective of the Organization of Southern Cooperation, an intergovernmental organization bringing together 28 countries from Latin America and the Caribbean, from Africa, the Arab world, and Asia Pacific, with a focus on what we call the building of a third way of development, with a focus on South-South cooperation. And what I would like to raise very briefly is, of course, looking at the topic that is today's, for this panel in particular, I really asked myself, ladies and gentlemen, what production? And that is the crucial part. Not about merely leveraging regional production networks, which is crucial, but I think that we all here, and I think that in India, you will understand this as well. Our countries of the South have the aspiration, the determination, not only to continue being exporters of raw materials or intermediary materials, but also exporters of high value added products. And this, of course, I often give to concretize what I say, the example of coffee. And I use the example of coffee, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, because from the OSCE we consider it to be the best symbol of the South. A tree whose fruit is absolutely universal. Everybody drinks coffee everywhere. Yet whose roots only grow in southern soil. Latin America and the Caribbean, Africa, the Arab world, and Asia. And yet, when one looks at the top 10 coffee exporters in the world, 4 are in a region of the world that does not have a single coffee tree. France, Italy, Germany, and Switzerland. And each one of them, Mr. Chair, exports more coffee than Uganda and Ethiopia, that are the 2 largest African coffee exporters. And of course, that is because our countries continue to export green beans. Whereas from France, from Italy, from Switzerland, they export, as terrible as it tastes, it's very convenient, instant coffee, encapsulated coffee. And of course, what this means very concretely for our countries is our countries that are coffee producers export on average a bag of coffee at $2.5, whereas processed coffee is exported on average at $40, not $4, but $40 the bag. And that means that concretely, we need to invest in coffee processing facilities. We need to invest in coffee mixing and blending facilities, in technical training for master roasters and master blenders of coffee. We need to invest in capsule factories. And this is where regional production networks come in, because we need to invest in our aluminum plants if we want to produce capsules. We need to invest in nitrogen in order to preserve the shelf life of coffee, and so on and so forth. And of course, what I say about coffee is applicable to cotton, to cacao, to all products that tend to be, and this includes, ladies and gentlemen, critical minerals that exist within southern soil that are necessary for the production of renewable energy technologies. And of course, in saying this, I once again emphasize the importance of leveraging or putting in common our regional capacities in order to achieve this high value-added industrialization. And to do so at an African level, but also at a greater South level, at a Southern level. And this requires, and I will seek to be as short as possible, this also requires, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to invest in the infrastructure that connects our countries. Because it is absurd to speak of South-South cooperation or intra-African trade, despite having excellent mechanisms for that aspiration, if the cost of that cooperation and that trade is too onerous because of a lack of connectivity. And this is where I believe that actors within India and Africa can come together to invest in those areas that are not easy. But our private sector in the South cannot act as an electron, following the path of least resistance, but invest where it is needed the most. And currently, in our view, it is in connecting our countries to even open up markets for our countries. And this, therefore, inscribing itself within a framework of mutually beneficial partnerships amongst equals. Because I saw earlier today, Mr. Chair, as my conclusion, I saw earlier today and now that the theme is creating one future. At the risk of being provocative, I would argue that we already have one future. The only question that we all need to ask ourselves, provide an answer to, and act together towards forging is what kind of future do we want? And in this regard, I would argue that we need a future embodied by a multilateralism of equality amongst parties, which we all know instinctively in India, in Africa, in the Arab world, is not the case. Our multilateralism today is more akin to that of Animal Farm. All animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. Equity in our relations, where I, to be provocative, would say from each country according to their capacity and to each country according to their need. And this was exemplified during COVID-19 when our countries found it extremely difficult to access vaccines, and that countries like India that did produce vaccines were, frankly put, marginalized in the overall global market of vaccines. And finally, solidarity rather than charity. Solidarity that is practiced horizontally rather than charity that is practiced vertically. Because charity, ladies and gentlemen, is to give the leftovers, and solidarity is to share the meal with an understanding, with a consciousness that we share, above all, a community of destiny. Thank you very much.
I'd like to thank Mr. Mansoor bin Musallam for his very thought-provoking remarks. I think the future is there, but the kind of future that we want to achieve is important, and he has given us many pointers in that direction. Let me, without further ado, go to our next speaker, His Excellency Mr. Hossam Haiba, who will now deliver his remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And first of all, I'd like to extend my gratitude and appreciation for inviting us and allowing us to present Egypt case in this honorable event. What Egypt is aspiring to do is in the context of supply chain and value chain, which indicates complementarities and collaboration, is to enhance this concept of collaborating with the different stakeholders within the African continent to facilitate the flow of investments into the continent, to utilize the natural resources availed in the continent. The current global situation and the geopolitical tensions that has been witnessed during the past few years actually highlights the necessity for nearshoring and bringing the value chains closer to the markets. In this context, Egypt offers its promising location for integrated production value chains. The strategic location as a crossroad between three continents, the Asian, African, and the European continents, via the Suez Canal and inland routes, makes it an ideal hub for creating a regional production network for Indian companies targeting the African markets, the Gulf states, as well as the EU as a wider market. We have been developing the country for the past 10 years or more to cater for such objective. The Suez Canal Economic Zone is an ideal hub and an ideal illustration for such positioning. The zone it's comprised of 450 kilometers square of land alongside the Suez Canal corridor, which passes through it 12% of the international trade from south to north. We have a target to reach 20% of the international trade flowing from Egypt, either through the Suez Canal or inland transportation, which poised us to upgrade our infrastructure, to increase our railway networks by 30,000 kilometers of speed electric trains and cargo trains, as well as executing more than 20,000 kilometers of road networks to connect Red Sea with the Mediterranean. In doing so, we also worked on developing our infrastructure for certain sectors. The prime sector that we are targeting is the green energy sector, to be domiciled in the Suez Canal Economic Zone area due to the availability of water as well as the abundancy of renewable energy in Egypt, be it solar or wind farms. We have managed to sign and start to execute projects within the green hydrogen and green ammonia production, worth of 40 billion US dollars so far, of which two prominent Indian companies are participating actually and have signed already agreements in this respect. We've also working on the supply chain for the information technology to make use of the positioning of Egypt as the gateway of the African continent fiber optical cable and internet gateway. Also of the textile industry, the same goes for it, food processing, chemicals, petrochemicals, pharmaceutical, tourism, and naturally logistic activities. There is a growing need to leverage on the free trade agreements that already been signed between Egypt and the European Union, the African continent, the Gulf states, Turkey, and Latin American countries, which encourages trade with our surrounding clusters. Thus, Egypt enjoys the ease of access to the regional and global market as we have these FTAs. To induce foreign direct investments, Egypt has been easing its doing business procedures, and the cost of doing business in Egypt has been greatly competitive, especially after the recent economic reforms in Egypt, which included lastly, the abundance of the natural resources available, as well as the special support that the Egyptian government is giving to the entrepreneurship and the startup ecosystems. In Gafi, we are considered to be the umbrella for or the mentor for the entrepreneurship and startup ecosystem in Egypt, in which we received last year the highest FDIs especially for venture capital and entrepreneurship funding, which poised us to be the hub for several industries and several countries, and we are very much welcoming Indian industries targeting the African continent, as well as other neighboring markets such as the European market, to operate out of Egypt, to enjoy the safety and stability, which in turn created a safe environment for business growth. The legal reforms that has been conducted offers guarantees and incentives, and all of what I have been talking about actually offers a very strong position to work out of Egypt throughout the region and the European continent. Thank you very much.
I want to thank His Excellency Mr. Hossam Haiba for sharing with us his vast experience and expertise on economic policy and promotion of investments in Egypt, and the reasons for which many of our investors here should look at Egypt as a very attractive destination. I will now invite His Excellency Mr. Kwaku Ampratwum Sarpong to please deliver his remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to congratulate and commend the Confederation of Indian Industry, Ministry of External Affairs and Commerce of India for putting together such a prestigious and laudable event since its inception in 2005. We recognize that our economies are at a pivotal junction, where innovation, cooperation, and strategic alliances can propel us into a new era of economic prosperity. The topic for this session, leveraging regional production networks to enhance global value chains, therefore essentially is to enable us to navigate the complexities of the global trade and elevate our economies. global value chains have redefined how goods and services are produced, enabling countries to specialize in specific stages of production. However, the true potential of global value chains can only be realized when we effectively leverage regional production networks. By doing so, we can ensure that our economies are not just participants in these chains, but also leaders and innovators. Ghana, like other African countries, have made significant strides in this direction. We have embraced a multifaceted approach to strengthen our regional production networks, positioning ourselves as a key player in the global marketplace. Ghana has strategically positioned itself as a hub within the West African region, utilizing its advantageous location and the stable political environment. The African Continental Free Trade Area is a landmark initiative, as already mentioned by my colleagues from Big Brother Nigeria. Our participation in the African Continental Free Trade is a testament to our commitment to regional integration. The initiative represents the largest free trade area in the world by the number of participation countries, with a market size of 1.3 billion people and a combined GDP of $3.4 trillion US. This initiative is not just about creating a single market for goods and services. It is about fostering robust regional value chains across Africa. By reducing trade barriers, we are enabling businesses to scale, innovate, and integrate more effectively into global value chains. Ghana is fully committed to making the Africa Continental Free Trade Area a success, and we are already witnessing positive outcomes with intra-African trade projected to increase by more than 50% by 2030. Likewise, Ghana's industrialization strategy is a cornerstone of our efforts to enhance regional production networks. Through initiatives such as One District, One Factory program, we are decentralizing industrial development and creating a network of manufacturing hubs across the country. These hubs are not only serving local markets, but are also integrating into regional and global supply chains. By focusing on value addition in sectors such as agri, manufacturing, and textiles, we are ensuring that Ghanaian products meet the standards required by international markets. In addition, Ghana's digitalization drive is pivotal in enhancing our regional production networks. We have made substantial investment in digital infrastructure, which is crucial for improving market access and optimizing production processes. With Ghana's digital economy projected to grow by 30% over the next 5 years, we are on track to become a digital hub in the region. The establishment of Ghana Digital Center and other initiatives are testament to our commitment to fostering innovation and connecting businesses across borders. Furthermore, we have made strides in improving value addition through regional cooperation. Our cocoa processing company, for example, has been working closely with partners across West Africa to process cocoa beans locally rather than exporting raw materials. This collaboration not only increases the value of our products, but also strengthens production systems by involving multiple countries in the production and processing stages. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, India-African trade relationship cannot be overemphasized. The two regions have been a major driver of regional integration agenda. Trade between India and Africa has grown exponentially, reaching $89.5 billion in 2021-2022, with India being one of Africa's largest trading partners. Indian investment in Africa has also grown significantly, particularly in sectors such as pharmaceuticals, agro-processing, and information technology. In Ghana, for example, Indian companies have played a crucial role in the development of our pharmaceutical sector, which now contributes over $400 million annually to our economy and is increasingly integrated into regional supply chains. Nevertheless, we have recently launched a significant project that embodies the strength of our partnership with India a new gold refinery called the Royal Ghana Gold Refinery, developed in collaboration between the Ghana Central Bank and Rosie Royal Minerals, an Indian mineral company. This state-of-the-art refinery is set to process gold for both domestic consumption and export, adding significant value to our gold production industry. This facility not only creates jobs and boosts local industry, but also integrates Ghana more deeply into regional and global value chains, ensuring that the wealth generated from our natural resources benefit our economy and people. As we move forward, it is imperative that we continue to build on these successes. The potential for collaboration between Africa and India is vast. By sharing knowledge, technology, and best practices, we can create a robust ecosystem that benefits all parties involved. In conclusion, the future of global value chains lies in our ability to make use of regional production networks. Ghana is committed to playing its part, and we invite our partners, particularly India, to join us on this journey. Together, we can create a more interconnected, resilient, and prosperous global economy. I thank you.
I would like to thank His Excellency Mr. Kwaku Ampratwum Sarpong for his special address and sharing with us some of the important aspects of India-Africa trade and investments. Let me call upon Her Excellency Ms. Kabre Kabore Bebansian Stella, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Regional Cooperation and Burkinabe Abroad, People's Republic of Burkina Faso, for a special address.
Bonsoir à tous. Je m'appelle Madame Stella Eldine Kabreni Kabouré, ministre déléguée chargée de la coopération régionale du Burkina Faso. Je vais aborder le sujet sous l'angle de la diplomatie, étant du ministère des Affaires étrangères. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, je voudrais d'abord, au nom du président du Faso, chef de l'État, le capitaine Ibrahim Traoré, traduire mes remerciements au gouvernement de la République de l'Inde et au président de la Confédération indienne de l'industrie pour avoir bien voulu associer le Burkina Faso à cette 19e édition du conclave Inde-Afrique. Je me félicite de la tenue de cet important conclave qui réunit la République de l'Inde et ses partenaires d'Afrique en vue d'envisager, dans un esprit de solidarité, des perspectives heureuses pour un développement partagé. À cet égard, je voudrais apporter ma contribution au présent panel intitulé « Tirer parti des réseaux de production régionaux pour améliorer les chaînes de valeur mondiales ». Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, l'on constate que les échanges économiques, financiers et culturels font intervenir des acteurs de divers horizons dans des réseaux de production, tant à l'échelle mondiale, régionale, nationale que locale, toutes choses qui contribuent à améliorer les chaînes de valeur mondiales. Nous comprenons par chaîne de valeur mondiale l'ensemble des activités réalisées dans différents pays qui apportent successivement de la valeur à un produit ou qui conduisent à la production d'un bien final. Ce faisant, la production de valeur ajoutée ne se réalise plus dans un seul endroit. À titre d'exemple, un article labellisé au Burkina Faso peut être produit au Burkina Faso avec des matériaux d'autres pays, contribuant ainsi à ajouter de la valeur au produit final. C'est dire qu'une chaîne de valeur, qu'une chaîne d'activité se mondialise lorsque ces activités sont reparties entre filiales ou sous-traitants établis dans plusieurs pays. L'essor des chaînes de valeur est soutenu par la baisse des coûts de transport, les technologies de l'information et des communications, l'abaissement des barrières au commerce et à l'investissement international, ainsi que l'adoption de politiques économiques communes. La chaîne de valeur contribue donc au renforcement des liens de coopération afin d'aboutir au développement économique, à l'augmentation de la productivité, à la création d'emplois etc. La voie pour y parvenir passe notamment par l'exploitation des avantages comparatifs, le partage d'expériences, j'insiste sur cet aspect, l'innovation et le développement des technologies. En cela, le partenariat Inde-Afrique se présente comme le cadre idéal au regard de l'exemplarité de nos relations de coopération. Nous tendre réciproquement la main est du reste l'objectif fondamental qui nous réunit aujourd'hui à ce conclave Inde-Afrique, et je ne doute pas de sa capacité à servir de catalyseur pour la transformation structurelle des économies africaines encore jeunes et à jouer un rôle dans leur intégration dans les chaînes de valeur régionales et mondiales. Comme le dit un adage africain, un seul doigt ne peut pas former une boule de farine. Il en faudrait 5 pour y parvenir. C'est conscient de l'importance des présentes assises que la délégation burkinabé compte également en son sein les ministres en charge de l'industrie et du commerce, de l'économie et des finances, de la transition digitale et des communications électroniques, accompagnés de leurs techniciens, ainsi que des experts de la santé, de l'énergie et des mines. La délégation est par ailleurs fortement assistée par des investisseurs burkinabés relevant du secteur privé. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, le Burkina Faso, à l'instar des autres pays du Sud, a un grand intérêt à s'investir davantage dans la dynamique de formation des réseaux de production régionaux en vue d'améliorer les chaînes de valeur mondiales. En tant que réservoir de ressources naturelles, avec un artisanat en plein essor et une industrie parfois embryonnaire, les pays africains et plus généralement les pays du Sud sont en bonne posture pour être des acteurs majeurs dans les réseaux de production régionaux. Dans leur élan de solidarité, les pays de la Confédération de l'Alliance des États du Sahel se sont résolument inscrits dans cette logique en œuvrant pour assurer une complémentarité de leurs économies. Par sa présence, le Burkina Faso ambitionne nouer des partenariats dans les domaines de la pharmacie, de la médecine, de l'éducation, de la culture et du tourisme, de l'énergie, des mines, du coton textile, de la production et de la transformation agricole, principalement l'acajou, le karité, le sésame. Les autres secteurs d'activité d'intérêt sont les transports, les TIC et les BTP. Notre pays dispose d'atouts que sont un contexte macroéconomique stable, un cadre législatif réglementaire propice et incitatif, une population jeune et travailleuse, une position stratégique au cœur de l'Afrique de l'Ouest et des potentialités économiques insuffisamment exploitées. À titre d'illustration, le Burkina Faso est le 3e producteur d'or en Afrique et parmi les 5 premiers grands producteurs de coton en Afrique. C'est dire qu'il y a de très bonnes raisons d'investir au Burkina Faso. Pour clore mon propos, je formule le vœu que cette 19e édition du conclave Inde-Afrique traîne ses promesses afin qu'ensemble, nous puissions tirer parti des gains et avantages liés au réseau de production régionaux pour une amélioration des chaînes de valeur mondiales. Je vous remercie.
Je vous remercie beaucoup, Madame Stella, pour votre intervention spéciale de le point de vue de Burkina Faso et les progrès et les réformes que vous avez mettées au pays de Burkina Faso. I will now invite our special guest who will deliver the keynote address, His Excellency Mr. Ismail Nabe. He is not only the Minister of Planning but also International Cooperation of the Republic of Guinea, and I know that he has some fascinating stories to share with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Dear friends, as Madam said, namaste. It's good to be back in India. Supposed to speak in French, but my colleague ministers would allow me to speak in English because our friends from India, they take so long to wait for us today. Monsieur le ministre, représentant de la République de Guinée, chers collègues, c'est un devoir de parler en français.
Mais comme je l'ai dit tantôt, on va parler l'anglais pour permettre à nos amis indiens de nous comprendre, mais aussi l'audience internationale. Donc sur ce, Mr. Chairman, distinguished dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for us from Guinea-Conakry. Like I said, but we don't like to be called Guinea-Conakry. We want to be called Republic of Guinea. Today to address to the 9 Indian-African Conclave. On behalf of His Excellency the President, Mamadi Doumbouya, the President of Guinea, Head of State, on the behalf of government, and then also on behalf of the delegation that we are here today to express our gratitude, but also to the people of India, but also the government of India. This meeting, which is the 19th annual, is a paramount important of strengthening economic ties, trade between India and Africa. Although geographically far apart, there have been many similarities in terms of economic development, maintaining strong diplomatic ties over the decades. Indeed, since independence, India Prime Ministers has visited Africa more than 76 times, and African leaders have visited Delhi more than 100 times. That shows the foundation of the fruitful cooperation that is beneficial of our people. Allow me to remind you that thanks to India leadership to the G20 in Delhi in 2023, that's allowed Africa to be full member of G20. Describing Africa as Indian top priority, the Right Honorable Prime Minister of India have mentioned as a quote, when we use the term Global South, it's not just a diplomatic term. In our shared history, we have stood together against colonialism and apartheid, but also it was an African soul that Mahatma Gandhi used powerful method of non-violence and peaceful resistances. It is on the solid historical foundation that we shape our modern relationships. So end of quote. This sufficient proof that India and Africa are indeed important elements of the Global South, shared over the years to provide credible responses to the aspiration of our peoples. Ladies and gentlemen, Guinea, as we are very fortunate today because I've seen all the panel. I think that's the only panel in the world we have more than 2 women. So that shows the importance of our panel. They are the half of the population of the globe, so therefore you should clap again for them. My country, Guinea, is at a decisive turning point in our history. The Simandu Program 2040 project represents not only one of the largest reserves of iron ore, but also unprecedented opportunity to transform Guinea. This project, which embodies the aspiration of many people, is based on 3 fundamental pillars: economic, political, and social. On the political front, the Simandu project is a catalyst for strengthening governance and transparency for Guinea. By attracting large-scale foreign investment, Simandu encourages the adoption of more robust transparency. On the economic platform, Simandu promises to diversify our economy, but also to potentially generate significant global platform. On the social aspect of Simandu, the project is going to share prosperity to all the people. But India is a great opportunity for India companies. It's proven infrastructure technology, finance, and can play a crucial role in flagship project. By working together, we can not only make Simandu a success story, but also beneficial relationship between India and Africa. When we talk about Simandu, it's composed for 650 kilometer railway, the construction of deep port, but also the development of a project. Today we have people all over the world. We have American, we have Chinese, we have Australian, we have French, we have Singaporean, but our friend from India, we're inviting you to come and join us to develop this project. We have also African in that project. So when I look into the term that we are talking about, one feature, for me, last year I was here, I was fortunate to be here when I talk about circular partnerships. Now we are carrying with us today to go to 3 C's: commitment, compromise, and cooperation. Cooperation, compromise, and the commitment that next year, when we come back, by God willing, each African country should work with India to bring one project to life. I always tell to people, in Africa, everything is a priority. But and everything is a priority, nothing is a priority. My friends, we try to focus that next year when we come back here, we make sure Africa, country, one African country, India, we have achieved one project. Of having one feature, one project. The 3 C's, we're going to take that as for our country. The time has come to take our partnerships to the next level by reshaping, looking forward for the future. When you talk about Simandou, we have having 10 flagship. The 10 flagship, I mean, a friend of mine, minister, was telling me when I talk about cluster, that would remind people to COVID, that we change the cluster to be flagship. Those flagship, we have, economic flagship, we have infrastructure, we have education, we have, industrial park. Everything by developing these 10 wagon or 3 flagship give opportunity to companies in India. I'm confident that this 19th India-African Conclave will be a tremendous opportunity to strengthen our ties and chart ambition roadmap for the years to come. Together, as I said, our friend, you have stayed so long. I know after this is going to be dinner time, but we are very fortunate, I think, at the beginning. That's thanks to the lady, because the lady start talking, because the room was not, the room was half empty, but now it's kind of full. Thank you, ladies, because people are, I think they hear you guys speaking, and they came down here today. And thank to our friend from the Ministry of External Affairs that have done a great job between the ties between Africa and India. We are living with great hope. As I said again, by God willing, next year, let's make sure when we go back, we make sure the 3 C's, remember those 3 C's, and remember when we come back next year, we said, yes, we have achieved, we have delivered one project between Africa and India. That's supposed to be our testimony, not only talking to come here, but one project, when we deliver that one, that will change the paradigm of all these things. I thank you for your attention, and I wish you guys excellent discussion. Long live relationship between Africa and India. May God bless India. May God bless the relationship of Africa. I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Nabe, not only for pointing out to us the concept of one future, one project, especially the flagship project that you have in Guinea, but also the fact that we are a panel that represents gender parity, and the fact that we started when the room was empty, but we've ended with the room full. So thank the audience as well. We've had a most fascinating discussion. I mean, the topic of our conversation today was leveraging regional production chains to enhance global value chains. And I think we've now really got the benefit of the experiences of each one of our panel members who have contributed from their own perspectives. I think a few things come out quite clearly. The first, of course, is that Africa itself is making enormous strides in integrating regional production networks. We have obviously got some detailed information on the African continental free trade agreements, the efforts to reduce non-tariff barriers, the efforts to include or integrate Africa into a single market, and what further can be done in that regard. There's also a sentiment expressed that there could be more to have a single currency. More efforts have to be made to bring it all into a single market status. And I think all of this is work in progress. We've also had some very useful comments on India-Africa cooperation. It's very clear that India has been a major trading partner, but also a major investor in Africa. And what we discussed at individual levels, and we heard from individual panel members, was how India could contribute to enhance regional production networks and thereby contribute to global value chains. We definitely have taken note of many of the available infrastructure and facilities in the form of special economic zones, free trade areas, free zones, and policy measures that governments are taking across Africa to attract investments and enhance the value of products. I think the points made about value addition to making sure that you have to move from value addition to high value added products the concept of leveraging regional expertise, creating infrastructure that connects regions. I think that's very important. And investing and connecting our countries. The global south was mentioned more than once. The word solidarity came up more than once. And I think that's a very important point when we consider South-South cooperation. And the fact that India herself has hosted at least 3 major conferences, the Voice of Global South, that seeks to consult all of our friends from Africa and other continents when we make decisions that have global ramifications. As chief coordinator of the G20 presidency, we were very aware of the fact that even before we started our presidency, we consulted all of our partners in the global south on how we should proceed further, and try to articulate the aims and aspirations of our friends and partners in that regard. We've also definitely looked at the fact that how do we look at employment generation, competitiveness, the role of technology and local materials that can go into enhancing these areas. We've also, as I said, looked at the fact that within Africa there are different competencies, but there are also synergies, and Indian companies need to examine how to best contribute to those synergies so that we can come out, I think, working together, working in collaboration, but ultimately achieve the objective of national production chains, how we can leverage them into global value chains. And I end again with what Minister Nabe said, one future, one project, perhaps involvement and investment in certain projects, key projects of each of the countries involved can really be the way to contribute to regional production chains and to global value chains. So let me thank each and every one of our panelists here who have contributed extensively to our discussion and to take this subject and give it more coherence. I want to thank our audience for not only being there in large numbers, but also listening so attentively to all of our panelists. So thank you very much and have a great evening. Namaskar.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. I request all the panelists to come forward for a group opportunity, for a photo opportunity. We are moving on to the next session, that is Quest for Energy Security and Sustainable Transition in Africa. We are also having a parallel session running in Jahangir Hall, would be running in Jahangir Hall, that is Expanding Horizon India-Africa Space Collaboration. So all those who are interested in space collaboration, they can join in Jahangir Hall. Thank you so much to all the panelists. We are moving on to the next session. I request all the delegates to stay back for the next session. I request all the delegates to take their seats. We are starting with the next session. May I request all the panelists to clear the stage.
Oh, congratulations. Thanks a lot. Yeah, no.
मैं बोलूँगी कैसे?
I need this for the table.
मैं जाते वक्त दे जाऊँगी, आगे नहीं छोड़ दो, मैं जाते वक्त ये दे जाऊँगी। I request all those who are standing here, kindly take your seats. We are starting up the next session. The stage is already set.
Excuse me. Thank you so much, and I'm so sorry for the inconvenience. Thank you. Thank you.
I request all the delegates to take their seats. Those who are standing near the gate, I request them to take their seats as we are starting the next session. Quest for energy security and sustainable transition in Africa. I would like to call Mr. Sameer Gupta, Chairman CII MSME Council and Chairman and Managing Director Jackson Group. We have with us His Excellency Mr. Teddy Luamba Muba, Minister of Electricity and Hydraulic Resources, Democratic Republic of Congo. We have His Excellency Mrs. Sadi, Advisor to President on Environment, Republic of Chad. We have Dr. Ajay Mathur, Director General, International Solar Alliance. We have Mr. Naresh Shanena, Head Marketing, Skipper Sail Limited. Mrs. Soumya, who is the Chief Operating Officer, Sun Africa. Mr. Raman Raj Gopalan, Chief Operating Officer, Transrail Lighting Limited. Ms. Neha Chuk, Executive Director, Winmart Group. Dr. J.S. Chandok, General Manager, International Business Development, National Thermal Power Corporation, NTPC. May I request Mr. Sameer Gupta to give the opening remarks and take the session forward.
Good evening, everyone. May I request everyone to settle down, please? Requesting everyone to settle down so that we can start. We are running behind schedule, and in interest of time, I will start right away. Colleagues from CII are requesting people to settle down. Once again, good evening. His Excellency, Mr. Teddy Luamba Muba, Minister of Electricity and Hydraulic Resources, Democratic Republic of Congo. Her Excellency, Mrs. Sadi Osman Dada, Advisor to President on Environment, Republic of Chad. Dr. Ajay Mathur, Director General, International Solar Alliance, dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all of you for this session. It is with great pleasure and a deep sense of responsibility that I stand before you today to discuss the evolving partnership between India and Africa in the crucial sector of energy. This collaboration is not merely an opportunity, but a shared journey towards sustainable development and economic prosperity for both the regions. Africa is at a critical juncture in this development trajectory, and there are two objectives to meet. One is to meet escalating energy demands, and second is to ensure that sustainability objectives are achieved. By 2030, the continent shall require an investment of over $200 billion annually in energy sector alone. This evidently prompts an urgent need for innovative solutions and strategic alliances. There has been a general decline in global investment trend in 2023. However, interest of global investors in Africa's clean energy sector remains robust. Notably, substantial investments were announced towards green hydrogen projects in Mauritania, which is about $34 billion US, Egypt, which is about $10.8 billion US, and South Africa, which is about $7.1 billion US. And this indeed reflects a steadfast commitment of global investors to invest in renewable energy sector in Africa. Morocco has announced an investment of $6.4 billion US in electric vehicle and battery manufacturing facility. This illustrates the potential of electric vehicle market in this continent. The adoption of African Continental Free Trade Agreement Investment Protocol in 2023 aims to enhance intra-regional foreign direct investments. This is complemented by investor-friendly national policies in countries like Kenya and Nigeria, which is expected to attract investments in the region. Across sub-Saharan Africa, commendable strides have been made in expanding energy access and deploying renewable energy solutions. Tanzania has achieved a notable 37.7% increase in access to electricity between 2011 and 2020. Ethiopia's National Electrification Program targets universal energy access by 2025 through innovative off-grid solutions. Zimbabwe has effectively utilized its hydropower resources to boost energy accessibility. All these efforts and initiatives will foster job creation and prompt growth in the clean energy sector. The potential for renewable energy in Africa is vast and definitely not tapped to the full potential. The continent has abundant resources, be it solar, be it wind, be it geothermal, be it tidal, or be it biomass. If these resources are harnessed effectively, Africa can boast of diversified energy sources and reduce reliance on fossil fuels. Currently, 600 million people in this continent don't have access to electricity, which is about 43% of total population. Countries like Ghana, Kenya, and Rwanda are making significant efforts towards achieving the goal of universal access of electricity by 2030. India has emerged as a global leader in the renewable energy sector, and given India's experience, we can be a strong partner to Africa for harnessing the potential in this sector. Initiatives like National Solar Mission and adoption of innovative financing models have been crucial for expanding India's solar capacity, which can be replicated in this region. India can contribute towards Africa's mission of energy security by making investments in this sector. This can accelerate sustainable development, and this initiative shall contribute in empowering local communities while improving energy access in remote areas. The core of India's partnerships with Africa would be technology transfer and capacity building. Indian companies bring to the table state-of-the-art technology in the renewable energy sector, along with expertise in project design and project management. This effort is well supported by government initiatives and strong diplomatic relationships. India and Africa nations need to have harmonized policies and regulatory framework for having sustained investments and mitigating associated risks. The proposal of an intercontinental electricity grid between India and Africa holds promise as a transformative initiative. However, this necessitates careful consideration of infrastructure cost, regulatory alignment, and technical feasibility. Effective risk management strategies are imperative to navigate political, economical, and operational risks. By addressing these challenges in a collaborative manner, India and Africa can pave the way towards energy security, economic prosperity, and environmental sustainability. In conclusion, the partnership between India and Africa in the energy sector is an opportunity to address global challenges and promote sustainable development. I think it's time for Africa to unlock its full potential and achieve inclusive growth. This partnership shall strengthen bilateral relationship and ensure a brighter future for generations to come. With these few words and opening remarks, I will stop, and I would now request His Excellency Mr. Teddy Luamba Muba to give his special address, please. Over to you, His Excellency.
Thanks a lot. I'm very happy to be today here in India, speaking about electricity and opportunity that my country, Democratic Republic of Congo, can offer. So my presentation is a very short presentation, but will get in the sense to present the opportunities we can have in this sector and cooperations we can have between the DRC and Democratic Republic of Congo. So as we know, Democratic Republic of Congo is a country in the Central Africa with 9 neighbors countries. In terms of electricity and energy, it's a great solution because we can develop a very big network in the middle of Africa who can link more than 9 countries. And this country presents a very great potentiality because we are talking about sustainability of Africa and security in terms of energy. DRC can be a very good solution to the security in terms of energy and using and sustainable energy. Because the potential we have in hydroelectricity in DRC, we have 100,000 megawatts of potentiality. And we have the site of Inga, can for himself has 44,000 megawatts of potentiality that we can develop to make a very good development for Africa in terms of electricity. We have the solar potentiality in DRC with a very good rates of shining, 5.7 kilowatts per hour for meter squares in the southern part of the country. And the really potential in different sites we have today is almost 700,000 megawatts of potential in almost the country. We have also the potentiality in biomass. The biomass is the source of energy today, is used in DRC, and almost 90% of our country is using biomass as a source of energy. And the transition of energy, we can go through this way by using electricity and not use some wood and forest that was destroyed. We have the thermal potentiality with coal power potentiality of 700 million of tons of coal in DRC in Luena, who give the potentiality to develop almost 2,500 megawatts of coal-fired power plants we can develop in DRC. We have a big deposit of uranium in Shinkolobwe site with almost 5,000 megawatts of potentiality, and geothermal with 40 megawatts in the southern of the country. Even the wind can be developed with 6.1 for the velocity at cross of Moanda City and Tanganyika Lake. This potentiality can develop the country, but needs some partners. Like India today, they can be the good partners to develop those sites by building new power stations. The really demand we have today, we are almost 5,250 megawatts of the global demand today, but we can cover with the only 2,100 megawatts on the 2,800 installed capacity that will create a balance of 3,000 megawatts. This is a great opportunity today to develop in the sector of electricity by construction of new power plants. The opportunities we have that the mining sector actually developed need 2,500 megawatts. This is a need that we can cover actually, because those plants are existing, but they are in lack of electricity that we can cover. There is also the cemetery industry with the need of 240 megawatts in addition to the other light industry of 400. So since 2019, the country have made the very big efforts in terms of business climate with the event of the new president, Félix Antoine Tshisekedi Chilombo, who can make that investing in our sectors is very benefit for those, all of us who can need to make an investment in a DRC. And the segment of this opportunity can be shared in different ways. We have the building power plants, because today we have 9 hydro sites with a total of 2,500 megawatts that we can develop in almost 6 provinces in the country. We made also a national policy in terms of electricity for hybridization of all our hydropower plants. So we want to put the PV project, photovoltaic project, to each power plant centers that we can make us to develop a big potentiality within 3 years. The PV independence that we need to all public buildings, because today we want to make it autonomous in terms of productions of electricity. Each public buildings, university, hospitals can develop a small solar power plant that can make us to develop the sectors of electricity in DRC. We are doing now, we are promoting the leasing power produce of photovoltaic and any thermal projects who can help us to cover the gap we have in the very short term. Some projects of developing of transmission lines between Zambia and DRC today, it's a very big project that we need to make a transmission of 300 megawatts between the two countries. Another segment of opportunity we have is the metering system, because we have almost 1.3 million of customers in low voltage system who does not cover and controlled by metering system. A rehabilitation also of 700 megawatts of the existing power plants that will need it's a good opportunity of investment. What we can say that today in DRC, for each 1 megawatt that we generate, it can help our DGP to grow with $20 million US. It's a good opportunity for taxations and have a good returns in terms of business. I can not talk only for electricity, but I can talk also for water sectors, because we have 51% of clean water in DRC. This is almost 6% of the worldwide clean water that we can develop to produce water even to neighboring countries like Chad, Zambia. Those people who need more water today, this opportunity is in DRC. So what I can say that Congo is today has the very big need of electricity, but it has a great potential and it have a good benefits and returns in terms of business. So I will thank you.
Hello. Thank you, His Excellency, for sharing the opportunities in the energy sector in that region. Thank you for your special address. I would request Her Excellency Mrs. Sadi Osman Dada, Advisor to President of Environment Republic of Chad, for her special address, please.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Je réponds au nom de Madame Sadie Ousmane Daba, sur la conseillère technique du chef de l'État de la République du Tchad, en charge de l'environnement, pêche et du développement durable. Je profite de l'occasion ici pour vraiment remercier l'équipe de l'organisation de nous donner l'opportunité de parler sur la question d'énergie ce soir. Merci encore. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, chefs de délégation, Mesdames et Messieurs membres de la Confédération indienne de l'industrie, chers délégués, Mesdames et Messieurs. À l'échelle mondiale, la transition énergétique se positionne comme une priorité impérative face aux menaces posées par le changement climatique, aux exigences de la durabilité et de la sécurité énergétique. Les engagements internationaux, notamment les objectifs de développement durable, incitent chaque nation à diversifier ses sources d'énergie en mettant l'accent sur les énergies renouvelables tout en réduisant son empreinte carbone. Chers délégués, Mesdames et Messieurs, sur le continent africain, les défis énergétiques sont particulièrement présents. En 2023, plus de 600 millions de personnes étaient encore privées d'accès à l'électricité. En Afrique subsaharienne, le taux d'électrification atteint à peine 48%, un chiffre bien en deçà de la moyenne mondiale. Bien que l'Afrique représente près de 17% de la population mondiale, elle consomme moins de 10% de l'énergie. Pourtant, le continent possède le plus grand potentiel d'énergie renouvelable au monde. Chaque année, l'Afrique pourrait produire 1 449 972 térawattheures d'énergie solaire, 976 066 térawattheures d'énergie éolienne et 1478 térawattheures d'énergie hydraulique. Donc, moins de 10% sont encore exploités. De plus, elle dispose d'un potentiel de 2374 TWh par an en biomasse et 105 TWh par an en énergie géothermique. Cette mine d'énergie sous-exploitée est un manque à gagner pour les pays car l'accès à l'énergie pour la plupart des activités est un levier incontournable de développement. Parce que nous ne pouvons pas vraiment parler de développement sans parler de l'énergie. Mesdames et Messieurs, chers délégués, le Tchad, pays enclavé au cœur de l'Afrique, s'étend sur une superficie de 1 284 000 km² et abrite 16,4 millions d'habitants. Notre économie essentielle, basée sur l'agriculture, l'élevage et l'exploitation pétrolière, est fortement entravée par un accès insuffisant à l'énergie, ce qui constitue un obstacle majeur à notre développement socio-économique avec une capacité électrique installée d'environ 150 MW et un taux d'électrification nationale de seulement 12%. Le Tchad peine à satisfaire les besoins croissants de sa population, mais surtout ceux de la croissance économique. Sur le plan de l'évolution des énergies renouvelables, la plupart de ces sources dans la consommation finale est passée de 0,85% en 2008 à 0,9% en 2022, montrant une tendance constante. L'utilisation des panneaux solaires par les ménages comme source d'électricité est quant à elle passée de 1,2% en 2018 à 3,9% en 2022, marquant une augmentation constante et notable de 2,7%, ce qui est insignifiant pour l'atteinte des objectifs de la sécurité énergétique. Mesdames et Messieurs, chers délégués, la vulnérabilité du Tchad face au changement climatique se manifeste par l'augmentation constante des températures et de la progression rapide de la désertification, menaçant gravement les moyens de subsistance de ses citoyens. La dépendance aux énergies fossiles contribue aux émissions de gaz à effet de serre et expose notre économie aux fluctuations des prix du pétrole. Les défis financiers demeurent considérables. L'accès limité au financement pour les énergies renouvelables et l'infrastructure moderne étant un frein majeur malgré un potentiel solaire exceptionnel avec un gisement de 4,5 à 6,5 kWh par mètre carré par jour. Et un potentiel éolien prometteur avec des vitesses de vent atteignant 4 à 7 mètres par seconde dans le nord du pays. Mesdames et messieurs, malgré les obstacles, le Tchad démontre un engagement résolu et déterminé envers la transition énergétique, visant à honorer ses obligations internationales et à promouvoir un développement équilibré et durable. Cette démarche témoigne de la volonté du pays à répondre aux défis énergétiques contemporains tout en alliant ces stratégies sur les impératifs globaux de la durabilité et de lutte contre le changement climatique. Parmi les réalisations notables illustrent ces engagements. On peut citer la centrale solaire de 32 mégas en N'Djamena, les mini-centrales à Amdjaras, ainsi de suite, tous financés sur les fonds de l'État tchadien. En parallèle, plusieurs projets d'énergie solaire sur financement extérieur sont en cours. Mesdames et messieurs, le gouvernement tchadien a mis en place un cadre politique et réglementaire opérationnel pour soutenir la transition énergétique, incluant notamment un plan directeur d'énergie qui vise à tripler la capacité d'installer pour atteindre environ 300 MW d'ici 2030, avec une part croissante d'énergie renouvelable. Un cadre réglementaire en énergie renouvelable, les mesures d'incitation fiscale financement, l'exonération fiscale pour les équipements solaires et les projets d'énergie renouvelable. Le gouvernement du Tchad accorde des subventions et offre des garanties pour encourager et attirer les investisseurs. Aussi une réglementation environnementale renforcée. Aussi, il y a une politique de soutien, politique d'inclusion garantie que les bénéfices de la transition énergétique atteignent toutes les couches de la société, bien que les efforts supplémentaires soient nécessaires pour les communautés les plus reculées et un plan national pour le climat intégrant aussi les objectifs de transition énergétique dans les stratégies nationales de lutte contre le changement climatique, en alignant avec les engagements internationaux tels que les accords de Paris. Le gouvernement du Tchad s'engage également dans le partenariat et financement international avec les accords internationaux permettant d'accéder à des financements et des technologies telles que les prêts de la Banque mondiale et aussi avec la Banque africaine de développement. Aussi, les projets régionaux sont en cours, comme les interconnexions d'électricité avec les pays voisins, bien que la coopération puisse être améliorée. Mesdames et messieurs, sous le leadership de son Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République, chef de l'État, le gouvernement tchadien a défini une douzaine de chantiers prioritaires avec la transition et la sécurité énergétique comme axe majeur, et les actions sont la souveraineté énergétique, renforcer la souveraineté énergétique du Tchad pour réduire la dépendance extérieure, l'électrification massive du pays, objectif d'une électrification complète d'ici 2034, avec un objectif intermédiaire de 50% d'ici 2028. L'installation des petites unités de production d'électricité, déploiement des petites unités de 1 à 10 mégas dans les arrondissements, les communes, les villages retirés et les ferries. et aussi en l'utilisant et mettant un accent particulier sur la question des énergies renouvelables et le gaz naturel tel que le biogaz. Mesdames et messieurs, le Tchad, à l'instar de nombreux autres pays africains, se trouve dans une situation de besoin urgent de soutien international pour répondre de manière efficace aux objectifs de développement durable fixés d'ici 2030. Pour permettre à l'Afrique, mesdames et messieurs, et particulièrement le Tchad, de réaliser son plein potentiel énergétique et de jouer un rôle actif dans l'effort mondial de lutte contre le changement climatique, il est crucial de disposer des financements adéquats, d'accéder à des technologies avancées et de nouer des partenariats solides. Ces éléments, mesdames et messieurs, sont essentiels pour surmonter les défis énergétiques, favoriser le développement durable et promouvoir une transition réussie sur les continents. Et je vous remercie.
Thank you, Her Excellency, for sharing the opportunities in Chad, and your emphasis on energy transition, climate change, and sustainability is appreciated. I would now request Dr. Ajay Mathur, Director General, International Solar Alliance, for his address, please.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and I want to thank Samir and the CII for this opportunity. I am particularly grateful to be in this session with the honorable ministers from the Democratic Republic of Congo and the Chad. As the Solar Alliance, we see Africa as the continent of opportunity, where the solar irradiation is abundant, where the demand for electricity is abundant and growing. And yet, we find it nothing less than amazing that of the nearly $300 billion that were invested in solar energy globally, hardly 3% reached Africa. That set us thinking as to why this is happening. And when we talked to about 100 investors, we found largely two answers. The first was that they were not comfortable, they were not confident that they would get a return on their investment. And the second was they wanted to see a pipeline of projects. As far as the first issue is concerned, we were very surprised, because our analysis indicated that of the solar loans that African entities have taken, hardly 2% have not been repaid. This compares with something of the order of 6 or 7% in this country. Yes, it's a low base that you start with, but to me, it is also a matter of a perceived risk. It is for that purpose that the International Solar Alliance is now in the process of putting together a global solar facility with the aim of providing guarantees, payment security guarantees, to people, to investors who invest in Africa. Sir, the first project that we have invested in is in the Democratic Republic of Congo, where a solar mini-grid, a company from Kenya called Nuru, has come in. They are being funded by the IFC. IFC wanted them to buy guarantee from MIGA for political risks. What we have done is guaranteed the payments of Nuru to MIGA. And that has brought down the price of electricity by 20%, 20%. We believe that this is what makes it possible for the international community to invest in Africa. But the second issue is also equally important. Where will these projects come from? To that extent, we launched a program last year called the Solar X program, in which last year we identified 20 startups in Africa, 20 startups in the solar area, who could then be built up to access financing, to access technological resources, and build up a brand, because we would like some of these guys to be the Amazons of tomorrow. We would like them to be the guys with whom you can most confidently work with. They have an established business model, they have established business, they are people who have the fire in the belly to invest in solar. Now, doing all of this requires a lot of investment. It requires a lot of change to occur. We notice that most of the countries in Africa are up to here as far as sovereign debt is concerned. We do note, therefore, that the answer in investing in solar will be from the private sector, which means that you have to redo regulations. We are working with 10 countries in Africa: Ethiopia, Nigeria, Uganda, Liberia, Chad, Madagascar, Djibouti, Tanzania, Somalia, Nigeria, on helping them rewrite their regulations so that they can attract international investment into the solar energy sector. At the same time, we are working on the development of local capacity, the guys who can be employed by the solar investors. If you go there, you want people who are trained. We have set up 5 what we call as STAR centers, solar technology and applications resource centers in Africa, in the countries, with the goal of creating the local people who can be certified as being trained to work on solar projects. All of this becomes very difficult if you as ministers don't see public support coming for solar energy. And consequently, whether it is the solarization of health centers, which we have done in many, many countries, I think 6 countries if I'm not wrong, because their communities see the benefit. The communities will come to you to ask for more and more health centers to be solarized. Whether it is cold rooms, because cold rooms help agricultural produce, particularly horticultural produce and floricultural produce, to be kept cold till it goes into the markets. It helps communities to raise incomes. We are working on water pumping, because what that does is it provides farmers with an opportunity to develop crops, and 2 crops in a year. There are many, many other things. For example, in Malawi, we are helping solarize the parliament so that it can work for more hours in a year. We believe that with this community pressure on the fact that solar provides them a here and now opportunity, with the advantage of having trained people, with the advantage of regulations, with the advantage of identifying the organizations who can work on solar, with the help of the Global Solar Facility providing guarantees for investment, we can work with you to enable change to happen and solar to be brought to the fore. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Ajay Mathur, for your motivating address. I think the efforts made by ISA are sincerely appreciated in adoption of solar in African region. Thank you once again. And I would now request Mr. Jitendra Sachdeva, Group President, Skipper Seal Limited, for his address, please. I would also request everyone to be kindly brief so that we are able to, sorry about this, we are running behind time, so that we close by 8 o'clock. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is an Augustus panel where we have Minister of Energy from DRC, from Chad, and most importantly, the DG of Solar Alliance, International Solar Alliance himself, along with Mr. Chandok and Samir himself. Well, the whole world is trying to double the energy power generation. India says double by 5 years, US says double by 5 years, 4 years, China says double by 6 years. May I ask you why? Because fossil fuel vehicles are going out and the EVs are coming in, and EVs need power. So to have power, we need power. So power generation is doubling across the world and Africa is deprived. Just to tell you about Skipper. Skipper is into power for the last 38 years. We have 6 verticals in power generation: gas power, solar power, hydropower, up to 136 megawatt of our portfolio, along with power transformers manufacturing, distribution transformers manufacturing, battery energy storage systems, and EPC for the power plants for gas and solar. Even the latest announcement day before yesterday by the Power Minister of Nigeria, where South Africa and Skipper will get 900 megawatts each, along with the storage of about 500 megawatt hours. It's a landmark in the new era, starting in a country like Nigeria, which doesn't have even 100 megawatt of solar. We today talk about Chad, a landlocked country, or we talk of DRC, where the whole world energy lies there. You talk of DRC says we are number 2. They are actually number 2 in the world for copper and cobalt. Cobalt is today, sir, you are sitting on a mine which is far better than gold. Cobalt is the investment of today, my friend. Chetan has done it well, and we want to follow his footprints. I am there for you, sir. What we have to come and do, we are there to do. Your country is unimaginable. I have been in Africa for the last 25 years. Africa is the place to be. I am telling everyone, those who have the plans to go now. Not only this, even, sir, we talk about the housing. Today the things have started. To just give an example, we created a sustainable housing. 17 villas and 1 commercial building, altogether about 1,000 kilowatt load, has been created on solar along with the storage power. No electricity, no electricity company, no grid connection, no diesel. So all this is happening. Now I come back to Solar Alliance, 90 gigawatt in 8 years, what they have done. And now they want to do 20 to 30% growth every year. It's unimaginable. India has gone far away. I attended the first Solar Alliance inauguration in 2015, somewhere in November or December, when the whole world was here, and I was also looking at whether India will be able to achieve. I'm proud to be an Indian. What we have done in the last 8-9 years and what we are going to do. Sir, Mr. Mathur, I invite you. Skipper has a school called Katsira. It's a Skipper Renewable Energy training school where we train and certify about 50 to 60 students. 60 to 50 techpreneurs, we call them, technical entrepreneurs. Today we had a meeting with Mr. Chandok. NTPC is not a small organization. From net zero they're going far ahead. Floating solar, they have best of technology. We are trying to partner with them to come and train. And in fact, when I came to know Solar Alliance, they have a similar program starting. Sir, I invite you. Come and partner with our school, so that, because we are going to start the one in Kenya, Ghana, and we are also ready for even India. Because at the end of the day, training is the only way which will develop our new generation, and they will be ready for tomorrow's renewable energy, and we don't have a problem at all. We don't need any gas or any fossil fuel to. This is the time where everyone has to rise and be ready for this particular cause, where storage power and solar combination is going to take care. Today, of course, we have LFP and hydrogen still under testing. We have just started our skill knowledge center in the Gift City, where we want to do initially the EPC of hydrogen and tomorrow enter into electrolyzers. So this is also demand of the time. There's nothing beyond today thinking of storage, thinking of solar, or thinking of renewables. With these words, I will say this is a great evening when Augustus Gathering is here to talk about this particular subject. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Jitendra Sachdeva, for your energizing address. And I would now request Mrs. Soumya Nisip, Chief Operating Officer, Sun Africa, for her address, please.
Thank you so much. It depends on how swift you want me to be. I can be 30 seconds or 5 minutes. Thank you. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our hosts for this very wonderful opportunity to share with you what our company Sun Africa does on the African continent and how it ties in with support from India. Ladies and gentlemen, the current population of Africa is projected to grow by 90% by 2050. This raises the population to a staggering 2.4 billion and far surpassing many of the other continents globally. Unfortunately, having said this, unfortunately, sub-Saharan Africa is also the world's most energy-impoverished region, with a number of countries still falling below the 20% electrification rate due to a myriad of challenges. Albeit the smallest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions at around 3.8% of global emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, Africa's geographical location and vast deserts renders Africa most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. A 2022 Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change study, a study done by the IPCC, found that the continent heats up at twice the global average rate, further rendering Africa very vulnerable to food and water security. Africa, on the other hand, has very abundant natural and transition mineral resources, placing it in a favorable position to be a kingmaker for first world countries seeking to win the race in the fourth industrial revolution. It is here where strengthening collaborations between India, Africa, and the West is pivotal. It is no secret that global investment in Africa's just transition has been lower than required for development of the African continent and for it to achieve its sustainable development goals by 2030. Geopolitical unrest, low skills and education levels, as well as a lack of policy and regulatory frameworks are but a few of the complex challenges the continent faces. Africa effectively requires 3 times the current investment if it is to achieve the SDG goal of universal access to energy by 2030. It is for this reason that Sun Africa is determined to expand on its growing footprint across the region, focusing its efforts on optimizing the pace, the quality, and the cost of its model to deliver sustainable utility as well as distributed renewable energy and water infrastructure to the continent. This infrastructure is ultimately owned by the state in which the projects are delivered in. Having successfully delivered $760 million of infrastructure on the continent and a further $1.9 billion of firm commitment, Sun Africa is ideally positioned to further its existing footprint and deliver within record time and in record costs. Our pipeline of more than 10 gigawatts of solar as well as battery energy storage, transmission, distribution infrastructure, and mini grids is set to support the African continent in terms of delivering on its commitments to the Paris Accord, as well as as well as its universal access to electricity. Arrangement, we also do arrangement of 100% financial structures and through 20 plus years of bilateral financing. Our biggest EPC partner is the Indian company Sterling Wilson, which we are very proud of because we acknowledge that India has amongst the world's best engineering capability. So we are proud to be able to partner with India. Affordability, in closing, affordability of any infrastructure solution is relative to the economy of that country. The lack of inclusive infrastructure development strategies and policies continues to exacerbate the region's rising levels of unemployment with limited economic prospects for women. Sun Africa is committed to investment in education, gender equality, skills development, and it employs only local capabilities where it has its offices. Furthermore, and very importantly, we seek opportunities for supply chain localization on the continent. Africa itself, however, needs to demonstrate its commitment to resolving its challenges, addressing its current geopolitical challenges. A much stronger and determined commitment to available mechanisms for delivering on its SDG commitments is definitely required. I thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Sumaya Naseeb. And now I would request Mr. Raman Rajagopalan, Chief Operating Officer, Transrail Lighting Limited, for his address, please.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Samirji. Good evening, distinguished panelists, colleagues, ministers, friends, and overseas guests. Let me start with a quick introduction about my company. Transrail is an EPC company prioritizing turnkey solutions for power T&D business across the world with specialized focus in Africa. In fact, Africa is our second home. We have backwardly integrated and we have manufacturing facility for towers, conductors, and monopoles. We are present in 58 countries, and with this, 27 countries are in Africa. Africa is most energy deficient continent in the world, and most population are without access to, limited access to electricity. However, Africa has enough potential to generate electricity on its own to meet all the power needs, and that too clean and energy efficient power through hydro, biomass, and solar mainly. Not only generation of electricity is important, it is equally important to transmit those till all households in the nook and corner of the country. The government in Africa has to give equal importance not only to generate electricity, but also to build a reliable infrastructure network for transmission and distribution. Though we have a long way to reach, as far as smart grids or reliable grids or higher kV networks is concerned, but the need of the hour is to support Africa in all these energy efficient processes. Most of the financing institutions are receptive to green energy funding, which is a good sign for Africa. Indian EPC companies are ready to help Africa to reach the energy efficient goals, which will make the quest a reality. Plenty of potential for all of us in the energy sector, and together we grow. We have plenty of opportunity to invest in Africa. The future is private sector investments and international investments in solar, hydro, and biomass. And we need to put a lot of energy and effort in terms of training the local people for them to take charge of the investment in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raman Rajagopalan. And I would now request the youngest of the panelists, Ms. Neha Chuk, Executive Director, Winmart Group, for her address, please.
Namaste, bonsoir, jambo. Good evening to the distinguished dignitaries, honorable ministers, fellow business leaders, and esteemed delegates. Allow me to start with a personal anecdote. Growing up, I spent most of my summers in Lubumbashi in the Democratic Republic of Congo, a city I now live and work in. During the summers, my brother and I got very creative with playing outdoors and inventing our own activities and games because we didn't have electricity to watch TV. Most of our meals were cooked over makala or charcoal because there were no gas connections. We couldn't read at night, and we weren't connected to our friends over summer because we couldn't get online. We started realizing that there were millions of people for whom it wasn't just a summer break, it was life. As we grew older, we started using the diesel generator sparingly, which allowed us to have all the luxuries of electricity: light, water, and most importantly, Wi-Fi. We came to understand that every hour of power loss was an hour less of production. So while there was a negative environmental impact, DGs allowed for production to continue, which in turn allowed for growth and job creation. By the time we joined the business, we understood truly how deeply energy was a barrier across different segments. Students couldn't do as well at school because they couldn't study past dark. Entrepreneurs couldn't build businesses or automate because they couldn't afford DGs. Women would spend hours tending over makala stovetops because they had to prevent fires and because of the time it would take to heat water and to cook. Along with that, makala is also a devastating environmental impact due to the deforestation, and it poses significant health risks to families who are breathing this smoke throughout the day. For the Winmart Group, energy generation and distribution is not just a strategy, it's personal. For a bit of context, the Winmart Group began in 1997 from Dar es Salaam and forayed into the mining industry in DRC in 2002 and currently mine copper, cobalt, tin, tantalum, tungsten, and gold. DRC itself has 10 out of the 30 critical minerals on India's list. Through the difficult challenges of operating Somika, the group identified multiple other opportunities to diversify across different sectors and industry in the DRC, along with setting up global offices. I won't get into the details, but feel free to visit our stall to inquire further tomorrow. Focusing on the energy segment, our company, MES, has designed, supplied, installed, and commissioned multiple overhead transmission and distribution lines from 0.415 kV to 220 kV, with lengths extending to approximately 250 kilometers and multiple substations over 20 MVA. One important factor I'd like to highlight is that it's of great importance to ensure infrastructural capabilities to distribute any generated power, which is why that was the initial focus and target of our expertise to be developed at MES. Focusing on the energy generation segment, the potential is immense. Though I'd like to focus on renewable energy, I must mention that DRC has proven reserves of over 180 million barrels of petroleum, with estimates varying of the potential being between 3 to 5 billion barrels. Current production is minimal, and there are no operational refineries in the country. Some estimates also show that DRC may hold as much as 30 billion cubic meters of methane and natural gas, and coal reserves, which His Excellency has also highlighted. Unfortunately, this snapshot is not limited to DRC. There are many countries across the continent, including Tanzania, Mozambique, Angola, Nigeria, and many more, which have untapped petroleum and natural gas reserves and limited or no refining infrastructure. Moving to more sustainable sources, DRC has an estimated potential of various different sources. Wind power is estimated at 15 gigawatt, hydro is at 100 to 130 gigawatt, and solar is sitting at 70 to 85 gigawatt. Despite this vast potential for energy, SNEL, the local electricity authority, estimated an energy deficit in only 4 of the southernmost provinces at 1,500 megawatts, and only 10 to 20% of the population currently has an electric connection. Solutions for Energy, our renewable energy generation company, was born out of necessity, opportunity, and questioning why we couldn't convert energy scarcity into energy abundance. We began humbly with small installations at our own CSR projects, including borewells, hospitals, and schools. And earlier this year, we commissioned a 5-megawatt plant at one of our mines, the first of this scale and the largest in the Copper Belt region in DRC currently. By the end of 2024, we are aiming to have an installed capacity of 22 megawatts across the group for various industries, along with battery infrastructure, with a target to add another 100 megawatts next year. Like I said, it's not just a strategy, it's personal. We have generated over 3 gigawatt hours of electricity till date through our various solar plants, leading to a significant reduction in carbon emissions and also a reduction in our average cost of power. Along with this, we are also installing solar plants for the government and other private clients in the DRC, while being in discussion with various clients across the continent. We are proud to call ourselves an African-Indian conglomerate, employing over 20,000 Congolese and 2,000 expats in DRC, with a strength of over 200 Indians in our Indian offices. Africa has all the critical minerals India requires, and India has the expertise and experience with transitioning away from energy challenges. We look forward to collaborating with both Indian and African organizations to realize the dream of an empowered, energized Africa and a competitive green India. I have heard anecdotes over the last few days of people who remember a time when even Delhi would have power cuts, and many faced the challenges that I discussed earlier. For the current generation of children here, it's just a story their parents tell them. I hope that when I have children of my own and they spend time in DRC and around the continent, it will be just a story that I tell them about my childhood, not an experience that they live or see. I hope the story that they tell their children will be of gas stoves and of solar-powered rooftops. I hope that this will not remain a story of privilege, but a reality for the entire population across every country in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sneha. I would like to invite last speaker of the day today, Dr. J.S. Chandok, General Manager, International Business Development, NTPC. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good evening. Honorable guests, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to address you today on a matter that sits at the heart of the Africa development aspirations, the quest for energy security and the urgent need for sustainable transition across the continent. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, CII, for giving this opportunity to speak on the August speakers gathering with honorable ministers from DRC, advisors from Chad, Director General, International Solar Alliance, and all the senior colleagues. Africa is a home to more than 1.5 billion of people, with half of whom will be under 25 at the time of 2050. The continent overall is poised to create a new development for the harnessing the potential as well as the resources and the people. Despite Africa's relatively low contribution to the global greenhouse gas emission, the continent is highly vulnerable to the effect of climate change. It is therefore crucial for African countries to invest in our modern as well as efficient technologies. The three important aspects which are very important for Africa is, first and foremost, is the technical feasibility and the design of any project, where basically the new innovation, the new technology will come into picture. The second aspect is the financing and the investment. And third, foremost important part is the capacity building. So these three important tools, which are very important for Africa, is very important to take for the things further. We all know that the Africa is blessed with a solar radiation level, very high solar radiation level, and receive almost 60% of the world's best resources. Yet it harnesses only 1% of the global solar PV capacity. And we know that from the last 10 years, Africa has grown from the solar only from 700 megawatt to 13,400 megawatt in last 10 years. So now, but at the same time, most of the countries in Africa has realized these transformational changes which is required for the solar industries. And at the same time, the hydropower industry is also growing up equally. We all know that energy security is a fundamental pillar for any country, and that's what Africa also needs for that particular point. Coming here as an NTPC is in all these three aspects which I just mentioned, be it a technical feasibility, technical design, and the development of the project, bringing the finance on the table, or be it the capacity building. Being a 76 gigawatt of company in country like India, we are pioneer in many technologies. Be it a floating solar plant, be it a solar plant, or be it a different type of hydrogen related issues. So we are available for any aspect of the energy transition. Like when we talk of floating solar, there is a good potential where the hydro plants are plenty there in the solar. We can have a hybridization of the floating solar along with the hydro plant. Similarly, for the case of the Africa, it is very important to have a firm power. There also, like the concept of round-the-clock power which is available in India, we are also exploring that possibility in the Western Africa or in the African continent, which are also having a wind potential equally good. In that sense, bringing the solar along with the wind and battery storage will definitely bring the round-the-clock power, and that is a firm power. Because most of the countries in Africa are lacking the transmission lines. And when we bring the kind of an intermittent solar power into the grid, it will be very difficult to manage the show. So that's why hybridization of the solar with storage, or maybe with, if the wind is available, it is a very important idea to be explored into. Now coming back to the NTPC, we are already present in various countries. Like we are the corporate consultant to International Solar Alliance. Through them, we are associated with several countries in the Africa. Almost 2.5 gigawatt of solar project we are executing in Africa. And that particular project is basically from the concept to commissioning. We start from the landmarking up to the finalization of the developer. And during these phases, the multiple phases will come into picture, like finalizing the power purchase agreement, transactional advisory, bringing the finance, and everything. So all those aspects, as a consultant or as a partner to the International Solar Alliance, we are already doing. And some of the projects are really in advanced stage, like Cuba in Latin America country, as well as Ethiopia in African countries. One more important aspect which I would like to mention is the capacity building program. In last 1 year itself, we have imparted a training to more than 300 participants in the various countries from Africa and Latin America. And this is not only on one topic, it is multiple topics covering the complete energy transition, including the solar to hydrogen and wind energy and everything. So those trainings basically are very important. Whatever we have gathered in last 25 years or 30 years in renewable energy and the thermal energy as well, we wanted to impart through that. The kind of system practices, the system and procedure which we have built in NTPC, we just wanted to pass it on to the developing country like Africa, so that together India as well Africa can grow. As we stand at this crucial juncture, the quest for energy security in Africa is more than just a technical or economic challenge. It is a moral imperative. Access to clean, reliable, and affordable energy is fundamental to improving health, education, and economic opportunity for millions of Africans. And together we can make Africa a leader in the global energy transition. By this, I conclude my speech as well as this session. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jayesh Chandok. We will close the session, and before we close, just one comment I would like to make. Of course, thank you, panelists, for sparing your valuable time. Thank you, participants, for being so patient And I think we had a very exciting session. I think there were exciting meetings during the day as well. I think this interaction is going to help us unleash the opportunities what we have in this energy sector, both in India and in Africa. And I think it's beginning of a new era where partnership, collaboration and cooperation between the two regions would happen. Thank you everyone, and with this we will close. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I request all the panelists to come forward for the photo opportunity. With this, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and fellow participants, as we have come to the end of the Day 2 conclave, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for your active participation, insightful contributions and engagement. I would request all the delegates to join us for the gala dinner, which is available in the Raja or Rani Bagh. I also request kindly keep your your equipments for the translation outside, and kindly be there for the last, that is the Day 3 tomorrow morning, which is starting at 9:30 with the session on driving Africa towards future ready digital empowerment. Thank you so much.